It's like, guys, let's just clear, let's set up Drake. And Fiesta's like, no, let's fight, let's fight, let's fight.
Exactly, because this was Vitality's biggest strength, I felt like. It was their ability to come back from these oopsies. They would laugh it off, they would make the mistake, they would quickly reset, find a great play. But right now it feels like when I look at Vitality, past 15 minutes, it really makes me feel like they don't even want to be there.
He also died in a side lane. You used to do that all the time.
Not as much.
I did hear from Pat a little bit, and he said, like, we got to keep in mind, though, first week in the LEC, bam, big stage. He said he was put in a position where he got the lead in some of these games. And then if you take first stage games, new teams, lack of scrims, communication issues altogether, I do think it makes sense. So I think perhaps we're expecting a bit too much, but they don't want to go down without a single victory at this road trip. They finally got invited. Or will it be MKOI that saved their honor here on French soil? Let's get into it.
Il y a des équipes qui gagnent des trophées. D'autres marquent une époque. Mais rares sont celles qui changent la manière de soutenir un club. Pourtant, vous le savez aujourd'hui, il ne suffit pas de porter un maillot. Il faut aussi porter le poids de ses espoirs. Durant ce week-end, mais aussi toutes ces années auparavant, Karmine Corp a ouvert la voie. Le Blue Wall l'a rendu infranchissable. Alors une dernière fois, faisons résonner le Blue Wall.
Au MSI, on n'a pas fait une bonne performance et on sentait qu'on pouvait faire mieux. On peut vraiment être une très bonne équipe. Je pense qu'on a réussi à le montrer chez WC.
Calis, oh, le pressing qui te partait, Calis!
The support of the fans is huge for us. You know, it makes winning feel way more special.
I get always so hyped. I feel like the boost in me, you know, when I play in front of the crowds. I love it so much.
Nous sommes désormais face à ton public. Quels sont tes mots pour inaugurer cette troisième journée?
Tout d'abord, j'aimerais remercier le Blue Wall qui a mis des nuits entières pour faire ce magnifique tifo. Les gars, je veux vous remercier personnellement parce qu'il est magnifique, il est incroyable. Je les ai vus dans le parking il y a 2 jours, ils m'ont dit regarde pas, tu vas te spoil. Donc merci à vous, merci à tous ceux qui sont venus, merci à tous ceux qui viennent à chaque fois aux événements. C'est vous qui faites vivre l'e-sport, c'est vous qui faites vivre la Karmine Corp. Et c'est vous qui nous permettez de vivre ces émotions. Donc merci énormément à tout le monde.
Et les émotions sont immenses, Kameto. Le public est réuni. Et un match nous attend, un match d'une importance capitale pour Karmine. G2 contre KC, forcément. Hier, en interview avec Laure, Yike a dit qu'aujourd'hui, ça serait différent. Pourquoi ?
Parce qu'on est une nouvelle équipe. Après l'échec du MSI, on l'a vu à l'EWC, on l'a vu lors des 2 premières journées. L'équipe travaille d'arrache-pied pour être la meilleure équipe européenne tout d'abord, et ensuite la meilleure équipe du monde. Donc G2, ça ne sera pas la même chose aujourd'hui.
Ça ne sera pas la même chose aujourd'hui, effectivement, et je l'espère pour tes joueurs. Est-ce que tu aurais un dernier mot pour clore ton speech ?
Les gars, je compte sur vous pour pousser un maximum les joueurs. On est à domicile, vous êtes les 6e hommes de cette équipe. Vous avez le pouvoir de les aider, de les pousser. Et comme d'habitude, un maximum de bruit. Donnez-leur toute la force que vous avez pour conclure le week-end. Merci encore.
Merci infiniment, Kameto. On te laisse aller rejoindre le cast. Merci beaucoup. Et vous le savez, mesdames et messieurs, avant évidemment le plat principal G2 contre Carmine, d'abord, il y a Vitality contre Koi. 2 équipes mises chacune face à leur désir d'une première victoire. Noah, je crois que nous sommes prêts pour commencer.
Merci Célie. Mesdames et messieurs, le temps passe si vite. Déjà la dernière journée de ce fabuleux roadshow. Alors, profitons-en jusqu'au bout. Et pour commencer, 2 équipes qui n'ont pas encore goûté à la victoire. La première à se présenter devant vous. Ils ont soif de revanche en territoire français. Les Movie Stars Koi. Et bien sûr, sur la top play, oui, Donacije, sur la mid lane, sous bas. Et à ses côtés, au poste de support, AORUS. Mesdames et messieurs, pour Koi, faites du bruit. Et bien sûr, la deuxième équipe face à eux, ils doivent débloquer à tout prix le compteur de Nexus, les abeilles qui vont faire leur apparition dans l'arène. Et sur la top lane, Nako. À ses côtés dans la jungle, ULCS. Sur la mid lane, Fiesta. Au poste d'Anekari, Kersi. Et à ses côtés, au poste de support, Flashy. Pour ces 2 équipes, la dernière occasion cette semaine de scorer la victoire. Alors pour Koi et pour Vitality, faites du bruit.
And welcome to the caster desk, everyone, for the final day of the first week of LEC Summer here in beautiful Paris, France. I'm Dracos, joined by Finn for the banger to start the day. Now, you might think that the banger is KCG2. You would be partially right, but first we have the battle for the wooden spoon. I don't watch normal sports, so I didn't know that that was a thing, but I am very excited to see if Vitality can upset MKoi today, because normally, my dear friends, the meta here at the arena is a lot of KC fans trickle in towards the later half of the day. But I certainly suspect that there might be a lot of MKoi hate watchers in the audience right now who are looking to watch this team go 0-3, the final bit of insult added to the injury over the last few days.
I mean, there's absolutely packed here in the arena today. And combine that with the fact that Fleshy did play on KC, I think if the arena had to choose their favorite, they are leaning a little bit towards Vitality.
I would guess heavily, I would say heavily, Finn.
Definitely heavily. And I think, as you say, the wooden spoon is definitely a very important artifact to have. But these teams really need a win today. These teams are teams that have competed towards the top spots. Vitality had a fantastic spring split, followed by not a very beautiful spring playoffs. And MKoi really do put a lot of pressure on themselves. They really want to get a victory here today to really start that win streak.
Yeah, and I think that we can hear from the way that the desk is talking about this team already that people...
Halo, dobar dan i dobrodošli na još jedan dan Leca.
Now it feels like the story coming in the summer is this is our top 2. MKoi are once again, despite being a team that's so frequently in that top 2, fighting to re-earn their place there. And beating Vitality is a start to that very road, as
Lagani istoriji da vidimo kako Supa draftuje. A, banovali su Makali, ništa od toga. Ništa od toga, nadao sam se čekali da bude stvar. A, tu sam ja uvek. Lok je dostupan, da, to ćemo da vidimo da li će biti uzeto. Ili neće.
And it's really, are we going to pick it right now?
That's very true. Now we have seen the Camille locked in. Of course, this is for Knocko. I'm joking. It's for Fleshy. It'll go support. So we have our powerhouse roaming support already for the side of Vitality. Now, something that you and I were talking about, Finn, was where are the roams going to go? For the side of Vitality, top lane seems like it would be nice given Knocko's individual performance, but when you're playing the Camille, it might be a little bit more difficult if you miss possession when there is that Vi on the enemy team, now paired up with the Casio as well.
So the Casio here is a really good pick on the red side. You have that flexibility. You can either send it to Jojopion or to Supa. It's nice against Camille. If she tries to E on the wall, you can just put the Miasma on the wall and she's stuck there because she can't actually untangle from the wall. She gets stuck in a poison, so it's good against the dive comps that we kind of expect to see together with the Camille. But once again, this is the second time Locke has went through the ban phases 1, 2, 3 and he has not been picked up just yet. Now, when I see Fiesta play, we saw the Silas, we saw the LeBlanc, he strikes me as a guy that would love to play the Locke. But we do not know yet if he's going to be the one to pick it up.
He also strikes me as a guy who, after the quantity of deaths he's had on the first few days, may get some skepticism from his team, but Pad, notoriously a guy who really does believe in his players, talked a lot about the pressure on him, so setting him up with something comfortable, something powerful like the lock, may go a long way. For now, it is the Syndra locked in. Of course, anytime we see just about 90% of the mages in the meta, we can expect that they could also go into the bottom lane, especially when you already see the Camille. But the response coming out from the side of MKOI is the Leona, which has been doing fantastic this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, Leona right now is winning so many games here in the LEC, and then it's the prime counter into Camille support. The problem with Camille is that you kind of want to rush your Thunder Sky, buying Mercs, delays your spike a lot, and you just don't have the damage to go through a Leona because she's the tankiest support in those first levels. With that W ability, she becomes unkillable. So, with all that CC, I think it makes a lot of sense to Alvaro, and I love seeing Alvaro on engage support. I feel like when Alvaro is not on engage, all of MKOI just withers down into the ground.
It feels so true. A similar story for Elioya. We really have both players, the kind of jungle support duo that we always come back to when we talk about this MKOI lineup on champions with a lot of individual agency. Now, Vi a little bit quieter in the early levels, but it's matched by the Wukong on the opposite side. And finally, we do see the Lock band away alongside the Lucian. So some respect paid over to Carzzy on the Lucian. I do think he had a solid game on it, even if Vitality couldn't get over the line.
Absolutely. And now MKOI has a choice. The choice is, do you actually keep the Casio flex?
Casio bot. Casio Syndra je fajn, što je najče. Casio Syndra je legitimno fajn.
Last pick and blind pick your top laner. Now they haven't banned a single top lane champion, so I expect that the flex is gonna get broken here. We're gonna see an AD carry or mid lane pick there on 4. Or maybe Moving is just that guy, man. Maybe he just blinds top without any bans.
Would be a bold strategy. Again, while we talked about Vitality falling apart a bit, Knocko has been a consistently strong performer. The Cassante game was pretty nasty. Now, Cassante not really what we expect when we talk about counter picks in most situations, but giving Vitality a good angle for a counter pick here would be maybe a bit questionable. They're not forced to do it yet.
Yeah, and I think maybe Vitality is trying to set up a potential Rumble pick here. I think it makes sense to get with the layering of damage on the Wukong ult, on the Camille ult. And Beste is one of the best answers into the Rumble right now in this meta. But if you really wanted to, MKOI could take it away. But I do expect them to go a different direction. It is going to be the Ezreal lock-in for Supa. Self-sufficient AD carry, but also strong laner. The Ezreal Leona in lane has a lot of early damage. And I think MKOI really needs one of their lanes to really have that pressure. So Elioya is free to play whatever he wants to do.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense. Of course, while it's easy to see a world where it's just power farming to 6, if one of your lanes has prio, if you can steal away a camp, being the first jungler to get to that crucial ultimate can make all the difference. The lock in here, the blind pick is the Rumble, the angle that you predicted, Finn. So a lot of magic damage, maybe looking for a bit more physical damage. MKOI don't have a true tank, right? Like, Leona isn't going to have that gold income to be a massive problem. So it's not the end of the world to be a little bit overloaded on magic damage. But now it's the Jhin. Okay, long range poke. Jhin Rumble, a super classic pairing.
O, ne sviđa mi se Jhin uopšte.
opposite side for M4.
Yeah, I mean, I think we see DiGallio here response into the Rumble, a classic matchup in this day and age. Just really nullifies the Rumble in lane, and it works especially well when enemy team wants to dive. And we see the Wukong, we see the Camille, we can expect a fair amount of dive at least. Now, the good thing is that the Jhin, the Rumble, the Syndra are pretty non-committal, so they will not be caught in that CC chain. But when Lynsas and Flesher goes in, they will be by themselves in there, and they really need to choose their moments wisely.
And I will say, we've seen some incredible Galio angles over the weekend. It's really good that you highlight the Syndra and the Jhin specifically. This is not as much of a Goomba stop counter pick Galio as we saw in some of our other series. This is good, certainly, but as you highlighted, only 2 of the members on the opposing team are really going to be diving in, so it's not the perfect checkmate option. It does still have a nice lane into the Rumble, obviously, so it does make sense that it's being picked. The thing I have my eyes on early game, Finn, is what you talked about earlier, the supports. Where are they going to roam? Are they going to be able to match? Will we see the 1v1 be as bloody as the 1v1 between Supa and Kalisto yesterday? That's what I'm looking out for.
Absolutely. And I think Camille really wants to get out of that lane as soon as she can. And then it's kind of on the Leona to just run after her, try to find her and predict where she will move. Because as long as Leona is there, they are winning the fights. But the problem is that Camille's range of engage is just so much further than Leona's. She always has those extra 5 seconds, and that could be the difference maker.
Yeah, you've heard the analyst desk, all of us, all of Reddit, Twitter, pretty much everyone in the universe complain about Camille's support or talk about how strong she is, and it's for good reason, right? Hookshot wall dive, the flash extension. Nobody outmatches this champion in terms of single target engage range. It's just something that it's hard to get away from. And Jojo Pune on the Casio, relatively vulnerable. Mirwin pretty tanky early on, so I don't know if we'll see attention paid there. We do, however, have a pause.
Htio sam kažem, nadam se da nemamo pauzu i naravno ima pauzu.
What's going on? You know?
There's a lot going on here.
We've had some audio adjustments over the course of the weekend. There's been some lighting adjustments. I assume it's something small, but who knows?
I just want to talk a little bit about things that I noticed here going into this game. Nako has opted out of the teleport, which is very common on the Rumble. And usually when you go Rumble and you don't go TP, the choice of summoner spell is Ignite, just for that extra little bit of lane pressure, a little bit of kill potential, possibly. But Nako has opted in for the Ghost, which can be very nice, especially when you end up side lane against possibly a Casio, when you have a team that really wants to kind of shut you down. Being able to weave in and out of those fights, get all those flame spitter procs that you really want to, can be crucial.
That it can, and it was just a small lighting issue, so now we're into game. One of the final 2 best of 3s here in beautiful Paris. Surrounded by KC fans as these 2 teams go toe-to-toe. Find out who can get their first victory in LEC Summer, as both these teams currently 0-2. Nako with the Ghost. Maybe can start running down Mirwin. Did opt for the double glowing moat to get some heat stacked up early, so wants to really set up for positive level 1. Feels like mandatory tech for the Rumble these days.
Yes, you see Fleshy already clearing out this ward that MKoi put in case Lynsas wanted to invade Elyoya, so maybe we will see Lynsas pushing his advantage into the enemy jungle, because as we know, in those first levels, before she has that cease and desist, she is quite weak in an extended fight. Wukong with all that extra armor from his passive just wins the extended fight all-in, so I want to see what Lynsas can do with this now that they know that the ward is cleared out.
Yeah, Stone Skin really nasty against physical damage champions.
Nice
Jojo
moves by Jojo.
Trading up against Fiesta pretty easily. Just going to start walking him down now. Doesn't even need level 2. Happy to just hit a couple Noxious Blasts there. Does miss the last one where we might have seen some flashes committed. But now it's level 2 and Fiesta completely zoned.
Mislim, Ezreal je bolji AD carry, zašto je dalje od AD carrya nego Jhin, tako da... Jhin ima cleanse, ali u Vi... Mislim će mu svako biti jako teško.
Counter the trade back, already chugged 2 of his potions, and this really highlights why we always compliment Jojo's laning phase. He just has so much pressure when he has those winning matches.
Value at 0.
And we really haven't been able to look away from mid lane so often.
Oj, damage. Ajoj, damage. Super napravio grešku.
Forced to exhaust, Ignite ticking. Really good setup for Vitality, and Supa, I think not fast enough on the Arcane Shift.
Yeah, that was beautiful tandem there by the bot lane of Vitality. The Camille W slows Supa, so Karsi lands the Deadly Flourish. Then Fleshy lands the hookshot on the wall, goes around the Leona and finds a beautiful angle, and that will be 2 summoners down from Supa and the exhaust from Alvaro. Really well done by the Vitality bot lane.
Really solid. This is something that we talked about. Normally locking them in the 2v2 feels like it would favor the Ezreal Leona, but after a trade like that, it's certainly Karsi feeling pretty comfortable. The cleanse, really good against the enemy composition, but not that early laning phase combat sum. But now that you've taken both sums away from Supa, you certainly don't mind, at least for the next few minutes.
Nice trade by Mirwin, dodges both the harpoons, realizes, okay, you don't have 2 harpoons, I can go in for the trade. Nako is going to try to get a little bit back, but I think Mirwin is happy with that.
That he is.
Now,
posturing
nice
here. Level 4 for Lensis, level 4 for Elyoya.
Keep in mind, Leona is so strong in these fights.
By the double buffs. Leona only level 2, however.
I think they're a little bit scared because they don't have summoners on their bot lane. I think they would be really happy to fight that. But keep in mind, the Leona is stronger than the Camille if the Camille goes in. But if she has to be the one that goes in, it's a little bit more difficult to find the damage.
That it is. Knockback onto Elyoya. Wasn't clear if Elyoya wanted to go for a Q flash there. Fiesta stood his ground, didn't opt to immediately flash out, but is forced to flash as Alvaro commits his own.
Good trade there. Now Fiesta stuck in lane, has no TP, no flash, and down to 25% HP. Is gonna get a little bit suffocated here. We'll see if Jordan goes for the base. I do not know if Fiesta can push this wave out in time.
Vitality's trying to take this moment of opportunity to reclaim some space, but their mid laner is recalling.
Yeah, look at the Hex Flash here from Alvaro. I think it's crucial.
Level 3 from Alvaro as well. That is going to be one tanky. Leona finds the lockup, knock up onto the hookshot wall dive, forcing the flash out from Fleshy as well. Vitality, that was a bit of an over-eager invade. You just didn't have numbers there. They opt to go for it anyway. At the very least, Mirwin is trading well on the top side, but things are getting rough.
I mean, that was a bold read. I think they expected Alvaro to go back bot lane, but he was just staying around there, reading the play completely. But now Mirwin goes for the Winds of War.
Flash
double
traded.
flash out.
Knock, of course, with the extra
Knock has no TP. He can't get out of this laning phase. He needs to take a bad base here really fast, because Mirwin has dive threat on every single wave. Elyoya already on the top side could easily walk over. So Nako is going to have to drop a wave most likely.
Frustrating a bit for Nako. Of course, Mirwin having extra time in the lane just to get a little bit extra MR as well. Going to make things that much nicer. And early Mercs, good. Extra movement speed, nice. But when you're running first strike, it feels much better to get some damage, right? To just further increase that the gold gained.
Absolutely. Now bot lane is getting slowly poked out here. Supa really wants some more damage components. He's just sitting there with a moat and a tear. Not a lot of damage, so comes back here with a longsword.
it's no damage, actually. A moat and a tear is 0 damage.
Actually, tear does extra damage to minions.
Okay, that's true. That's my bad. You're right, Finn. That's my bad. I forgot my place in this arrangement.
Correct.
You are technically right.
Se kasteri bar zabavljaju, to je uvek super.
Karzi will see what the first item he's going to go for is. Serrated Dirk, I'm assuming Yomu's, but we could also see a collector angle. The extra movement speed is nice to have against the Casio and the Galio.
Fleshy looking at the lure here. Keep in mind the Ocean Drake is the most annoying Drake to take, because with the slow and the high damage output can be easily end up in a weird situation, but will go back in. I think Lynx is coming back with a Sheen isn't the best buy, because keep in mind, at best you're going to get 2 Sheen procs in a long fight. Compared to double Ruby Crystal and a Longsword, that's a lot more combat stats.
Yeah.
And the Sheen really is more for the clear speed to get scaling up to get that Triforce power spike, because that's really when Wukong starts taking off.
Maybe accepting just being, you know, forcing or rushing to that level 6 as quickly as possible. Despite MKOI getting the Drake and getting a lot of very positive exchanges on the map, Gold still very slightly favoring Vitality. Might be more than slightly as Fleshy.
No, to Jojo.
Things off with the hookshot wall dive. Fiesta, unleash power, ignite.
On je živ, samo nešto se vratio nazad.
What the fuck? Gets the Q for movement speed, and he's just barely living. That's got to be frustrating for Vitality. Alvaro and Elyoya, you need to be careful.
Ovo je bilo ekstremno random.
Super walking up first. Karzi miles behind, but ready to get involved into the fight. Linsis exhausted, a lot of armor there to cover him as Elyoya continues to push in under Fiesta. Knows the Syndra has no ultimate, but can't afford to walk any further. Karzi getting there in time means MKOI don't really have much of a play.
I think MKOI is kind of happy with that. Look, Georgian is staying for this play, and it gave him a free push out mid. Now Fiesta has to walk all the way around, catch this wave, still has another TP, so what ended up being kind of an awkward fight still gave MKOI something in that mid lane outpush.
That it did. Gold essentially dead even. We take a look at the items. Karzi, if you feel better about that first base, Fiesta, that tiny sliver of health making all the difference between him getting that kill and that window of opportunity now closed. We'll see if Fleshy can make his appearance felt once again around the mid lane. We talked a lot about the Leona and Camille. Anytime we see these Leona, pretty much anytime you see a Camille in the game, we're going to talk about the supports a lot, because it just forces a level of roaming that we're all kind of used to seeing now, but it's still a little bit crazy. And it feels like Alvaro and Fleshy have been matching each other pretty well thus far.
Yeah, and I think that's a good job by Alvaro, because this matchup, the Camille versus Leona, it's like a cat and mouse game. The Camille really wants to move around the map and find isolated members of MKOI, so she can then hookshot on the wall and have that setup from her laners. But meanwhile, Alvaro has to be where she is at all points, because otherwise you know what Camille can do if she just finds a free gank on mid. Or top.
8 minuta bez first blooda, ne znam da li smo skoro vidjeli.
They've been really content to leave him on an island all of the time.
It's been a quiet lane top.
That it has. I mean, Mirwin had some pretty good trades. Knock still printing a bit of money, and the CS is even. We'll see. I just don't think either side is going to go top.
Yeah, look now, Knock will overhit on the wave though. Won't be able to overhit if there's a trade, so Mirwin tries to punish a little bit. It's just going to be a short trade, they're not going to die.
Out of the Ran, trying to hit the aftershock damage and then start to walk away. But Jojupun's on the way up. Knock though thinks maybe he wants to extend.
Oh, this is interesting. Mirwin is now going to TP both to cover that wave. They're opening to completely secure top Grub's top because they know Knock can't base in TP. This is why teleport is so strong, because you can just decide what lane assignments you want. They are really happy having this tanky Galio into the Syndra, just clearing waves on the weak side. Meanwhile, Knock is going to have to use the Equalizer to clear out this wave, but he's probably going to have to look for a recall here, because next wave is super dangerous if he stays.
But he is. 3 Grubs picked up. Of course, no Drake, because MKOI did take it earlier. It's still spawning in 2 minutes. Vitality going to do what they can in the bottom lane, taking away the blue buff. It's nice to have, but it does feel like MKOI, with the power of that TP, as you called out, are just a step ahead when it comes to moving around the map. And Carzzy forced to flash. He might have just always been forced to do that, so it does look a little bit awkward. But with Mirwin walking up from bot lane, he didn't have a quick, easy way. He didn't have a clone to get him out over the wall.
It's very scary when a Leona walks at you. And I think MKOI is quite happy with his game state. They've secured the first Drake, all 3 Grubs, and they have denied every single play that Camille wants to do early game. So off to a good start. We want to see if they can keep this up, because the name of the game for MKOI has and will always be patience. It's something that they lack, and sometimes something we always criticize them for, that in fact they are a little bit impatient. But so far in this early game, they're showing good stuff.
There they are. 9 minutes 30. No kills yet. If you took the
Turbo sport game, nevjerovatno. Ja se skoro slažem, nikad ne bih rekao da igraju ove dve ekipe, ovaj game.
Look, it benefits one side a little bit more than the other, and it's always the side that doesn't have the Camille. Fleshy not able to find a lot of those early angles. Did get all those summoners bot lane, so it felt like it was starting really promisingly, but they weren't able to convert that into a greater advantage. You can see only one tower play, it looks like, taken off of that bot lane tower, and the gold, while it's slightly in Carzzy's favor, hasn't led to much, and that's a man who just lost his flash.
Yeah, I mean, Carzzy is known for stepping up a little bit without sums, but I think he will learn his lesson this game. He is playing Jhin, has a lot of range, can easily clear waves from very far away, so I expect him to be respectful, but you never know. You never know. As here we see Jojupun.
I think we can rely on AD carries to die on mid wave. Yeah. I feel like we can trust them. Not dying on waves, sometimes harder. But we'll have to see as Jojupun connects the initial...
AD carry preferiraju da umiru na waveovima kada ne treba, to smo zaključili, ali...
This matchup is not getting easier for Fiesta. Has the Swifties...
A Mato, to je legit. Mislim, ti pikaš Camille da bi otvorio mapu. Čitava poenta Camille kao heroja je da ima level 1 koji je beyond broken i da napravi dovoljni momentum da njena ekipa samo ima dovoljno veliki lead. Mislim, nema šta, to je...
But because you have the Ghost, you really need to make fights happen as a 5-man unit. You can't really play as split. You see, MKOI is playing a very wide game state, while Vitality really needs to try to constrict it a little bit. As now Dive comes out here, but the Galio ult I think will just be enough to save him. But Fiesta has to flash out.
He has to force flash. Okay! Oh, that last tower shot, that last stick of poison. Not a very climactic first blood, but a first blood MKOI are happy to receive.
I mean, that was disgusting.
Ja mislim da je samo Vitality doomed. Fiesta je jedini koji ih je držao juče u partiji. Inače da vas koji niste gledali Vitality, znači juče Fiesta izgledao dobro, svi ostali se raspadali i izgledalo je kao da možda imaju šanse da urade nešto. Prekjuče Fiesta se raspadao, Vitality izgledao kao Silver 3 team, bukvalno.
So here for Fiesta to go for the Syndra, I like that it gives him the flex pick angle, but yeah, Syndra needs a little bit more under her belt to get the damage down. Cassio certainly does not have that problem as long as she's got mana, and she's got a hell of a lot of mana.
Yeah, and I really need to see Vitality start doing things, because I feel like the story for them these last few days is they looked really disjointed. They weren't really making any proactive plays on the map. And this game so far is kind of the same story. They have all these tools. You have the Syndra stun, you have the Jhin Camille, the Wukong. You have so many ways to start fights. But every single fight you start, MKOI is just walking away from it. And you need to really be more on the same page. Click your buttons, flash on someone at the same time, because time is ticking away.
It does feel like a kind of competition where if you just all push your buttons on one person, they'll die.
Absolutely.
Now, I can't promise that you'll win the fight after that. It could be tricky, but Fleshy might not even make it to the fight. Lockdown, layered CC, the miasma there. Carzy standing behind, but he just doesn't do a damn thing. Second kill over to MKOI. And Vitality are falling apart a bit. That was messy. They didn't have control of the bottom side, and now it's Carzy who looks to be next on the list. Flash forward, Zenith Blade cleanse.
Koliko Vitality izgleda loše, čoveč. I doduše slušao sam nešto pričao pri game i to, i onda pričao malo o Fiesti i kao zašto nije igrao dobro itd. itd. I jednom trenutku jedna od komunikacija je bila što su rekli kao pa znaš kao oni nisu kao imaju problema s komunikacijom i nisu imali dovoljno skrimova. Bro, ti si doveo lika iz Koreje i doveo si ga prekasno. Mislim, ne znam kako, brate, u 2026. komunikacija tima možda bude, pa, znaš, kao, imamo problema s komunikacijom jer nam igrač iz Koreje, ti si doveo Koreanca, i loše smo skrimovali. Ok, znači, management je nesposoban. What do you mean? U lecu. Znaš kao, ok, ajde na nekim manjim ligama šta god, ali kao Let's. Oni imaju neki budžet, imaju kao neku konstantu. Taj 0 bodova. Display.
And again, it feels like they've had the tools, even in the early game, but haven't been able to find the angles to make it work. Nako assigned to the bottom side of the map, maybe recognizing that they're not in a great position to contest this Herald. Despite that, Linces is still walking up here. It is a reset from Mirwin. So only 4 members are going to be in the area to contest this Herald. However, Mirwin has a TP. Nako at least has his role quest completed, so will be allowed to join the fight. And this could still be an angle for Vitality.
I mean, the game is quite even. Everyone has really got that first item, so goal lead doesn't really matter. The fact that MKOI is up.
Clone, split. Linces immediately going to go for the world, but he's already been locked up. They found the real target. Dujapim's just on the chase. Q flash forward, coming in from Elyoya.
They're just
Fleshy running away.
Every single time Vitality pulls the trigger, MKOI players just walk away and they get everything they want.
1v1 in the bottom lane was going
Nevjerovatno.
in favor of Nako. He has already used the equalizer. Will force the flash out of Mirwin.
Mislim, kao ovaj split leca ne treba, ne znam ja koliko dugo, oni nemaju vremena.
So not a lot else for Nako to grab as there's a 1v1 happening on the top side of your screen, and in the meantime, Elyoya's taken the Herald. So things once again coming up MKOI. They finally
Vidim, to, mislim, daleko od toga da je optimalno, ali ako ništa s druge strane, na ovom nivou ti je mnogo bitnije kakav si ti nego ko ti je protivnik, tako da.
Walking at Fleshy. This is a world, we've seen a lot of Camille's, you know, you get 1 or 2 kills early, you're accelerated, you get that sundered sky, you're unkillable. Fleshy is not that Camille, does at least have the Bloodsong, has completed his support quest.
Look at Mirwin is opening up here behind as well, but so is Nako. This might be a 5v5.
This is a lot committed
for a Gromp.
But Vitality are down to clown, they're down to fight, man.
I mean, Dragon is up bot side, but we are 5-manning the Gromp. I respect it.
They really don't like that Gromp. Or Linces, apparently, as Linces is in trouble now. Carzy winning over the wall. Oh, I don't think Alvaro wanted that one. Now he's a little bit too far. In enemy territory, the route is there. Like MKOI, will they leave a man behind? They probably should. Oh, nasty sidestep from Alvaro. Ulti shield now coming in, giving a little bit more. Linces still locked up. There's no follow-up damage, so he will just die. But Mirwin trying to chase down Fleshy. Supa can't land a Q. Fleshy a little bit too clean with it. 4-shot. This is getting bad really fast. This is great for Vitality. Super finally able to go over the wall. Lince is now going to fall. The equalizer not enough. Fleshy debating if he can go in again. Hookshot EQ Super. Ooh. Remember, he's firing mostly blind there. I don't think that ward gives him quite perfect vision. The Drake still looks like it's going to go in favor of MKOI, but
dobit će koji manje više sve opet ovu mapu.
Favor MKOI, but Vitality happy to at least get some kills on the board.
They pushed their buttons and they got some kills, but you see again, they're just enamored by this topside jungle. They really want to fight there. But this E by Alvaro, it's kind of when you're jumping on the trampoline, you know, and then your friend jumps at the same time and you fly twice as far up and you just go way too far away. He is now super deep in enemy territory, and
my man got super bounced. He's on the ground. He has a concussion. You have to call the ambulance. It's not good. Surprisingly, though, he plays really good with the concussion. I mean, he still lives for a very long time.
He's a fantastic player under concussion. I think the problem here for Vitality was that the Rumble was quite far away. He couldn't really come here and lay down the equalizer when the fight started. You see it's coming now, but most of MKOI is already out of this tight corridor, and once again, they just walk away from the threats of Vitality.
And it's nice to see Vitality get kills, but it's also frustrating because you finally see them find a good fight. A reminder that their champions work the way we expect them to. They do good damage. If you can lock people up in that equalizer, it's a very powerful composition, even at a deficit like this. But the question now is, can they find that opportunity on their own? Or are they going to need to find another Leona on a walkabout before we'll see a fight like that?
Yeah, there might be another Leona on a walkabout. I think so far what MKOI has shown is that they really pick their fights well. And MKOI that we had, some of the complaints we had about MKOI was that they just took any fight given to them. And I think so far this game they've been very smart about their fight selection, and so far it's really bringing a lot of confidence in what they can do, because we were kind of hesitant towards calling MKOI a good team after the first two series, but then again that was against Vitality.
Igli su u G2 i KC, da.
We still expect MKOI to be the third best team in our region so far, and I think so far they're sure.
Mislim, zaboravljamo malo na Navi, ali dobro, ajde, kako god hoće. Navi je izgledao mnogo dobro prethodni split, bar u regularnom delu. I Navi i Vitality koji su bili tu negde, iskreno.
But it's solid, both for the fans, for your reputation, and for your own confidence to put up a good performance on this stage. And this for MKOI feels good. The other good game was their first game on stage, was that Akali bot lane. That felt like when they were all firing together. And this kind of reminiscent of that, and then it feels like the team has the same idea and are working well to execute it.
I really want Vitality to implement the Rumble a little bit more in these fights.
Rock up there. Ulti coming in from Mirwin. Linsis and Karzi already on the retreat. Well, it's retreat. I said retweet.
Maybe something's happening there. We said we wanted to implement the Rumble more. Now Judgment caught out.
Flashed away. Fleshy on the chase. Can try to lock him in the Thunderdome. Fiesta coming in from behind. Jojokun's still living for quite a long time here. Hoping to take down Fiesta. Good pick for Vitality. A lot of ultis used, but well worth it to take down Jojo. He was at 3-0, now at 3-1.
I mean, they needed some shmoney and they just got it. But Mirwin will take a plate in the bot lane. Let's see if Vitality can get something more on the top side. Those ults will be back up and available for next Dragon, and that's really what's going to be the next vantage point. The next place the fight will happen. And they really need to try to lock down now. Judgment won't have a flash for this next Dragon fight. That might be the opportunity that Vitality needed.
Picking off the strongest member of the team. 2 items, third on the way. Cassio really strong. Supa similarly decent, but did just only now finish his role quest. Is that true? I saw the boots disappear from his inventory. I'm not 100% confident.
Maybe he just bought.
Maybe he just bought.
Fresh pair of leather shoes. I'm not quite sure.
It's a possibility. Regardless, 2 items just about across the board for both of these teams. Obviously, top lane are still lagging behind a bit. It looks like we're going to have Imperial Mandate on Mirwin.
Oh, I do like that. I love Imperial Mandate. Such a cool item. I'm trying to find every champion that can abuse it. My main prospects are Maokai and Alistar. I think it's really fun.
Na, Alistaru je poprilično decent.
Imperial Mandate got changed a few patches ago. Now it gives you ability haste on your CC inflicting abilities. So obviously it works very well on Galio.
Specifically hard CC, immobilizing effects.
Yeah, immobilizing effect. So for Galio that's very nice because this W, E, and R all benefit of that. And if you CC someone, they are marked and will take 7% more damage. So very useful if you're like a bruisery AP tank.
Yes. And gets rid of Nami building it, which is fantastic because I kind of hated that.
I did see a lot of Nami's bite in my solo queue games though.
On accident?
Yeah, because they didn't read the patch notes and they were just completely useless.
A ne znam baš da li mi je Hunt sama problem, iskreno. A mislim da je dosta dobar radi carry Hunt sama, iskreno. Ne bi ga ja dirao.
Maybe hoping to find an exit kill.
Yeah, looking for Linsis here. Has to flash.
A minute until Soul. So if they find a kill on Linsis here, that's it for the Dragon Soul. Linsis now running for dear life. Warrior Trickster out, but now the chase comes in, the point and click. It's all too easy for MKOI. The absolute worst possible scenario for Vitality as they lose their jungler.
Monkey see, monkey do, monkey die. As now MKOI might turn to the Baron instead. Maybe don't even care about the soul, but now Judgment is against on mid lane. Just gonna be a stun maybe.
Initial start to the pick. Follow-up is there from Fleshy, but now Mirwin's on the way in that magic damage shield, keeping Jojo standing. It's all falling apart. Karzi is dead as well. Vitality looking loose, looking scared, looking messy as MKOI take their sweet time. They pick off Fleshy. They're debating if they want to go for another.
Mada vidi, slažem se da je Jojo Giga dobar, iskreno. Ja slažem da je Jojo god. Jojo stvarno kad igra dobro, nevjerovatan je.
Now Naknako has that ultimate, really wants to find something, dodge some skill shots, get some poke damage, because if they get this dragon, it is very tough for Vitality to play the game.
Supa has lost some HP, but Fiesta is without ultimate, has Protobell, has the flash, finds the initial stun. Mirwin now in trouble as Nako pushes up. Aftershock gonna fade. Mirwin, nice moves, but the burn should just finish him off. But Nako, the flash into the enemy team. He does connect the equalizer onto 3. It's a decent amount of chip damage, and it might push MKOI back enough to stop the play, but now it's the flash out from Fiesta. Deadly Flourish doesn't connect. Fleshy, hook shot, the wall dive, not quite in time. Exhaust already there, Fleshy about to drop. Lince's retreating, and once again,
ne postoji roster, mislim da svi vrlo zna.
2 for 1 in their favors. Nako and Fleshy fall in exchange for Mirwin, and now it's just going to be sole point for the side of MKOI.
Yeah, I don't think Lince's can get into that pit and steal it. It would require a miracle for him to deny this dragon, but it might be looking.
Lince's, we're not going to get it. Cloud Drake, Cloud Soul for MKOI.
Definitely terrifying for a team that has been running away for you all game. Now they're going to run at you very, very, very fast as we look back at his replay. It starts with Nako finding a lot of harpoons.
Abbiamo mi te igrači.
A lot of chunk damage. But the thing is, sure, he's going to kill him here, but he goes so deep to kill him, and suddenly that's all your damage right now. Rumble with the equalizer is up. He just puts it down before he dies, but it just walked out of. And in the end, it's just going to be a 3-4 as Fiesta is dead.
And it does feel like Vitality, they had lost control of the game a while ago, but this is really the moment where I felt like they lost control. Nako full focusing on that single kill instead of backing up.
Ne znam, ja sam to komentarisao prošli put kad smo pričali o zmajevima, ne znam iz kog razloga, ali Cloud je najružnije urađen zmaj u ovoj grafici. Znači baš je užasno napravljen.
And you can hear the once raucous arena is dead quiet.
They're not enjoying this that much.
Ain't nobody in this house excited about MKOI kicking the head.
Ne vole što koji vinal, klasični Francuzi, kažem.
Extra not excited when Jojo Pune comes out of that bush and kills Carzy, who's dead. Wow. Okay. Folks, I'd love to give it a little more sauce, but there's not a lot of sauce to be had here. They're just getting run down. Nako running out to safety. Knockup just barely clipping him, and he's going to be dead because every single piece of CC in the world is available to MKOI, and it's making it so easy for them to push this lead.
Well, it turns out MKOI with a lead is pretty good still in our league. I think good snowball from them this game.
Good with the lead when they have CC. Let's not, I don't want to see another Nafiri Karma.
Mislim da Bibi nije... Inspired Caps, Kalist ne. Mislim da je Kalist isto dosta... A mislim dobro, stvari sad ko zna s ovom novom metom, iskreno je pitanje. Realno slažem se, raspoložen Jojo i Caps na botu da igra mage'eve i to je to. I onako Caps voli da igra jade carry-e, Korkija, Tristanu, Lucijana. Kad pogledaš Capsov champion pool, realno gledano on igra. On isto više voli AD carry-e nego mage'eve, a igra jedno i drugo, tako da... Caps na botu i GG.
What you can do is pick people, but no one really has been picked.
And I think that if you're an incredibly creative player, Camille is a champion that can still, even in an even game, do a lot of work. But if you're not in 100% in the right mindset, if your team coordination isn't on point, I think it's just so hard to force and find those angles. And it's just really limited vitality in this game. MKOI are just walking on a victory march,
We're going to have to see a last stand from Vitality. You need to find some kind of fight. Maybe a pick onto Mirwin is the thing you need. Maybe if you flash onto Jojo who doesn't have flash. Right now, the game is falling apart. You need to take charge of it.
On to Jojo. Immediate combo comes in. Jojo able to get some CC down, but Mirwin's ulti keeps him standing. The movement speed steroid from Cloud is disgusting. All of Vitality running. That's all they had in the tank, and it wasn't enough to even find a single kill. Lince's dead. Carzy dead. Fiesta and Fleshy doing what they can to hold the line as Nako steps out.
Napolju će neka oluja, ljudi moji.
Don't know where Nako is going.
I to ozbiljna oluja, tako da čisto da se spremite.
Will heal right back up when he gets there. MKOI poised to end it. Refused to hold the wooden spoon. Determined to pass it to the side of Vitality as Fleshy. No agency, no chance to make a play. Alvaro goes in one more time and Fiesta going to drop down yet again. MKOI absolutely the better team from start to finish in game one as they move up in the series.
And Nako once again has to stare at his Nexus fall while all his teammates lie dead on the ground. Tough game from Vitality. I really want to see more from them in this game too. I really need to see this team wake up because right now
Dosta loše. Imam pomolen Klari samo da poslovimo što treba, pošto kao što sam rekao napolje neka oluja. Tu smo za 10 minuta game 2. Ja se iskreno nadam brza partija da možemo što pre se bacimo na drugu seriju. KCG tu će bude apsolutni banger.
Yeah, we got a special desk as well because Fragan is joining us together with Odo to talk about this absolute shellacking that Movistar Koi dealt to Vitality, I have to say. Fragan, were you impressed by what you saw on the Rift?
It kind of felt a bit like a stomp.
Oh, yes. It was a slow one as well, so maybe it brought back memories for you because back in the day, they were all slow.
It was very slow. I mean, this felt pretty fast compared to back in the day. We would have 20 minutes without any action.
Yeah, how fast or how slow was the storm back in the day? Because it felt like even the fastest games were 40, 50-minute bangers.
Yeah, it is. And I think I realized that yesterday too, playing Classic. Is like just walking out of base takes like a minute to get to the lane. And now they're just sprinting everywhere. So I think that's a big part of why the game was slow back then.
Yeah. Talk to me about the Syndra Casio matchup. What did it used to be like? What does it look like now? I know you've been picking up League a little bit as of recent.
I think back in the day, it kind of seems like Casio didn't have much agency in lane, but the early lane phase, it looked like Jojo was actually doing really well and kind of pushing the Syndra around a little bit.
What about all of this action that you see? Because it, okay, back then I felt like you were AFK in the moment you joined the game. It was 10 or 14 minutes, but now it's already 3 minutes in game and the mid laners are just involved in every single fight.
Yeah, there's a lot of skirmishing, which is really fun to see, and players get to showcase if they can like dodge abilities and like whatever they can cook up with their teammates and have some synergy early on. I think it's really fun to see.
Do you think there's more skill expression for mid laners in the modern day than there was for you guys?
I think there's more skill expression now. Back then you basically had top jungle and support that didn't really deal any damage and you didn't have to care about them at all, where it's like you just have to focus on a few people. Now everyone can kind of like do damage and make an impact in the game.
So EU mids was a sham.
Yeah, I mean, back then was it one of those skill sets that you needed as a mid laner to just micro-manage people and tell them to come mid lane and stuff like this, or are you just more of a loner?
I think it is a mix, where because you move so slowly around the map, you have to be on the same page as your teammates back then, because if you split up from them, it takes like a really long time to group up again. Yeah.
Yeah, we got a screenshot for you if you don't know what to say. I think we got it at least. I didn't check with production, but it was actually, we're working on it, so we don't have it yet. Spoiler alert. Now you, Fragan, you were 5-6 on Casio and 0-2 on Syndra all-time career, and this is actually the very first time I believe that you played Syndra competitively. Look at this. You also played with a Camille and a Jhin.
Yeah. I'm not a Syndra player, I'm gonna be honest. I think most of the time I'm on the Casio side of that matchup.
That's patch 7.3, so that's what, 8-9 years ago? Well, Syndra Jhin Camille was bad 9 years ago, and it's still bad today, so not much has changed.
Nothing has changed.
I mean, in solo queue, Camille is so OP.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun to play with Camille support.
It is.
But in competitive games, it's, I mean...
How many times did you get ganked by Camille? Because it feels like when you're an Unk and you just rock up to lane and you're, okay, I'm going to play my little bird, and I'm going to put some walls and stuff, and then bam!
Yeah.
Camille jumping on you level 1.
I think playing a little bit, I have had a lot of supports that are like upset at me because like, watch out, Camille is there, and I'm like, okay, what does that mean? Like, it's fine, she can't reach me, and then I'm like, oh shit.
And used to, my supports never came to get me, like, what is this? Odo, we expected, or we wanted, I think, a strong showing from Movistar Core, right, due to the pedigree. Are you sufficiently happy with what they showed in Game 1?
Honestly, yes. I was quite happy because they fell behind in the early game, and honestly, Vitality in their typical fashion, the lead up until 5 minutes, and then everyone just wants to go home. That I felt like that was the trend. But MKOI surprised me because against such a, I guess, dynamic team comp and such an explosive team comp, it's not easy to find these ways. But when it comes to the period from 15 minutes up until to the point they ended the game, it was quite easy because they had these fundamentals locked in. They were always putting vision, they were always fighting with numbers, and they were just nullifying Camille's advantage all over the map.
It looked like it. Now Fragan Vitality's playing with a brand new mid laner, right? Only a couple of weeks of scrims. Can you give some insight into what that situation is like in the modern era, on stage, big team you're playing up against, etc.?
With all this skirmishing going on, I can imagine it's kind of hard to get the synergy going and probably need some time to actually be on the same page about a lot of the things.
Speaks a different language too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, I played with a lot of different people that have varied like levels of English, whereas like I think in League you kind of speak a lot of the same language. You don't need to know that many like different calls, right? Like you just have to be on the same page, and that's something you can practice whenever it's in scrims and stuff.
Yeah, I heard from Pat, he said that it's like the League stuff, the simple stuff is working, but it's when one layer of complexity is added, right? Although and that makes sense when he all of a sudden is in a position where he has the lead or he has the first move, and then he has to communicate all of that to the team.
Yeah, that's the issue with a lot of the, I guess, modern League players, is that they put a lot of energy into learning how the game should normally be played. Oh, well, normally this play should work or that play should work. But the moment that one thing goes wrong, and we saw it with Vitality plenty of times, the moment one thing goes wrong, it becomes incredibly hard, because if it's not a skill that you're practicing in scrims, if it's not part of your muscle memory, the capability to recover from bad plays and finding, you know, a baseline that you can fall back to recover, that's usually what happens when you have these sorts of newer players trying to integrate into an already functioning team.
Yes. If they were to put you in Froggen, how good would you do against Jojo?
Do I get a Nivea?
Yeah?
Yeah, I get a Nivea.
Then that's fine, that's fine. I'm pretty confident I would be able to play a Nivea.
I believe it.
It's an option, Pat. No, just kidding. I'm sure Fiesta will improve. Thank you so much, Froggen. Thank you for reminiscing and going down memory lane. And we'll see if Vitality can fight back as we get into Game 2 after this.
Shut the fuck up.
As now dive comes out here, but the Galio I think will just be enough to save him. But Fiesta has splash out. He has to force flash. Okay!
Okay, deja el yo, largo mid. I don't reach yo. Okay, flash cancel.
It's not bad fight, They use everything,
Good job.
Welcome to the European League of Legends Championship Series.
Brother, let me try.
Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
In your best man speech, you said my wife is funnier than me.
That's factually correct.
Okay.
We're in range.
Nah, it's fine, man. It's fine. Relax. I've got this. I have years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, but it's gonna.
It's very hard. And there we go. Look at that. What are you so worried about?
Oh,
Championship Series.
Welcome back to Paris in the Adidas Arena, where we are getting ready for the second game in the series. Now, if you're a Vitality fan and you're just joining us, don't rewatch that first game. You're here for the second game, and that's all that matters. And we're hoping that we see a lively bounce back from this Vitality lineup, because I think it's safe to say, Finn, that MKOI just kind of smashed them.
Some would say MKOI kind of kicked their butts.
Yeah.
I think it would be safe to say that MKOI definitely kicked their gluteus, but we know Vitality players know how to fight. They literally fought their way to the first seed in spring. One mid lane change is not going to change the innate ability of every single player on this team, but right now, clearly, they are incapable of choosing and creating good fight opportunities for themselves. Now, what needs to change so they gain back that? I'm gonna say you need to give your laners more engaged, more tools. Give Naknako a winning lane, give Fleshy something he can engage on that maybe doesn't get one shot like the Camille, and maybe, just maybe, we're gonna see Vitality that looks like it's gonna have a slight pulse.
Yeah, I think like Fleshy Nautilus, look, we know it's a comfort pick for him. We've seen him level up as a player. That's, you know, was a part of their success in spring, to be beyond just kind of the Nautilus, like what Nautilus Pike.
Evo nas nast, ajmo da vidimo šta će da rade, šta će da draftuju.
Okay, so they don't want Fleshy to return to his roots of being a Nautilus merchant. I understand that.
And that is really speaking to me, because I think that means they maybe want to play a sort of Rakan or maybe a range support bot with a Nautilus ban. I think usually I'm thinking maybe a Saya Rakan for Fleshy Karzi, maybe something like an Ezreal Karma. Obviously, Ezreal is taken out, so that's not possible. Or Lucian Milio, something like this. Maybe something with a little bit of oomph in the laning phase is what Vitality need.
Yeah, and I think you could see, I don't know, I don't see a lot of joy in the Vitality camp right now. So I'm hoping that they can rally their mental, find some picks that are going to feel comfortable for them in-game. Because it was messy across the board. I don't think anyone walked away from that game one looking fantastic. So clean, reset. Bard banned here. Now Akali was banned in game one. I suspect in anticipation of the early Syndra, but
something that stands out to me, Kai'Sa is available for Super this game, has been banned a lot away from him so far this weekend, so comfort pick for him.
Yeah,
gonna see where MKOI takes his first pick. You have many options, but it's gonna be the Lee Sin for Elyoya, a scrappy jungler, big confidence pick for him here, and I think they have realized that as long as they play fights better, they're gonna win the series.
Yeah. And I like having that Lee Sin, I like having that agency. Again, agency, the name of the game for Elyoya and Alvaro. I think if we feel like if we scream it from up here...
Lucian Milio je rano. Dobro, ovdje carry se vraćaju donekle, mislim, to je nešto.
It's a bit hyperbolic to say it never works, but it's what we like. Pairing alongside the Ahri certainly would be a good look too. The Charm, such an excellent setup for the Lee Sin. But the Lucian Milio that you called out, Finn, has been locked in. So we're not going to see playmaking from the side of Fleshy, and maybe the range support here forces Alvaro to play more for the 2v2, as now it's actually the Xayah locked in, immediately going to be the Rakan to follow.
Interesting, because Xayah Rakan into Lucian is not
Lee Sin.
Really a good lane matchup, but this
izgleda da gledamo normalan draft.
Alvaro is a fantastic Rakan player. He can not only set up fights by going first, he also has great follow-up for when Elyoya goes in with that Sonic Wave Resonating Strike, and has many ways to be dynamic and fluid in this game. I do think that you can't really leave Super alone too much, just because how strong the cooling can be, and you need to play a little bit more heavily towards the bot lane, so might not be the same support Fiesta roam around the entire kind of gameplay that we have grown to love.
Yeah.
Or hate.
Yeah, or hate. Depends on who that you are. It does feel like we'll see a little bit more honest 2v2 laning, as now we will see the Akali banned away. Of course, with Xayah locked in, there's really no potential for a flex, but just respecting how good JoJo is on the champion.
Dobro, vidi su, pa igrao Akali, izgledalo je dobro. Nije da nije.
So what I like here is, I think there's a clear change in Vitality's direction. They are going to pick Pantheon, and I assume they're going to try to secure strong laners that they can play for. Pantheon can join any lane that's having a good trade. You take a good trade top, Pantheon is there. You take a good trade bot, Pantheon is there. And they're also setting up the last pick for, I assume, Naknako. So I want to see them just take the fight to MKOI and not just wait like they did last game.
Would certainly be an excellent setup, especially with them having last pick here. if they could get a bunch of strong winning lanes. Now, in between the break, we were talking about, wow, that was some Rogue vibes from Vitality. And when we brought it up, we were referring to the dark days of Rogue. But if we look at the good days of Rogue, Finn, the top 3 days of Rogue, 3 winning lanes was the key to success. If you can just get a bunch of winning lanes and Goomba Stomp early on, you can go a long, long way. Now, Orianna, a champion that usually doesn't make it this far in the draft.
Absolutely not. And I think usually it's because Lock is open. You don't want to take Orianna if Lock is open, but Lock is banned.
Ne znam koliko je dobar Lock u Orianu, ali mislim da svakako Oriana je giga jaka.
Only really gets countered by Lock and Akali. Both are taken out already, and it will be a Victor counter pick, which is kind of a neutralizer. The lane is quite slow. You're gonna see them trade their ults a little here and there, just get wave push outs. But it's really in team fights where these two champions shine. As we see the Ambessa blind for Murin, something that he has grown to love as well. Pretty bold blind.
Ok, Ambessu si uzeo, nisi bano Renegtona. Nisam ubeđen ni u koji je draft najiskrenije.
Ambessa in the laning phase. And combine that with a Pantheon that can join there any single breathing moment, I have high hopes for the top side of Vitality.
I think you should. It feels like very clear path to success. Strong 2v2 bot lane. Millie Illusion can be super oppressive. I see the theoretical potential of what MKOI have put together here. But Vitality with a clear plan for success in the early game, and a plan for success that doesn't hinge on them doing something new or coordinating well as a team. Linces just pushes W. Nocko just plays lane like he usually does. And the 2v2 plays, once again, this bot lane duo that we've seen them succeed on a lot of times before.
Yeah, and I absolutely love Vitality's draft. I think kudos to Vitality. The bounce back found a really good draft. They have a very solid draft altogether. Strong lanes, strong supporting jungler. Now on the other side, MKOI has a draft that says Elyoya and Alvaro is gonna make magic. Let me be clear, if Elyoya and Alvaro does not make magic, I don't see how MKOI wins this game. The pressure is on them this time. Last game it was on Fleshy, on that Camille, but now that has flipped, and we're gonna have to see how strong the support jungle of MKOI really is.
I agree. It's a lot of pressure. You pick the Zyrakan into the Lucian Milio. This can be really tricky early on, but betting on themselves in this context. Felt so good about that game one, rightfully so, that I think maybe taking some risks here, and we'll see if they pay off. It's the Penn and Teller draft. Let's see if they can fool Vitality, get more out of these individual skill expressive.
Penn and Teller imaju dobre stvari na YouTube. Tvrđujem. Kasteri znaju, respekt.
Shout out to Cars using into this one. 400 games in EU. Actually insane.
That's a big number.
I feel like it was yesterday when he joined the league. Obviously a part of that Mad Lions lineup that kind of took the league by storm. And former teammates with Elyoya, right? A lot of history between those two guys.
Especially a lot of history with Mad, or MKOI as they're now called as well.
Yeah.
Bit of a grudge match, as you see. Super and Alvaro most likely gonna have to give up the push here in the bot lane. Really needs that level 3, where you get all those feathers, you get Rakan's all the maneuverability of the E and W, get it with a gleaming Quill Q. That's where you see that lane really wake up. So we expect to see Flesh and Cars have a firm grip on this wave state.
Yep, for now. Just using the double daggers from Supa to trade at range. Doing what they can to at least vaguely threaten a fight for level 2. Although unlikely that they'll really be able to contest.
He's just slamming it on the table right now, just walking up to Fiesta.
Fiesta is...
Jojo ga baš ga bije. Baš ga bije.
Once again, Jody Pune having a lot of success in the early trades. We saw it yesterday on, or not yesterday, today in the previous game on the Casio. Now on the Victor, using that early shield to really trade aggressively. Nice laser.
Ma to morao si na vreme. Što posle? Ajoj. Da.
That is not what you want. Victor is a champion that when he gets early kills or assists, really accelerates when he gets his skill upgrades. Victor is not a strong early game skirmisher. He should not get early kills.
No, I agree.
This is
and we said MKOI were going to need to make magic. But we thought it was Elyoya and Alvaro putting a lady in the box, saw her and a half, putting together. It was JoJo.
Putting a lady in the box?
You've never seen the trick with a saw and it's like, I'm referencing magic tricks here.
Are you putting ladies in the boxes?
No. Bro, please, I don't need that joke to be the one that follows me around. Regardless, regardless, Jojo Pune in the end is the one who makes someone disappear in the mid lane, and now it's going to be hard for Fiesta because he didn't buy anything when he backed as a refillable, but Alvaro dies!
There's a lane in that box in bot lane, and it's Alvaro stuck in the box being sawed down by Carson, but Super going here for the trade back, has the damage.
Super, dobro.
Flash away from Flashy, manages to get away from that damage, just making it a 1-for-1 in the end.
I'm surprised Carson died there. I thought for sure he could walk out of that, but we were
Stun
not
flat forward from Lynch, just a body block. Fiesta holding on for Selyoya, quick safeguard out from Elyoya. Will make it out, flash away from the stun. Q in, back on to Fiesta, and another kill. Oh,
it's the magic man.
Is it?
It's the magic man.
Yeah.
I mean, it is easy to make magic when your mid laner is just solo killing Orianna level 2 as Victor. To be clear, Elyoya here is not done. Are you not entertained? They're fighting everywhere right now. We're not seeing any trade stop, and now guys
I will say, last game we had the latest first blood of the split so far. It is refreshing to up the pace of the game, but I am immediately sad for Fiesta.
I'm concerned.
Što Fiesta grifa? Što budeš sad za čoveka? A laki za njega, ali brate moj li grifuje, mislim. Igrao je 3 serije i jednu od 3 serije igrao dobro. Mislim... Jako unlucky za njega, ali... Mislim, dosta ljudi ih flameovalo, Vitality i generalno se flameuju ekipe, zato što je svačije rješenje da dovedu random lika iz Koreje. Ne kažem da je Fiesta random, ali...
Taking a deep breath right now after all that early fighting. Fiesta pushing out mid here. Really wants to get a base so he can get a little bit of item components so he can actually scrap with his Victor right now. He's sitting with the boots and refillable, not really the stats you want. Nako is brewing a small lead in the top lane. It's really level 6 where this matchup becomes really good for the Renegade. When you get the Dominus, all that ticking damage, all those extra stats make it so difficult for Ambessa to contest you in a long lane like top lane.
Yeah, and it looks like Nako is set up pretty well to get that level 6 first. It's going to be close.
I mean, getting a pickaxe base as Renekton is the dream. You just get so much more damage. There's no...
Fiesta? Oh no, he doesn't sidestep!
On će da umre opet. On će umreti opet. Ne. Ne.
He was so close to escaping. He didn't...
It's like the doors are closing, and at the moment you think you're out, they just chop right down like a guillotine. It's so sad. Linsa's gonna try to start this dragon right now. It still has the bot push of Carsey and Fleshy. He's gonna secure an objective for Vitality.
Ooh, nice backstep on the ulti from Nako. Mirwin not gonna hit anything. Could just be the solo bolo here. Cold a week ready to go. Ooh, Mirwin. Flash just barely taking him out there.
Yeah, but now he has no flash. You know, when Linsa ticks over to level 6 and gets that Grand Skyfall, could be a lot of opportunity for Vitality to attack Merwin once again before his flash comes back up.
True. And some gold leads at least for the side of Vitality. 260 in favor of Nako. Carsey holding on to a small 130 after that kill. Got traded in the bottom lane. And no,
he snuck into the bot lane bush.
Well, Finn, we are seeing the magic we asked for. Exhaust down on the Carsey. Good trade back on the Super. But Elyoya's here, and they absolutely do not know. Kick back, but he manages to live. No. But Alvaro again gets the kill.
Alvaro's he's picking them up like Skittles right now. He's just eating so many of the rainbows.
And this is, I mean,
he's accelerated.
We're just seeing the story of Vitality in every one of these plays, which is they're so close to getting something on that tiniest sliver.
Okay,
they can't even survive.
He's on a ward. He's clearing out your ward. Okay, he's fine. He's fine. Ouch.
He knows the kick is down.
He already has E upgrade. And he's halfway towards his Q upgrade. This is insane. He has 45 stacks on his second upgrade until he gets it.
Oof. Well, Alvaro's here. Level 5. Weird thing. 7 minutes support level 5. Very strange. Not something we're used to seeing. Yeah, it should be like level 2 or 3 in my experience. But, you know, nice change of pace. As,
yeah, let's see. Where can Vitality go? You still have Nako. He's super accelerated, going for the early eclipse. Is still a power point, and not just a presentation, but also a devastator in those side lanes.
Really good gravity field there. Punishing Fiesta. Getting that good trade. Of course, it's only a catalyst for Jojo, opting for a tankier build. I think makes a lot of sense when you see the Pantheon Renekton on the opposite side. You're gonna get hit and CC'd at some point, and so having enough life to live through a potential all-in there.
I mean, especially when you're head in lane and you get to the early catalyst, you just become so oppressive to deal with. You have so much base stats from just being high level, and just getting all that HP just makes you unkillable.
Unfortunately for Knock, his advantage in the 1v1.
Brat moj konstantno randana. Njega ništa ne zanima.
This is a classic play, swapping topside for 8-minute grubs. I think they're a little bit behind it as they still haven't gotten the wave shoved in as the grubs are getting started, but Linces has to be careful here.
Mirwin doesn't have TP quite yet. Right now, Vitality could contest and have a numbers advantage.
Linces gets one grub. I think Vitality should be happy with that and just walk away. That's the ult he used. Arcane Storm. Alvaro gonna dash back. They get Karzi's flash.
Mirwin is moving up now. I think this bodes well for MKOI. Vitality to stay around. They might bite off more than they could chew.
The ulti already down for Jojo though, so not a whole lot of damage left here. And both sides are just gonna walk away. There's really no counter play on the opposite side of the map for Vitality, however, so they are just gonna lose out on a grub. And at least one minion of CS is super finally going to get back into that top
lane.
There's
also 2 waves in bot that just died to the tower, so it stings a little bit that you couldn't make more of that opportunity where you had a 5 versus 4 for like 25 seconds.
Oh, Miran's going to try to ult Fiesta.
Mislim koji traži prvu pobedu, ćemo da mogu da ga nađu.
That ability is fake now unless you hit CC first, just for anyone who doesn't know. The hitbox is too small, it's Fiesta!
I got some CC for you, we got a kick in the face.
I don't even think he needed the kick flash, but he clearly wanted.
Ajmo samo u drugu seriju. Ne samo da gledamo, da slušamo navijači Casey-a u drugoj seriji.
I would love to build you up on the story of Vitality, and I do firmly believe that this is one weekend of games against the top tier opponents in our league, so I don't think we should count Vitality out. I think that would be incredibly unfair to them. But this week has been a disaster, so let's all just acknowledge there is a dead horse. Now Finn and I have kicked it a little bit, but we're going to hope that horse is going to get back on its foot as Linces goes for a play.
He's lying down.
No, it's the horse.
Mislim,
So we're going to avoid kicking it. We don't want to throw any more shade.
Ne znam. S jedne strane se slažemo, ok, imali su definitivno jako težak vikend, jako teške protivnike. S druge strane, mislim da je dosta veliki problem i način na koji su izgubili ove mečeve.
Look, swapping one member, sometimes it gives you that honeymoon phase. This has done, in fact, it's seemingly the exact opposite. And Vitality now on a colossal lose streak. We have a graphic. I'm not even going to run it. I'm sorry, Sophie, who just edited the graphic, because I think it's a little bit too BM. So we're just going to leave it at that. Vitality, I hope they can find footing in this game. But I think this is the team where we're going to have to look ahead to the rest of the split. So for this game, at least, we're just going to do our best to have fun with it, because we're kind of just watching some bullying right now. We're just watching people be bullied.
Yeah, and let's keep in mind, I'm going to hold that for a little bit, because I don't know what's going to
Ali
happen.
neka pa, vidi, ja sam ok, nek izvuče lik Yasuo.
And maybe still die, but no, Blackout gives him enough space.
Možda je došao u Let's Be u fazonu, sad ću stompujem ove glupe Evropljane, ne znaju da igraju LoL i onda on nije očekivao da će ovako da bude u Evropi.
They are like a kid that aces a test, but then forgets to write their name. Like they're doing so many difficult things well, but they keep messing up the most basic stuff, and it's so frustrating to watch. So far in this series, though, they are looking a lot better. I think game 1, their patience. Here, game 2, they knew that Alvaro and Elioya had to be the playmakers, and they have really stepped up.
Finn, you feel like you're going to about to be cast in a modern version of one of those movies where a teacher goes to a rough school and teaches the kids valuable.
How can I reach these kids?
How can I reach these kids? That was the exact reference I was looking for. Someone's got to teach them. It's on Melzet. Melzet has to teach these kids because they have so much potential. And right now they're showing a lot of that potential, but again, they're not super contested here. And I think this is what's frustrating for MKOI is, look, good for them and their fans to find these wins. MKOI no doubt are still a top team in our league. The question is, how high up on the
A vidi, prvu seriju i sad ovu seriju, samo se raspada.
Unfortunately, there are some other games where they struggled a bit more, so we'll need to see what it looks like there. Linces kicking this fight off. Solid.
Ko legitimno samo se raspada. Mislim, ima Lucky, ali stvarno...
Debating if he can walk in. Super really playing on the edge here. Shockwave behind is a good start. Shut down now in the meantime. Signs of life from the side of Vitality. Elioya sprinting, running for his life. Oh, a shutdown for Fiesta! And this is what we talked about. MKOI, they got all the answers right, but they forgot to write their name on the test, Finn! And now they're falling apart! Shield balled in. Jojo about to fall. The Q4 at the finish. Linces with the Comet Spear. My God, what a throw!
How can I reach these kids, Dracos? They keep doing it the moment I praise them for the one thing they have been...
Vidi, 0.4 CDR, buc. Po nema itama, dali su mu shutdown, mada je fajn i dalje. I dalje nije smak sveta. Ne bi trebali to nikad urede, ne bi trebali da dropuju lead sa
Ults are back up, but they go so deep and get punished by a really good.
Ono, s ovakvim startom Fiesta bi samo trebao bude izlaz do kraja partije, tako da nema baš razloga da mu daš način se vrati nazad u game, ali mislim da mu i dalje treba previše resursa da bude on koristan ovaj game.
Aegis blocking thing shield by Pantheon really blocks so much damage and baits all of MKOI in.
It's called Aegis Assault, or Aegis Assault. So if you just said Aegis, you would have been right. You know, it's really close.
It doesn't make sense that it's an assault, because it's like blocking things.
Well, yeah, but he's also stabbing with a spear, Finn. These are the things we have to take account of. And here, that's called Shield Fall. There's the Aegis Assault, it's done. And then Jojo dies. So, big money for Linces. Let's see what Vitality, fresh lease on life. Gold, dead even. Jojo Pyun still wildly ahead in the 1v1, however. But now Knock Knock goes on the way in. Gonna get walked out menacingly.
Oh, he
Flash in, Knock Knocko. About to get stunned up. The dominance is still there. Jojo Pyun getting kicked down. No! It's falling apart! The kids, they're learning. They've written their name on the test. They're punishing Knock Knocko. Down he goes! And that, the momentum for Vitality, it was in their favor. They swung things back to even, but that little play, that little fumble, feels like it takes it away from them right again, and this is the struggle of a team. And talking about a team who has struggled so much is you want so badly to give them the benefit of the doubt, but the tiniest mistakes just take away that bit of hope that they built in the previous play.
It's a heartbreaker, really well done by Jojo Pyun. That's why you buy the Rod of Ages. You see him kiting around in his own gravity field, stalls until Naknako gets stunned, stalls until his team comes and help him, and stalls until Naknako sadly perishes. But now
uses the kick to escape, or probably would have died there. So maybe over-eager from the side of MKOI, but nice that they're able to contest a bit the blue.
Pantheon također popričao napada. Pantheon, čak i ako nema nešto previše resursa, i dalje u ovom dijelu partije 15. minut je jako, jako relevantan. Tako da njega baš ne valja ignorisati.
Also has so much built in spellvamp from her ultimate passive, so such a great buy on Ambessa.
Yeah, giving you those couple of extra seconds after Renegade has used that big combo to try to heal back up, get down some damage of your own. A couple extra seconds when it's so cooldown based is really can make all the difference, even if you're losing out on some of the damage you would get from a first Eclipse or something else. Now checking in, Jojo Pyun versus Fiesta, still a pretty big advantage for Jojo. Also with a more of a scaling option in the form of the Roa, but you will get a little bit more burst from Fiesta on this first item.
Linces right now with a grand Skyfall.
Linces moving in, Aegis Assault for the extra movement speed, dash in from
Guild run, Marenci.
Carzy finds the kill.
Jako fajna igra.
Playing so damn well. Flash forward on Jojo Pyun to get away from the shockwave is big. Alvaro looking for the interrupt and he catches Linces in the meantime. Jojo Pyun on the chase, but Fiesta zoning away perfectly, kiting this one out. Elyoya coming in from behind, looking to finish him off. Carzy blinking health bar, but he's living for now. Linces stepping up with Fiesta, managing to grab another. Elyoya doesn't quite finish Fleshy. Oh, it's a disaster, but at least Jojo gets one back. Jojo going in.
Jel ćemo svi da izgubimo poene ako Vitality vrati nazad ovaj game? Ja ne mogu da verujem šta radi koji.
Okay, Vitality, okay.
They're throwing hands.
I see what you're doing.
That's right.
I see what you're doing and I like it.
I don't know whose test is whose, but both of you are getting a lot of questions right.
Yeah, so look at his great Grand Skyfall, cuts off Supa, and look at Flesh's ult here. He cleanses Carzy from the Rakan charm so he can finish off Supa. Great display of synergy from the Vitality bot lane. And suddenly now you have corralled all of MKOI under this tower. Jojo Pyun flashes forward over the shockwave, but doesn't quite have the damage to finish off the Fiesta. And here comes the Heartbreaker in the bottom side. We won't see it, I think, but Elyoya kicks the Milio away and can't finish him off. And it's just an easy cleanup here for Vitality. There we see it.
Yeah, it is a play that just keeps on going. But Carzy is getting a lot here. Technically a little bit unfortunate that Fleshy stole that kill, but now Carzy is 2 items. This Lucian is going to hurt. And Supa, look, one of the struggles about Xayah, and to be fair, often the struggle for Lucian as well, is these champions really want to build both the Essence Reaver as well as the Navori, and it delays that IE. But when Carzy's the one who's so far ahead of the clock with that extra pickaxe in his inventory, he's going to be sitting pretty in these fights.
Especially when Lucian gets so strong they can actually dash forward into Victor, not like double lift. With all those item advantages, with that Milio range, suddenly it becomes a lot more difficult for MKOI to play on the mid waves because you are outranged. So here Supa is struggling to play a little bit.
Ulti out. Guess is just going to walk him down. Forces the flash. Super caught sleeping. Had the ulti. Could have gotten away from the shockwave. Just didn't respect it.
You can't.
He cannot move.
Okay.
And again, it's Alvaro and Elyoya showing up to save the play.
They are making magic. We said it in the beginning of the game. We said Elyoya and Alvaro has to make magic for MKOI to win this game. And so far, I think they're getting a B+.
Yeah, they're getting a lot of magic. I mean, Jojo Pune has definitely made more magic. Although I say that, and now clearly I have caster cursed him. Actually, he's caster cursed himself. He's just, oh, surprise! A new opponent has occurred. You thought you were in the 1v1. Knock, knock, go. Not messing around this time. Linces took the kill. Fair enough.
Kuku majko. Mislim, ruku na srce, ove dve ekipe su 0-2. Tako da, realno gledano...
Fair enough, fair enough.
Respect.
And the big thing is, if you look at the gold, Vitality are ahead every single place on the map except for mid. So
Mislim da je okej da očekujemo veliku količinu grešaka od ovih ekipa.
So Finn, we found the secret. If we refer to Vitality as, or talking about Vitality's poor performance as a dead horse, opposing team suddenly steps down and they suddenly step up, and we've got ourselves a bit of a banger of a game. It's 19 minutes, 9 kills to 8. It's damn close.
And especially because Vitality is starting to stack these dragons as well. 2 dragons already. Third mountain dragon is spawning in just a bit, and I think Vitality would love to pick that up.
Carzy dashing in despite not having the vision there. Feeling relatively comfortable as they do have the other brush warded. Now they can clear out the control ward of MKOI, trying to take a bit of time to set up here. 3 minutes away from Drake does make things a little bit more difficult as Knock-Knocko, a very powerful man, is still running forward. The cozy campfire, give him a bit of extra power as he just continues to run face first into MKOI, calling onto Alvaro.
Carzy baš bije sad, Carzy baš bije sad.
Vitality, just a slow burn there, but MKOI not respecting the damage.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what Miriam was looking for. He just ended up baiting Alvaro to save him. I think Miriam was fine there, but Alvaro goes in, tries to shield, tries to knock up someone that goes on him. Now you might have to end up giving this tower. Linces goes in with a stun.
Super crucially has that ulti back up and available, but the Aegis Assault makes it easy for Linces to jump in and jump out. Jojo Pune taking a tower in the meantime. Shockwave only connecting on Elyoya. Feathers pulled back to Root Fiesta. Elyoya safeguards to safety, and the tier 1 will drop. Vitality playing well, playing away crucially from Jojo Pune. Not going to give MKOI the opportunity to leverage the strength of their mid laner.
Yeah, and I don't know how much dough Kars has got in his pocket right now, but I think he might pull up with Infinity Edge soon from base. And the moment he gets that free item,
Ne znamo ovo recall za Infinity ili za BF, ćemo da imamo.
These bursty trades with the relentless pursuit will be so big.
Very true is Linces. Still comfortable in his own jungle. Will grab up the additional blue buff.
I think Kars is just trying to stay and soak up as much gold as possible before this dragon so he can really get that item. Super walks up.
Forward. They do know that Supa's ulti is still on cooldown. Flash also not available. Looks like it'll be available for the dragon fight, as will the ulti. So he needs to hold on to that cooldown, but it's Fiesta now getting caught out in a side lane. Quick flash away. He's gonna keep
Ja mislim da je Joa imao kick flash ovde.
Flash before the next fight. Potential angle of attack for the side of MKOI.
Supa
calling there. Supa no.
Aj, joj, Supa.
Now looking for the follow-up. Alvaro has to flash out and back into the arms of Elyoya. MKOI, do they want to keep going for this fight? There's some cautious pings.
Ruin is coming here midway, but I don't think he can do anything. He might
extra movement speed for Linces. Flash in. Goes for the shield vault. Carzy just continues to rain damage down. The Death Dance does a bit of work for Mirwin, but it's just not enough to keep him alive. Linces on a rampage.
And that's Baron. That's Baron for Vitality. They have completely swung back this game. It looked like a disaster in the beginning.
A najče mi je od svega što je publika toliko hajpovana što koji gubi zato što navijaju protiv njih.
From Carzy and Fleshy has brought them back.
And from Linces, 4-0-4 from this man on the Pantheon. TP's mid coming in. MKOI don't want to give this one up easy, but it's a bit of a split call from Vitality. Aegis Assault down right now for Linces. Baron taking a damn long time, but they've got the flank. They boxed MKOI in. Knock-Knocko has popped the dominance. Elyoya locked up. No chance for the Herald to respond to take him out to safety. Jojo Pune instead is the one who's going to mount up and try to escape. But it's going to
Mislim da je mrtav. Mislim da je mrtav, da, neće mu dati je pobegnu.
The ruthless predator that sliced the dice, and Carzy takes another.
Ma jok. Ja bi pomislio na to, ali veruj mi. Samo navijaju protiv... Samo navijaju protiv... koja? Jel ne vole Španci? To im je bukvalno sve. Samo žele Španci izgube.
has the Grand Skyfall in 7 seconds. I think maybe Linus is going to try to move down there so he can actually take this dragon as well.
Hoping to take this one away as Fletcher continues to wander in.
U Counteru dosta ogromna fan baza, u LoLu dosta manje. Ovdje kogod da igra protiv koja svi bili u fazonu kao samo da pobede oni.
No matter how much magic you're making, how much whatever you do, 80 carries will always walk up on mid wave. It's always a win condition no matter what. And MCO tries to somehow get LUI into position to steal this Baron, but Vitality just calmly walks away from it and forces a fight.
Da, to ti kažem.
Jojo, that car it's not taking you anywhere good, I promise you.
Certainly isn't. Jojo again, the most fed member of the team, but the only one really participating in that particular exchange after Supa fell. And another situation where Supa's ulti's down, does have the flash, does have the exhaust, but he's on 2.5 items. There's an entire IE extra for Carzy right now.
And Jojo, all the gold is on you, but you're buying so many tank items. You look at his items, it's Roa, it's Protobelt, it's Sonya's. He's not really optimizing to do a lot of damage. And I feel like that's what MCO needs right now. They need someone to just pump out.
Da MCO nema frontline, oni ne mogu da priušte da on ide na full AP. Jer on mora da bude polu front.
Yeah, and I think it's a situation where now that Carzy has become such a massive problem, you need to one-shot him, but you really do not have the tools to do so, or else he massively mispositions. And even if he makes a small hiccup, you have the Milio there to cleanse him out, to heal him up, the cozy campfire as well. It means the MCOI are really struggling to answer this Baron push.
Mislim da Jojo nema dovoljno itema svakako da nosi. Mislim, okej mu ideja da builda beefy, ali...
Vitality are pushing on their base. Shockwave goes a little bit wide, but look at that damage on Jojo. The moment he walks up, gets shrunk to 30% HP.
MCOI trying to hold the line. Vitality, a resurgence in performance. The kick good initially.
Nije good. Zašto je good? Sad je možda good. Više Rakanovi gauge nego bilo što drugo. Nemaju damage-a, legit nemaju damage-a. Ne mogu da igraju. Ovo je samo game.
Now he's on the chase. 3 members left standing. MCOI keep their base alive.
It's a 1-for-1, but I think MCOI is very happy with that. Carzy ends up stepping a little bit too far forward. Doesn't have the Milio ult, doesn't have the Milio heal, has no flash, and ends up going down to Jojo. So in the end, I think MCOI gets a little bit of breathing room to maybe scale up, maybe get free items onto Supa as well to match the damage. But look at Fiesta. Oh. He walked out. What? No. Okay, he's
okay, we're walking away. Wait.
Let's not address that.
Okay, let's just move on. Yeah. So, Finn, everyone has been super critical of Vitality. I think rightfully so. What do you feel like has been different this
Vidi, ja se ne bunim da pika Akali sljedeći game, iskreno. Neka ga, vrate, Akali mu je bila dobra.
But it doesn't really come in sync with the engage of MCOI. If Mirren is there as they go in, I think this fight is fantastic for MCOI. But it's the fact that they can kite back. Lunds has blocked so much damage with the Aegis Assault. And if Carzy didn't overstep here a little bit, I think we're looking at least an inhibitor in the favor of Vitality.
Fortunately, he did overstep. The good news is he had enough money to go back and buy that 4th item as well. Knock. Potentially straying a bit too far.
A Zion mora na LDR.
Bumped his nose on the wall. He doesn't get over the slice. No dice is not enough to get him to safety.
Absolutely no dice on that one. Good news is neither side has soul point. We're still 2 minutes away from the next objective, and he didn't have a flash anyway to burn. Also, just now completed GA. So it's embarrassing. It doesn't really matter that much.
I mean, it's not great for Vitality, because I think they are still feeling the pressure a little bit. Every single time someone gets caught, every single time a play goes a little bit wrong, you start feeling that your grasp of the game slowly fade away from the grasp of your hand. And I think they really want to just cleanly finish this game out so they can go into game 3 with a good mindset.
So back to our earlier discussion. What do you feel like has been different? Now, I don't want to sugarcoat it. MKOI have obviously made a lot of mistakes to give Vitality angles back into this game after they built up that early deficit. But what are Vitality doing better?
To me, it started in the draft. You saw it immediately. They banned the Nautilus to set up this Lucian Milio to have, firstly, one strong lane they can play for. And you saw how much pressure Carsey and Flesher was able to exude in that lane. And then it came from the Pantheon. Suddenly you have a jungler that can always join the fight.
Linkas je baš clean igrao, to je fair.
And the cherry on top is really, I think, a misplay from MKOI. The fact that they blind pick Ambessa into Naknako, who's such a formidable Renekton player.
The polling now comes out. Naknako's Renekton now ready to lead the charge. It's a death cap picked up for Jojo Pune.
I oni sad spajkovali poprično.
Not going to finish the full Zanyas. Instead, recognizing that he has to do a bit of damage here. They want to come out on top. Gravity field.
I ne znam što Zai treba anti-heal. A, mislim da ide na LDR. Ma kakvi, nemoj damage, ne igraju, legit ne igraju.
Trying desperately to clear the wave. We were so critical of the coordination of Vitality, but it's MKOI who fumble it in the moment.
I mean, now they're going to run down mid here, and Naknako's not going to cry crocodile tears. They're going to be of joy as Vitality pick up their first win, most likely, I hope, of the LEC Summer Split. Fantastic play from Fleshy, denies the engage from Alvaro. The instant cleanse on the charm allows Carsey to relentless pursue out of the knockup before that lands, before the perfect execution, chains the CC and chains him down until he dies.
I don't think the public execution has landed a single time this game. Every single time dodged away, no doubt, due in part to Fleshy and those incredible ultimates. 2-0-16 from Fleshy as Alvaro tries to cut the wave to distract Vitality, buying a bit more time. Jojo Pune is here with an ulti available. Vitality, if they make a mistake here, it might cost them the game.
Neće. Mislim da je legitimno u ovom trenutku preteško da urade bilo šta.
This will be hard to defend for MKOI.
5 seconds left. Shockwave. Jojo Pune goes golden. Follow up for Lindsay. Jojo Pune still living for an extra moment. Kick back. Coming in. Carsey ticking. Flat forward from Super.
Super. Jedan basic više na Luciana, ubio bi ga.
Still alive.
A lot of health bars, but no ults on the team of MKOI. Can Mattel to clean this out? No, they're just going to turn to the Baron, I think, and maybe the Dragon in the end. Still, MKOI gets one last chance to try to salvage this game state that they have brawled their way down into.
MKOI praying they can make this a 2-0 so people don't have to look any closer at what transpired in this
MKOI's
game.
Gonna get the Dragon.
MKOI setting up. It will just be Soul Point, however. It's not going to be the actual Soul itself. So Vitality seem content to give it up. But Carsey, the man that we have to watch in these fights, supported by Fleshy, doing a lot of work, drawing a lot of fire.
Yeah, so it starts with Alvaro just going down to the cooling here. But luckily, Jojo Pune still has a lot of damage, a lot of wave clear, and it's Alyoya finding this miracle kick onto Carsey that completely nullifies it. Look at this angle he finds. Resonating strike, ward hop into kick flash onto Carsey. He has to flash out, has the barrier. Doesn't end up going down to Super. I think he might have out-attacked the wrong target there. But still, that kick might have saved the game for MKOI.
Certainly feels like it's at least bought them a second chance, a second life here. 10,000 gold lead for Vitality.
Ne, Linkas je baš insane. Iskreno baš insane.
0-2 thus far for both of these teams. MKOI already one game up. Vitality, can they take us to the game 3? The pressure is on now for MKOI to weather the storm. They're just going to concede these tier 2s. Still 4 minutes away before Soul is even on the table for MKOI.
Where do you go from here for MKOI? You have no flashes. Your ways to engage is just Alvaro getting in there somehow. Jojo Pune sure has the flash, but he can't engage. Let's see how the Baron will be used here by Vitality. If they can actually get a siege up, or if the wave clear of victory is just going to be too powerful.
Linces with ulti split pushing in the mid lane. Good recognition of their power in the form of a semi-global. You can join at any time. The Grand Starfall. Jojo Pune powerful enough to clear out a lot of these minions, although slowly but surely this tower is being chipped away at. Super minions in the mid lane demand attention, and it means MKOI likely to concede another tower here.
Yeah, but the waves are not completely synced from Vitality. They haven't synced up the waves, so now you're going to see Super here still Georgian might not make it clear this way, but it's gonna be calling.
Gle. Ne, i sad mora da ulta. Elioja nije teo da ostane do kraja. Ja mislim Vitality ovdje završava game, iskreno. Dobar Jojo.
Coming in the top wave. But has the Vamp Scepter, maybe can live steal a little bit on this wave, get that health bar back up, because MKOI now lost the Chaos Storm.
Super is in the mid lane. Vitality looking for the victory march. Dash in from Alvaro, just barely clips him, but the follow-up damage is simply not there. Supa's got nowhere to go. Dash in from Nako. Supa being forced back. Vitality marching their way into MKOI's base, bringing us to a game 3. They looked down and out, but in game 2, they have come alive. Carzy a bit too excited, but you can understand why, as we're going to move on to a game 3.
And let it be known that no one defeats Vitality 12 games in a row. We're now going to toss it to our analyst desk as they're going to break down that game.
We're going to catch it.
Blup, lep game, Jenija. Imamo game 3, idemo na pauzicu pa se vraćamo sa trećom i finalnom partijom ove prve serije.
As Vitality knocks down MKOI Peg. What? They were already down. I'm sorry, that wasn't really adequate because they already didn't win the series this whole weekend. Why are you looking at me like that?
I mean, it's a mess. Like, this is not Sublime League of Legends. This is not what we expect to see later today.
But does it matter?
I think for both of these teams, it kind of matters.
I mean, they're both in the mud is my point, right?
That is true, and if this was a mud wrestling competition, they'd both be winning.
Yes.
However, this is a League of Legends competition, and I'm not impressed by anything I'm seeing. Like, the good thing for Vitality is when they got a lead, they were able to kind of snowball it away from MKOI, but the way they got the lead was not too impressive.
But MKOI was like, they were out of the mud. You know, they were kind of nearly walking the victory lap. They were getting there. But then they just had the most, like, it's the most MKOI-esque 2 minutes. Like, I just feel like this team, they cannot help themselves just getting caught back to back to back to back. And if we look at that Nash sequence where Vitality get their first Nash, it starts with, it's like, okay, Supa gets caught.
Sure.
Happens, right? You should not get caught here because you are weaker in the 2v2 and they have a Pantheon, right? We can always nitpick. We can say things, but it's fine. Your ADC dies. It's not the end of the game. MKOI still have a lead after this. But then why does your ADC's dead? Why are you here?
3 minions there, man.
You got 3 minions, but then Mirwin ends up dying as well. And then MKOI are like, okay, it's 3 versus 5. So now we're gonna contest without our 2 carries. It's like nobody in this team is willing to say, okay guys, we messed up. Just reset, wait for death timers, and we can play the game again.
This moment feels so bad for Jojo Pyun, though, because I am so sure he is not trying to get in this herald. He's right-clicking forward, and he just goes straight into the herald that was put down to try and get him out of it. But again, as you say, like, it's the post-15-minute period for MKOI where they feel uncoordinated, they don't seem to be on the same page, and credit to Vitality. Like, they punished well. Linsys' Pantheon was good again, as it often is, right? He found good picks, but overall, neither team is really showing me that they really understand how to play a holistic game.
Yes.
I mean, Carzy on Lucian as well.
Yeah,
if we're gonna give credit to Vitality, I mean,
true.
Like he was playing really aggressive and he was just doing so. Like that was old school Lucian Nami type of calling damage, you know.
Best ADC in Europe on some days.
Okay, I wouldn't go that far. We've yet to see Kalista and Hansama play today, so we're going to have to see about that one.
Forever a Stan. On the opposite side, though, Supa and his impact on the Xayah, I feel like whenever I was watching him, he had to ult defensively, right? And obviously, the game is super hard to play. Is there really anything you could have done differently, Jack?
I mean, you're playing Rakan. It's supposed to be, like, really hard to die. You're really safe. And then he just repeatedly died and got caught. I don't know. Like, it's really hard to defend that for me.
Okay.
I mean, I agree. I also think, like, just generally, we didn't see as much impact from Alvarez Rakan as I would like to. It felt like when they were going for the engages, Elioya found a couple of good kicks, but they weren't timed well enough. Like, the bot lane engage is a great example of it, right? Elioya goes in, finds a kick, Alvaro's there for the follow-up, and then Mirwin is still finishing his TP, and Jojo and Supa are back behind the inhibitor tower. And it's like, at some point, you just gotta talk to each other. Yeah, it feels like they're not quite talking to each other.
That's why I'm fearing for what this might do to their mental, because when you look at kind of what has been said in interviews and stuff from Elioya about like, oh, this is really the year, like it needs to happen now. I'm not saying we know anything, but it feels like one last huzzah kind of type beat, right? I don't take this from me as gospel, but that's the aura that I'm getting from this team. And you know how hard it can be when things continuously stay disjointed.
I think you can, when you look at both teams, you can kind of tell that they're quite emotional. I feel like Vitality, when they start losing right now, they become quite lifeless.
Yeah.
And MCOI are the same, where it's like, if something goes wrong, there's nobody that can be like, okay guys, reset, put the game plan again, let's do it again. They just like keep going down the same spiral. And I do think maybe the pressure of the fact that this leads into Worlds, and this is MCOI's really last chance at making something happen with this roster.
Well, if we think about G2 and KC possibly going to Worlds, if they keep up the record as they are now, would you like to send Vitality or MCOI?
The way they're playing now, no.
Yeah, no. I mean,
but I'm also
they're
worried
going
about what the rest of the league looks like.
Yeah, so
right?
who else you send it?
I don't know.
We haven't seen them play. How would we say?
Give me clips.
I take GX over either of these teams.
Why?
Because that, like, in the way they were playing at the end of spring,
nothing which is
better than these two teams. Yes, they've shown nothing which is better than what I've seen.
Okay. I know it's an unfair question. I know. That's why we have a summer.
That's what we're here. We're here for the clickbait.
Yes.
Sound bites, right?
Yes. But that's why we have summer, right? And that's
True.
why we need to believe in these teams that they are evolving. And I did have a little hunch this morning. I was like, oh, we were all kind of, who's going to win the series? And I was like, I think Vitality could do it because they have absolutely nothing to lose. And for me, they're going up against a team who has everything to lose, right? They're in KC's house. They have to get into playoffs for their own road trip in September. And I don't know, if Vitality can build on this, I can really see it happening.
It's really interesting, though, because it's strange to say Vitality have nothing to lose when they placed first in the regular season last split.
So why did I say that?
Right, no, but it feels like
sense,
that,
right?
It's like Humanoid's gone, Fiesta's in, Fiesta solo Q Merchant, right? Is he gonna feed or is he gonna get like 10 kills, go 10-0 and carry the game? Vitality feel like they've now just said, we'll chuck some pasta at the wall and hope it sticks. And MCOI have had this like long development plan, and as you say, it kind of feels like they're topping out on the ceiling of what these 5 players can do together. But it's really weird to have that expectation when Vitality was a really exciting team in spring,
the
and
fall
now
from
it's
Grace was just
such a massive fall.
Phenomenal, and also the expectations with a new mid laner. So what is your gut telling you?
I still think MCOI is going to win.
Yeah.
I still think they're going to win. The thing is, though, if they were to lose, I think it would be like this, where they get a decent early game, get maybe 3,000-4,000 gold lead, and then one player gets caught, and then Mirwin's like, okay, I guess I gotta do it. You know, like, because that's just how it feels. Like, if one player gets caught, the domino effect begins for MCOI, but I don't think they will make the same mistake again. But I think if they lose this, then MCOI might be done for the season, because this is such a bad start for them.
You heard it, MCOI. Your season is riding on this next game. Jack Spectra said as much. Can they do it? We'll be right back.
Exhaust down on the Carzy. Good trade back on the Super. But EULCS here, and they absolutely do not know. Kick back, but he manages to live. But Alvaro again gets the kill.
Hey, what up?
Hey, is that nice? Nice again?
Take Herald first.
Oh,
pin it. Kill it. Don't smite on me.
Nice. Oh, flash Victor.
I can give it. Go. No flash.
That's chill, nice. Like, look my money.
Jeff Bezos, bro. Team Vitality.
Oh, I guess salary came in early.
Let's go, guys. Nice, guys. Really good comeback, okay? Head high, boys.
Welcome to the European League of Legends Championship Series.
What an incredible play there from
that was incredible. You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. I think he's got it all. He's got the command.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
Red Bull gives you wings.
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Secret on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Your alarm rings. No class today. You could sleep in, but then you wouldn't be able to play as much League of Legends with your friends. Your PC is getting so hot you could probably cook an egg on it. But it hasn't failed you yet. You've got pretty stable ping. Okay, there might be some spikes. But it's playable. You bought some room pages with your allowance and spent all your IP on crit runes. Solid investment. You don't know what the meta is, but it does seem to involve buying a lot of black cleavers. You could probably do that. Your Skype group chat is arguing about who's the best EU mid.
He's just sitting on mid lane wave clearing.
Why not?
You saw the back door?
Surely we know I'm way better. Did you seriously not see my wall?
That's a perfect wall, by the way. Oh, he pressed on one button. Wow.
Today, you will steal a Baron, escape with a sliver of HP, and scream,
Nice! Not even close, baby.
You'll win some, you'll lose some, and you'll love every single game where you don't play against Darius. You're pretty sure Darius is broken. EULCS is about to start. It's El Clasico. Fnatic versus SK.
We're about to see SK Gaming take on Fnatic.
Fnatic? They won Worlds.
Who's going to go in there first? It's going to be Emirates into space change, and there's the pulverize.
Life is good.
Is he going to go down?
Woo! Fnatic brush. They're so classic, by the way.
Welcome, one and all, to Game 3 of Vitality versus MKOI. We weren't necessarily expecting a Game 3, certainly not after Game 1, certainly not after the first 5 minutes of Game 2.
Barely after the first minutes of Game 2.
Barely after the first 10 minutes, and we were skeptical even as we got into the final minutes, but my God, did Vitality get it across the line. A lot of credit needs to go to 3 people: Linsis, Carzzy, Fleshy. Fiesta and Knock certainly did their part in the later stages of the game, but those 3 really feel like they took the game by the horn, the bull by the horns, as they say, and managed to bring it home for Vitality. Now, can they convert it into a first full win for the team? Taking down MKOI would be big. And it would give MKOI the wooden spoon, the honor of being 0-3 at the end of this incredible weekend in Paris, which, if you haven't noticed, is not an honor. Being 0-3 would be a roughie, but now we're gonna pick some bands.
Evo nas nazad.
The Poppy, the
Da vidimo ko ovdje na kraju dobija. Ne znam, jako čudna partija, moram da priznam. Obe ekipe su mnogo grešaka pravile. Tako da ćemo vidjeti ko će izaći na vrhu na samom kraju.
I think that the Skarner ban is a little bit suspicious. I'm trying to think where they are taking this draft to feel like they need to ban Skarner. Is this a Skarner support ban? I've seen a lot of Skarner support show up with Halo blades, a lot of big damage. Pick up the rock, boom, boom, pow, drop the rock on their skull. There's a lot of damage.
Are they going to play Ash Seraphine? Is that one?
I think that's a tough matchup. I think maybe they're just trying to pick up an early engage support and don't want to Skarner to deny it. I have no idea, but it's going to be a Fury first pick for Vitality. The champion that's been up and down this weekend. A few good performances here and there, but notably the MKOI 0cc challenge comp with Nafiri. Left a bit of a bad taste in my mouth at least, but let's see what Lunces can do with it. Because yes, last game I really liked how Vitality drafted. They drafted strong lanes, and Lunces was able to support the lanes. Yeah. Now with the Nafiri, it's the other way around. You still need strong lanes, but Lunces is the one that's being supported by the laners. It's a very different play style. If they can do with a back-to-back victory, I think it would be a great showing for Vitality.
And this is what I'm skeptical of. I really like when you have ease.
Nafiri insane pickup, ja bih rekao, pogotovo na Linkasa koji je jako raspoložen prošli game bio.
From the lanes as you highlighted, and that's often tricky to get the same amount of reliable CC that you get from Pantheon, who literally can just point and click his way into a lane matchup. Now, however, we have the J4 alongside the Anivia, so a lot of good team fighting power. AoE ultimates, Vitality to be really careful about picking anything immobile, because this is a terrifying duo to play some immobile backline against.
So if the Jarvan Rumble is the spicy hot pot, what's the Jarvan Anivia? Is that the refrigerator, the freezer?
Like it's the cold noodles. It's the gazpacho.
Yeah, the gazpacho combo, yeah. It's not that cold. I think gazpacho is like chilled, it's not frozen.
It's not frozen, yeah, what are we calling it? It's like the slushy.
Yeah, the slushy.
We got the slushy versus, well, all the names I have for this combo are inappropriate. So, we have the Ziggs comboing with the TF, some semi-global. This is a lot of very squishy champions, but one thing we can say most certainly about TF, if it is locked in, is it has setup CC for the Nafiri.
Absolutely, and that's what we want. We like
Da.
because that's global. It can roam around the map to whoever.
I meni Jacki nije najjasniji, iskreno. Mislim da je TF troll za humanoida koga su kikovali, to je moj take.
Not necessarily the biggest, strongest laner, but when you have Six, you don't really need to be a strong laner. You can just leave him be and walk around the map and try to, you know, find some inters.
Yeah, I mean, very true. Now, the bait, the hovers. Oh, and the lock-in.
The Kai'Sa for Xupa. And it's been banned all weekend.
Well, remember, yeah, we've seen it in the 5 games that MKOI had played leading into today. It was banned in 4, and it was picked away by Kalist in 1, which Casey did win that game. So it's only in this series that Supa has had the option to play this Kai'Sa. No one else has been banning Kai'Sa against anyone else. It really just has been a Supa-specific, focused ban.
It's pure comfort for Supa. I think he loves it, especially in a team like MKOI that always tries to find fights, to always go in. To be able to join those fights from so far away is just so invaluable for a team like MKOI. What we do need to think about though is how do you set up this Kai'Sa? Which support pairing are you going with? Because there's the Shen, which is not optimal, I think. But there's the Alistar and there's the Nico that I think about when I see Kai'Sa. I think the Nico on Alvaro has been very good. It's a little bit tricky to roam around the map with because you don't want to phase check a Rel and an Nafiri when you play Nico. So maybe the Alistar, maybe the Nautilus is where we're going to see Alvaro go.
Ahri banned as the Gnar has been, Vayne to follow, so a lot of these topside blind picks being whittled away. I like the call out, Finn. I'm skeptical. If you look at the nameplates, I love the Kai'Sa. If you look at the composition, yes, Kai'Sa can follow.
Mislim da je Kai'Sa uvek fine.
Pretty easily, but the lane phase against Ziggs seems pretty miserable.
Yeah, especially when you're stuck there 1v1 against the Ziggs. Like, say your support just leaves you and tries
Tako je, Mat, tako je. Jer mora da vuče i s jedne i s druge strane, to je plan. Tako radi.
As the Alistar is being locked in for Alvaro, so...
Okay, so this is kind of full... This is not for the lane.
No, not at all.
The lane is whatever picking for lane is, this is the opposite of picking for lane. This 2v2 is awful.
I mean, it's the...
Fajn je, mislim, vidiš Zigza neće laneovati protiv njega svejedno, tako da ne može niko da bude iznenađen, kao pikali su Alistara Real. Neće laneovati svejedno, tako da nije ni bitno, iskreno.
Gonna try to move around the map a little bit, try to go to mid, maybe go to top. We're gonna see what Mirren is gonna pick, because while the way is locked in for Fiesta, we do not know yet what Naknako is gonna blind. Dinar is banned. Kasante has been his champion of choice in these scenarios, and is once again locked in for Naknako. So Mirren, the floor is yours. Once again, we know you like your funny picks. There's a Kasante in enemy team. I'm thinking Gwen, maybe a little bit too much AP in the team.
Vayne.
What else can I pick? GP I like, but that's not gonna be a
Varus.
realistic champion. Shyvana.
Shyvana a decent pick.
Just yet. Or you just go for a Shen top, unless it's an Alistar top. But I highly
Dasken on Titanic Hydra Shen, fine, šta god.
Shen top into the Kasante, so you know, nice combo with the Kai'Sa. You're going to be able to jump into that backline with a Shen strapped to your back. You can see the dream. But I'm skeptical if they're getting through the lane phase unscathed.
I mean, my issue with this MKOI comp is, where do we play? Like, bot lane is kind of a no-go. Top lane is quite a slow matchup. You don't really want to over-invest into the Shen. And mid lane, it's going to be a lot of pushing back and forth. There's two control mages. I'm looking at Elyoya versus Lunsas. This jungle matchup is going to be very important to set the pace of the game. Elyoya really wants to find Lunsas and use his teammates to kind of backing up, but most likely it's going to be Lunsas on the engage, on the aggression, with Fleshy behind him and all these really self-sufficient laners.
You want a friendly wager?
Yes.
All right. Elyoya is going to cheese gank bot to bail them out of this diabolical 2v2. That is my prediction. If it's true, you're wearing the hot dog costume when it comes back to us. Or the duck, whatever's easier to get on in the 30 seconds we're going to have. If not, I'll wear it.
Okay,
Deal?
absolutely.
Shake.
Yeah, shake. I don't
Production,
think...
have someone bring us the duck and or hot dog costume.
Bring in the duck.
We'll see if it happens.
Yeah, I think it's difficult, because sure, you can level 2 gank with the Jarvan.
Give me level 3. If he goes straight bot,
I'll give you level 3.
If he does anything, if he just goes straight bot,
I mean, it's an Alistar with a Q flash. You don't have a lot more if it's level 1, so he's gonna have to need a few more camps, I think.
Look, I'm willing to be wrong, but I feel like if there's any way to salvage an early difficult lane, it's just cheese them.
Yeah, you're playing against Uzi strategy, tried and true. Supa is cheesing Karsi right now. This is quite clever, because while Karsi is good at poking, he's not very strong in the all-in.
Oh, it's a Q flash. And now they're gonna chuck Karsi out. They actually don't even need their jungler. They're just gonna have Karsi at melee range.
Missing that Q is sad.
And he does have TP. He does have TP. Really, really good trade for MKOI. Maybe they don't need their jungler.
I think this actually means that MKOI might be able to get pushed in this lane. Karsi obviously chugging down those 2 potions. He's gonna try to balance the HP a little bit in this lane. Supa is trying to push. We're gonna look at mid a little bit. Look, there's 2 mages and they're throwing spells at each other.
Yeah,
it's
gonna be very, very quiet early game. And my prediction and likelihood that I wear the duck and or hot dog costume is increasing rapidly.
Which one would you rather wear?
For me, it's purely... Oh, I wore the duck yesterday, so probably the hot dog, because the hot dog has an open back.
Just to, like, see what's on the other side, you know?
Yeah. Just, I gotta get the full experience. That's life. Good level 1 for MKOI. Really does just allow them to fight for that level 2.
I think it's really creative. Putting Supa behind there, knowing that they're gonna walk in the river to try to get some vision or check for people. And very clever adaptation.
We wanted a magic trick from... you know, Alvaro and Elyoya in game 2. We got some of it early. It fell apart late game. Enemy teams fell through the sleight of hand. But this time around, it's Supa and Alvaro making the magic trick happen.
Ticking for you, Daniel. As Elyoya looks like he's just gonna full clear towards bots.
Yeah, I think I've lost.
I'll remind you.
If he doesn't go Krugs, we'll ask the producers and they can pick a side. Yeah. If he does go Krugs, I have 100% lost.
Zavisi šta Supa bude radio također.
Fiesta.
Jojo je teo da se trade-a. What? Ali istako mu je Frost debuff. On je ušao u ovo da bude egovan.
Big trade there by Alvaro. I think you're quite happy as Georgipion, because now Fiesta has to play lane with no flash against the Jarvan and Anivia. Now that is a pretty scary situation to be in. When Jarvan hits level 6, I think it's a very easy, natural gank opportunity for Elioya. He is the one looking for Linces.
Elioya invading, slightly faster clear. Smite Seal comes in from Linces, make sure he can secure his own camp.
This is
now it's a battle over Crab.
Not gonna fight in the lane this game. It's gonna be those scrappy jungle fights. Elioya really wants to scrap, but Linces won't give it up for free.
Linces forced to use the Call of the Pack combo onto Fleshy, but that's all of their cooldowns for Alvaro gone. Using the heal for the extra movement speed to get out of the crash down. Isupa is now forced to retreat. Fiesta moving in. The grasping Maw can come out in a second, but a nice knock-up onto Fiesta makes it a little bit harder for them to pursue. Sidestep from Alvaro doesn't really mean anything, and it's first blood for Linces.
And look, Linces now, he's not going to take the bot crab, he's going to chase Elioya into top set. No flash on Jojo here. Fletchy's here as well.
Jojo comes in, uses the wall to get Fleshy out of the picture, but now he's just going to fall. He's got no egg! He's got no flash! And it's not the Jarvan he needed to worry about, Finn! It's the dog and the lady on the metal horse!
And Fleshy stepping up here together with Linces. They were under a lot of scrutiny, but so far on the Jarvan, on the Nafiri and the Rel, they are finding every single early opportunity that they need.
A fantastic start for Vitality. You saw the smiles on the stage coming out of game 2. It looked good. The team atmosphere looked good, and you can see MKOI.
But the problem is, Kars is just TP'd back. He has items and he has HP. Super can't really commit to this fight because he's standing there with half HP when the fight begins. Alvaro gets chunked, and sure, Elioya really wants to fight this, but look at his laners. Fiesta is even first from mid. And a nice combo from him tries to save Alvaro, but Alvaro knows that there's no way to walk out of this. And this TP by Jojo, some would call it an Hashinshin TP back in the day. It's a questionable choice, especially without the egg. Fleshy with a flash shattering strike, locks him down. And it's a good look for Vitality after what feels like a bad dream these last few days.
Kobe would have said that TP sucked, which I think would be apt. I think a bit over-eager from Jojo Pune to return to the lane. And a reminder that Carzzy, while he'll be a bit quieter on the Ziggs, did put up the second highest damage per minute in LEC ever in our previous game on that Lucian. So if you want to look for a carry, it's that Yordle wearing the swim trunks, throwing water balloons. That's who you got to keep your eyes on.
Unusual places, Dracos. I don't know what to tell you.
That's true. Nako going for the Q3 pullback. The ulti through the wall. Mirwan just gives him the angle, but the initial Q dodge, the Intofu strike's not catching.
Xante je samo giga bullshit heroj. Previše damage radi ovaj heroj. Iako se Nako izmašio malo previše. A obratim, ili dodžovo te 70 puta na isto mesto. Strašno.
I think he could have just walked away, but he was so committed to dodging the Qs that he stayed in there and kept fighting.
As someone who's never played this matchup in their life, Finn, I didn't know that. It really did look like Mirwan had to dance around everything.
It looked sick.
Probably had enough HP to just eat one Q and leave. Maybe you're right, but instead, he went for a totally unnecessary route of play where he had to dodge stuff.
I love that.
I love it too. If he had died, though, it would have been very, very bad. And speaking of...
What is that solo kill? What? He just threw a Q at you. Like, you know he can do that. Why did you expect a different outcome?
What has happened to MKOI? The consistency in lane. We just talked so much about Jojo, how dominant he is. The most dominant individual player.
He's getting styled on my Fiesta this game. Fiesta moving first for that bot skirmish, getting that lead, and now with a solo kill on Jojo. And the Nivea that he picked, and I love that we're seeing this way answering to the Nivea, because Nivea is blinded so frequently, but she is still quite low range. She is countered by these really long range artillery mages, and like the way, like the Seraph, that I think people are a little bit shy to bring out.
And I gotta say, when we look back at this game, we're gonna throw some shade at the draft. Because you picked the Anivia early, you got counter-picked. You could have just picked the Kai'Sa early. We waited to go so far into the draft just to pick a losing bot lane. So I'm left a little bit scratching my head, and unfortunately for MKOI, we've praised them so consistently. There is a chunk of time, almost always the early game, where it feels like they are an incredible team. The execution is there. But this game, even the early game, is falling apart. Stun on the Fleshy is good. Glacial Storm for Jojo Pune going to delete the wave, but Fiesta getting stronger. Starting to run in. Linces ready to go with the ulti. Pull back onto Jojo is good. Flash away from the spiraling despair means Jojo will be able to walk away with his life.
Yeah, and then look at his MCOY comp, and I feel like who is really going.
Ne znam, iskreno Fiesta mi je toliko toplo hladno da nemam reči. Ko zna, možda mu treba vremena se privikne samo i to je sve.
But there's a lot of follow-up and there's a lot of engage, but there's not that much concentrated damage on the MCOY comp.
And there could be a bit more, but Jojo has fallen pretty rapidly behind. This isn't like Game 2 on the Victor where he got that early catalyst, those early merc treads, and was just unkillable up in the face of Fiesta. He's the one on the back foot. He has less damage, less survivability. Waiting on the egg should be available soonish if it's not available now. Is Elioyo going to kick things off? Good two-man Cataclysm. Flash out from Karzi. Supa on the way in. Desperate to hold on. Desperate to carry as Mirwan's going to fall up. And that's down for Fiesta. MCOY find the angle. And they pounce on Vitality as they grab two.
I mean, it's a fantastic find by MCOY as we counter-caster curse them. As we saw Vitality doing so many good plays. But when you look at this play, you knew Elioyo was in that banana bush. You knew he was standing there looking to engage on you, and you still walked up. You chose this fight. It's now Linces.
Supa dash back. Q flash going forward from Knock Knocko. W flash, or W not going to connect. They get Supa's flash, it's certainly nice, but it does feel like they should have been able to walk with a kill. That is ulti down for Linces, flash down for Knock Knocko.
Yes, they will miss those spells, but still, you need those plays for MCOY. You can't allow yourself to sit idle and wait. But look, they know he's in here. Fleshy sees him, and instead of marking him, he gets a double Cataclysm on the carries of Vitality. And Mirwan flies in there, misses the taunt, but does not matter. His Supa is now completely unleashed in the backline. You see how split Vitality is. K'Sante is in the top lane. Naafiri is hitting the grubs. What choice are Vitality making? They are making three at the same time, and no one is on the same page.
Yeah. And now Supa happy to have that additional money, still working towards that first item. Pathmaker from Knock Knocko means that headbutt pulverize combo, not going to do a lot, but Supa is a man who can carry a game on a Kai'Sa.
Absolutely.
There's a reason this was banned against him by KC, picked away by KC, banned consistently against him by G2. It's because if there's one champion that you can trust Supa to carry on, it is the Kai'Sa. So even if the lane phase setup wasn't ideal, him picking up these kills, him having these angles to fight, when Vitality had such a strong position, is a bit of a nightmare now for them.
Yeah, but I think this is a pretty weird swap from MCOY. They are swapping the Kai'Sa into the K'Sante, which they can't really dive. Meanwhile, they're leaving MCOY.
Just drops the aggro, and Mirwan just goes down.
And they're just leading Mirwan down here solo to fend for himself against the Ziggs. Ziggs really wants to be alone there hitting your tower. Let's see.
Nisam baš siguran kako Shen možda defa u Ziggsa. Mislim, pogotovo što ne možda mu blokira bombe, blokira passive basic, I guess, ali to nije dovoljno. Jojo opet napravio grešku. E sad, da li ima damage-a, to je pitanje. WE, ima root, QW. O, NT. O! On je failovo zid, ali nije ni bitno, ima pojačanje.
He made that situation himself, but at least he gets out with his life. In the meantime, bot lane tower was taken by Vitality, so make no mistake. This is still good for them. That is the power of the Ziggs and the satchel charge, but at least they got Knock Knocko, and at least Jojo lives.
Oh, and death taxes. AD carries down on mid wave, and top laner is dying on a weak side. After Mirwan dies, Knock Knocko, you didn't have to commit to stay here, but he really felt like he could outplay it. And you see he almost had it, but look at Supa holding his plasma out attack right after the W damage reduction comes out to really secure that kill for MCOY. And this Kai'Sa is brewing up a storm now, 2-0-1 with a 300 gold lead. This is the man to watch in every single fight that MCOY will take.
100% true. Kraken Slayer completed. Cole on the way, just 9 stacks off. Now you've got double Balefire, Torch for Vitality. Their AP carries are strong. Cyclo Sword as well. A lot of burst damage available for Vitality if they can find it on the right target. But Supa can take his time. He can ease into the fight, wait for that ulti to bring him in. Still waiting on that killer instinct cooldown for now, but that's the second Drake for Vitality. And with all the range they have, I mean, MCOY, really good team fighting tools, but still have to be careful not to give Vitality that third critical Drake.
I mean, we gotta get it back a little bit to the draft phase. We know they blind picked Anivia together with a Jarvan, because the counters to Anivia, these long range mages, they get countered by a Jarvan. So this Jarvan was kind of picked as a blanket for this Anivia to succeed. Now it got kind of caught by this wave pick, struggled now in lane, but we're gonna have to track in the team fight. If this Jarvan can lock down the way, he would really struggle to have a big impact in this game.
Very true. Fiesta's flash still not available either. And mobile champions, I mean, they picked the mobile champions into the Jarvan, right? You highlighted to it. Heads up, counter pick. Information is available, and they wanted to take the gamble on Vitality. So far, it has paid off. 1.1k gold lead for Fiesta.
He's gonna eat the fruits. Nako doesn't have a lot of MR, so he's not loving this lane assignment into the Neve, but you see Fiesta opening up behind there. Vitality is committing to play top side, but their jungler is bot side. It's a little bit desynced. I don't think they can do anything here, so most likely Nako is just gonna let Fiesta handle the Anivia like he has all game and go back to his wet noodle fights.
Yeah. And kind of expectations right now for this mid game is that we're going to see Vitality consistently taking mid prio, as you see it there. Now Supa.
Ja mislim da je Ziggs fine. Zanima me da li flipaju skroz i idu na... Na APK-isu i onda nikad ne engage i puštenju samo da puka. Mada opet APK se ne radi dobro na Firi.
Always looking to make a play. Their lane of choice has now been behind Jojo. Herald spawning in 50 seconds, so securing Jojo that top lane push will make it a lot easier to contest that objective. Because in the 1v1 he is struggling still against this wave.
Are they supposed to be careful? Ouch. Never mind, he doesn't have to be careful. My god.
That's so much damage.
That was that one of the minefield bombs and a Q.
And then a W in the end. It's half HP of Supa.
And the wave is deleted. Yeah. Well, there's a reason we see mages bot lane, folks, and there's a reason that we don't often see Kai'Sa into them. That range discrepancy is big. Now, we will hit a point in the game where Kai'Sa can just ult on Carzzy's face, and Carzzy won't really have good counterplay, but for now, he's pretty miserable. Playing at max range up against the Ziggs, and Linces just trading spells with Alvaro. A bit of BM.
I love to track this whenever I see Alistar into Neferi, because it's a constant mind game. Is the Alistar gonna WQ? Or is it just gonna W before Neferi W's to block it out? Because I've seen players lay traps throughout entire games where you W every single time. You W, you W, you W, and then at the game-defining moment, you go for the WQ, and then Neferi thinks he can just take the W and get knocked away. So it's a small little mind game that's being played by the support and jungle of Vitality and MKOI.
Mental conditioning. That is some advanced League of Legends tactics.
7 kg 15 top sport tempo partije.
Seeing which way people dodge, conditioning, always throwing it to the left or right. So love to see it. Keep an eye on it for Alvaro and Linces, who gets the mental edge here. His fear lands onto Alvaro. 3k left on the Herald. All of MKOI now arriving to the play. Elyoya into the back line. Carzzy, nice initial interrupt. Ulti onto the entire team. That's big damage, but there's no one else there to follow up. Carzzy's ulti was massive, but no one can do anything now. Linces does manage to get the objective, but jumps over the wall and just drops the Rift Herald. Battle Herald now, trying to ride through the rest of the team.
Nako? Možda? On Wifo ulti. Ne, knockback od Shelly je cancelovo knockback od Xante ulta. 10-10.
The dogs are barking, but MKOI are still standing. Jojo will finally fall. Linces dodging out. Flash over the wall there. Dizzy is Linces. 4-0-1.
Linces completely saving that play together with Nako. That looked super bad for Vitality. Instantly, Carzzy gets caught out, flashes before the Cataclysm even goes out. We're gonna get a replay on that, and we're gonna talk about it, because look at this. Starts with Alvaro, walking up, kind of checking the waters, and has to burn his ultimate before anything happens. But Elyoya finds the combo on Carzzy, and he flashes before the Cataclysm. And now, despite him finding a massive ult for the 3 people, he ends up going down, and Fleshy is left to fend for his own. And here is where you really thought that it was a good fight for MKOI, but Nako decides that he is not done. He goes for the EW on the way together with the Herald drive to knock up all of MKOI. Goes all out, doesn't get his W off right before the damage comes.
We're not done. The fight is going. Alvaro going for the knock-up. Linces going to pull back. Big damage though coming out from Linces as he's now unstoppable. His ulti not quite ready to go, but he's still on the hunt for Elyoya. Elyoya down, double kill for the dogs. Vitality rushing forward as MKOI start to fall apart. Knock clearing out the wave. The Chemtech Drake in the sights of Vitality. Fiesta doesn't even need to be here. He's already TPing up top lane just to make sure that they can push for as much.
Super heal je Knock bukvalno.
See how that fight started, but it's Elyoya and Alvaro going down initially in the fight, and when you engage dice and engage during the fight, something went really, really wrong. Maybe Supa didn't have that ult to follow up. Maybe they got caught out by Fleshy. But it's once again in the mid game where MKOI gets sloppy. They aren't taking the correct steps. They aren't choosing the correct fights. And Mirrowin
going all out now for Knocko. Alvaro there, but it's too late. Pathmaker, Knocko should have enough healing to survive. Pullback is good. He needs to keep.
Pa mislim, a da nije povukao turet, možda bi preživeo. Nice. Lepri buffer, W dobije kill.
Fiesta doesn't tank the tower, makes things that much harder.
And these are two scrappy teams, you see it. They're constantly fighting, even though it's not the correct decision. Vitality ends up going 0 for 2 there, but Linces wants to get a trade kill. Has to back down. The Dragon spawning in 4 minutes. That's gonna be the fighting point that's gonna decide the entire game.
Certainly will be. Small gold lead for Vitality, 1.5k. But we take a look back at this play, the previous one, we were wondering how it started. With this engage,
I mean, there's just no damage follow-up. Alvaro goes in super deep, and the wave flashes out, but Elyoya is adamant about following the engage, but Supa doesn't have the ult. They don't have the Stand United to go in there with them. And Jojopion, he's just the bird. He's just the bird. He's flapping his wings.
He's just a bird. Too much to ask of a little bird.
The Gaspacho combo not really working out. The slushy combo.
The slushy combo is not looking good. The hot pot does seem to be a little bit more powerful. But it's pretty warm out. I wouldn't mind a slushy.
Yeah.
As Jojo coming in on the flank. Knocko. Gonna take a bit of damage here. Can still footwork away if he needs to.
Knocko doesn't have a lot of tank items
look at Elyoya though. He's already taken a massive chunk. Like, it's so hard for MKOI to walk up right now. And you've got Fiesta. That's with one mage. Fiesta's on a sideline. They have 2. And you could say for Mirwin, like, look, you just build MR and you're fine, but Linces is turbo fed.
Yeah, I mean, sure, Supa is super head over Karsi, but Karsi is not weak by any degree. He is super strong with a double burn item. These bombs are landing for so much damage, really making it awkward for MKOI to walk into the contested zones that Vitality control.
Definitely difficult. Again, all eyes on Supa, on the side of MKOI to carry. The only reason the gold is close is because he is 2,000 ahead of his counterpart. But that said, he has to find the perfect angle and play the fight cleanly, which again, against this amount of AoE magic damage, feels like it's nearly impossible. But maybe if Alvaro and Elyoya can find the perfect angle to start a fight, he can make it happen.
As I say, it's really on Alvaro and Elyoya to find a good fight for Supa so he can shine.
Karzi marked. Elyoya gonna move in.
Dobro, Joja. Možda, nije stigao da bufferuje ulti. Dobio je batine pre nego što je bacio bilo šta. Dobar Fiesta i pogodio Supa s ultom, clean. Vitality ovo dobija hard.
Turns the fight for MKOI and they're gonna turn to Baron.
He absolutely does, Finn. Incredibly dominant fight. It just seems like everything is falling apart for MKOI. Game 1 looked like a top tier team versus a bottom tier team, but Vitality crawled their way back in game 2 and are fist fighting MKOI in game 3. What a turnaround
Supa, what are you doing?
I don't know what he's doing.
Supa ide 1 na 5.
Trying to make something happen here. He actually pulled him off the Baron. What a display of confidence.
I mean, Fiesta is splitting bot in the meantime. There's an argument that he should have been there with the team, but
there's a strong argument.
There's a strong argument. And it is important to point out, MKOI can kill Baron quick. They have a Kaisa with 3 items. Vitality's Baron is incredibly slow.
Yeah, so it's Flash's Sword that spots out Elyoya here, so they actually know he's coming from this flank, which gives Karsi the time to react and walks out of the combo range. And when a Jarvan combo doesn't land, you suddenly can't chain that into the Cataclysm. And when your Jarvan has to flash out, even before your team even has followed up on the engage, it's a pretty bad fight.
Oh, lock up there. Alvaro going over the wall. Linces forced to use the throw the pack a little bit early. Fleshy now following up the shattering strike. It's Knock on the front lines, and Alvaro first to fall as MKOI retreat back to their red buff, trying to get more space. Huge flash forward from Knock. He wants to make the difference. Ready for the fire to rain from the skies. Fiesta with his fire on his bear gets a ton of work done. Supa running. Knock unstoppable with the barrier keeps Supa standing. Karzi trying to zone away.
Supa živa, ali jedva, Vitality dalje mnogo bolje u front to backu. Karzi je malo uvećen, ali mislim Mirvi nema damage ga ubije.
But now he's against two mages. Is he tanky enough? It looks like the answer is absolutely not. All of Vitality collapse on him. They make it look too damn clean. 10 seconds till the Chemtech soul will belong to Vitality.
And look at what MKOI are doing. They are looking to start the... Supa is in base. Elioya just starts the Baron, tries to pull all of Vitality here.
They can't group in the pit. They're just going to be fishing a barrel for the double mages of Vitality. Supa on the side can do a lot of work if his front line lives, and they are not living. Fleshy now on the charge. The soul is being taken. Vitality are having their cake. They're eating all of the cake at the same time.
It's so delicious. It's a delicious cake, Dracos, because MKOI are crumbling to the pressure right now. They cannot execute a single good play anymore. Everything falls apart the moment the engage doesn't land. And it's Vitality who kites back calmly every single time they try to find the fights.
And this play starts off, you get a little bit of damage onto Linces, but what we've seen this entire game is now that Vitality have advantage with these double mages, Alvaro can't go out once he goes in. Even with an ulti, it's just not enough to survive, and Vitality are so lethal on the follow-up fight.
Yeah, and it's like Naku tries to extend this play, but look at that wall from Jojo right before it goes down, completely separates Fiesta from the left side of that play, so Supa actually gets a trade kill. And here, I think Mirwin saw something that didn't exist. Maybe he was fighting Ghost, maybe he wanted Supa to fly in there with him, but I don't think it's possible just to assassinate the 6 there with the Shen. You're just gonna have to give that dragon and gonna have to go for the next play on the Baron.
Okay, well, we're about to fight again, because why would we do anything else? 26 kills, 24 minutes into this game. Linces walking way too far forward. Free damage, but that's the ulti onto Supa. He's 50% HP, and now Vitality ready to turn back, keep the fight going. Severing will connects again! Ticking. Baleful torch. Does he have Deathfire touch as well? Supa might still follow to this.
Naravno, samo pada ovdje. Vidite samo da mogu naći još nešto pozadi. Uš, Elioya. Nije Supa cancelova recall, Elioya ga tu ubija.
Now, setting their sights on the Baron again, a very, very slow Baron with this kind of advantage. With Alva already dead, with Supa forced back, they should be able to take it.
I mean, it's a slow Baron, but they still have that Neferi who does so much damage to Baron, has all those darkened daggers just piercing the heart of the purple monster. Let's see if MKOI can actually try to contest this, because Elioya is sprinting for his life. He's trying to do everything he can to get into these pits.
7k, 6k, getting lower. A flag, a drag, a cataclysm, 4k, they've split him back away from the...
Samo disengage turn i to je to, Jojo Egg. Fiesta će umre od Barona. Fiesta je mrtav od Barona. Dobar! Dobro su oni u stvari, Holy.
Jojo Pune running away from Fiesta. It's just him and Alvaro versus the world.
But Kars is down. Fiesta is kind of out of the fight. He needs to recall and TP back. It's just going to be Linces and Knock, but I think they can actually get this Baron finally. And this has been the longest Baron waltz I've ever seen. Back and forth. And it feels like every single fight MKOI is losing, but for some reason Vitality took a lot of time to get his Baron, but they will be happy they finally pick it up.
That they will. 3,000 gold lead for Linces, 8-0-7. I was a little bit nervous when he locked this in Champion Select, but his laners played well in their individual matchups despite some rough starts, gave him those opportunities, and now he's taken over.
Yeah, and look at Elioya, he tries to get onto Karsi here with the Shen, but a great satchel by Karsi brings him to safety, and Supa tries to go in, but you have assassinated the 6, but there's a 7-0 Neferi chewing on your nostrils as Fiesta is flashing out of the Baron pits.
You certainly paint a picture, Finn. I don't know, chewing on his... All right, fair enough.
I mean, he did.
He did. The dog loves chewing. The dog can do whatever it wants. It wants to chew on your nostrils. Very poorly behaved dog. Yeah. And that's your Vitality. They're really excited about this one.
Yeah. But now Fiesta has no flash still. Has the Sun has picked up, so should Elioya try to dive onto him, he has that hourglass to stall for a little bit of time. Supa, he needs to make a miracle. He needs to have the perfect fight to come back into this game.
Mirwin splitting, doesn't have the stand united, but does have access to the TP.
Sad li mogu da ih dajevaju, mada realno gledaju imaju Zigza. Naku uzima kulu, Zigz priđe bacit sečal na onaj turet na midu i to je palo. Kapiram da im je siege dalje relativno dobar.
the 6 with the Baron buff and 2 grubs. It's just so simple for Vitality. They just need to play on the wave and just throw their spells every single wave. We can like taking quite some damage.
Took a lot of damage.
Some damage there, but still, with time, Vitality will start cracking these towers, and it's MKOI that's has the pressure on them to kind of find the fights.
I'm nervous for Vitality, however. As much of a lead as they built for themselves, doesn't feel 100% confident this Baron push. Linces, the man assigned to make this 4-1 work, knowing that he has good tools to escape, but if he oversteps and goes down, it's going to be a huge shutdown to the side of MKOI. Even now, Mirwan and JoJoPyun able to push Vitality back.
I mean, Vitality didn't really sync their waves on this push. JoJoPyun was able to just walk over and clear the wave before the next wave hit on mid, so MKOI holds on for a little bit longer. They have the Chemtech Soul, but it is one of the weaker souls, I would say, in terms of raw combat potential. So
it's really, really good for Knock-Knocko, sometimes good for Linces. It's pretty much useless for Fiesta and Carsey.
Yeah, exactly. And Vitality might have to bring this to an Elder fight.
Which is a difficult spot. Again, we talk about Vitality. They've stepped up. You can see the mood in the team is good, but there's still holes in the gameplay. Not syncing your waves on Baron means you're not breaking open the base. It means you're not getting a greater advantage. It means this Red Bull Baron power play is negative rather than positive, and it means MKOI have a lot more space to play with than they probably should at this kind of goal deficit.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is the sheer amount of damage on this Vitality comp right now. You have Linces, Fiesta, Carsey, every ability hitting so hard. Look at Mirwan.
Da ih kroz ovaj sol nema šanse da prođe. Ne znam, mislim da će im biti baš teško da igraju ovo.
Fiesta tries to protobelt out, but the Cataclysm still catches him, and now MKOI have an angle to follow up. Fiesta buys an extra second with the Zhonya's. Linces now on the collapse. Super flying into the backline, but he can't hit anybody. Forced away, 50% HP. Fiesta still face tanking through the power of the Chemtech Soul, and it's JoJoPyun losing out as Fiesta still lives for far too long. JoJoPyun finds the shutdown. Carsey on the chase. Knock-Knocko to finish it. Mirwan running, Super running. MKOI simply too far behind. Vitality winning out with their wallets in an otherwise close fight as Fleshy will fall as well. But Super's still alive! He takes another one with him. It's all eyes on Linces and Knock-Knocko to hold it. Alvaro, the sacrificial cow, to give the team space thrown away as Linces is legendary.
This game's fights are crazy, Dracos. I mean, it's a miracle that MKOI are finding some sort of fighting capabilities. This will just be the Elder Dragon for the Neferi. Knock-Knocko's gonna push out his wave, and I think they're gonna start it together. But the fact that they found that pick onto Fiesta, and the fact that they lived for so long before going down, is crazy.
And I take it back, Chemtech Soul.
Da ih nađemo, a?
Yeah, how did he live for so long? Knock-Knocko going all in on Elyoya. Again, the only goal here is to keep them away from this Elder Dragon, and it takes a lot of time for Linces to do it.
7k, Elyoya's gonna manage to end up being here.
He's gonna be here.
50-50, but the Neferi's Smite is very strong with a double Darkened Dagger.
That it is. TP now coming in. Ziggs on the way. Carsey on the way. All 5 members of Vitality in the area. Mirwan getting pulled back. They've backed away from the Elder. Now MKOI need to immediately retreat, but they might not have the space to do so. Forced to fight in the pinch. Vitality are uncertain if they want to keep going, but that answer is not the case for Linces, who goes way too far. Forced now into the GA. Bomb across the top. The Mega Inferno Bomb not connecting. Good pacing coming in from MKOI. Fiesta caught in the Cataclysm. The follow-up damage not quite there. Fear onto JoJo. Fleshy forced back. Elder back in the sights of Vitality.
Super, you know he wants to out-attack people, but how can he out-attack someone? Linces goes in, gets popped by the GA, but still, Fiesta, Carsey, the range, the CC of Vitality nullifies any attempt that Super has to carry this game.
Waiting, taking their time. They're going to execute at the last possible second to ensure they have the most possible uptime on Elder.
Yeah, Linces is just going to stay on the map and make sure the whole team is on the map already when this Elder is killed, to make sure they have as long as time possible to make this Elder buff work, to at least break an inhib, at least an inhib.
Yeah, really taking his time. Bro, okay. This is rude.
Okay. Bilo je.
This is like when the cat brings home the mouse or the bird and it's not really dead. They're just batting at it. I guess it's a dog instead. But there you go, that's an Elder Dragon. Reduced to that. Unfortunately.
Did you just compare Elder Dragon to dead mouse?
That's what it looks like, bro. He's just sitting there holding it like, okay, hit me again. Hit me again.
Let's watch this fight. Because, yeah, as you say, MKOI had to pull out of this fight. And Knock-Knocko goes all out on Mirwan, but he just walks out of it. And it looked a little bit sketchy here because Linces gets caught on this side. Going on to Mirwan, gets popped in his GA. But it's so difficult for Super to hit, because who can hit? It's such a tight corridor. Sonya says the Mega Inferno Bomb, and never mind.
No, Kanzania's that. Flashing away, he's still dead! Oh my gosh!
Is that one ult?
80 carries, it's time for you to get on social media and complain, boys. The mages are here. Fire up the tweets.
Lik je 9, mislim, ja ne znam.
Oh my god, I'm pretty sure that was one super mega inferno bomb that killed Super.
Samo Adi Carry ne rade. Ja pričam. Ja pričam, samo me niko ne sluša, brate. Poslije ja ludo. Čak i nije Adi Carry, faktički je caster.
Vitality in the victory lap.
Oh my god.
Vitality set to take down MKOI. MKOI set to go 0-3 in Paris. KC fans eating good today.
And Fiesta, what a display of confidence on this way. Solo killing Georgia Pyun. Finally bouncing back after his first 2 series, but look at the TP here. Alvaro is behind.
Alvaro on the flank, immediately gonna get nerfed. Still finds the 2-man knockup. They're holding on to hope. Georgia Pyun doesn't have the ulti in the right spot, and Alvaro's just gonna die. That's it. Flash in from Fleshy, looking for the re-engage, manages to lock up 3. The immediate follow-up coming in for the rest of Vitality. Ulti from Linces. The egg is there. Scrambling Jojo Pew in his own base.
Ja ne moram da ko je ovo izgubio. Ali Linkas je presmurfulo. Iskreno, 2 gema za redom. Linkas, znači, preneo je. Fiesta igrao lepo, okej su igrali, ali Linkas specifično. On je umro 2 gema, zar ne? Bio je fazom 4-0-11 i onda je 11-0-4. Znači, clean, brate, clean, nema šta. Linka stvarno radi posao.
Vitality, it's a road of improvement, but that's the kind of thing that you need to get the momentum in your favor for the rest of this season, ending on a win. Linces, Fleshy, and Carzy are your options for Kia Player of the Series, but we know who the right answer is. It's actually really close. Yeah, it's really close.
I think Carzy and Linces for me.
Carzy and Linces for sure.
Too quiet.
I think Linces.
Linces had a fantastic game 3, and the Pantheon as well was flawless. The Aegis Assault blocking was the comeback play for Vitality in that game. I think it's got to go to Linces.
Certainly feels that way. After that game 1, I didn't think they could do it. Oh, I did not think they could do it. You can see frustration on the fans, the Koi fans, the Karpus. Look, it's a disaster. Week
it's
1.
A tough
but
week
one of these teams was going to walk away at the end of this series knowing that their week 1 was a disaster. And it sucks for MKOI that it's them, but well played to Vitality.
Ko je 0-3, stiče Carzy malo da ih flamuje, pošto Carzy voli da trash talkuje na intervju. Pravimo pauzicu, nakon pauze imamo u stvari apsolutni banger od meča. Gledat ćemo ekipu Gamers Tua, LTG Tua protiv KC-a. Ali, ajde pustimo da imamo kako Carzy ironično ima da proziva protivnike da su loši i svoje saigrače su još gori, pošto on to tako preferira.
I guess just the opponent, you know.
Adversaire diff, apparemment c'est juste qu'MKOI était vraiment trop mauvais. No, but seriously, honestly, how did you guys manage to make it? Because you've been close all weekend. There's been some good moments, some very cringe moments as well. How do you feel about today's game?
I mean, we played a little bit better today. I think the draft was more of our style than playing the Camel. First game was also struggle, like playing this explosive game where we have to push the advantage. Like we are just not that good yet, but then I played some Lucian, was kind of nice. And then I gave the fire to my team so we can win the 3rd game.
Il a donné l'énergie à son équipe. Ils sont pas forcément encore très bons et très à l'aise. C'est ses mots, hein, pas les miens, ici. Et ils ont trouvé des drafts sur lesquels ils étaient un peu plus à l'aise aujourd'hui. Très contents d'avoir pu jouer Lucian et des choses qui leur vont mieux. Ça reste quand même une équipe qui est assez fraîche avec Fiesta qui arrive sur la mid lane, un joueur coréen qu'il faut intégrer à l'équipe. J'aimerais savoir à quel point ça a changé la dynamique et surtout le fait d'arriver avec une équipe nouvelle comme ça devant vous. Un week-end qui a dû leur foutre la pression quand même un petit peu. I think it was not easy for you guys just showing up on stage this weekend knowing that you have a fresh team, a new mid laner that you have to integrate, especially with the fact that he's coming from Korea. That language barrier might be something for you guys. Tell me about the pressure coming in here this weekend knowing that you can't miss that first week.
I mean, for sure important, especially like you said, we made a change on mid lane and we were playing against the best teams in the league, let's say, like standing-wise. So it was pretty important, and the first 2 games were a really bad showing, but at least we won the third one in like some kind of a nice manner, so it counts. Like, at least we are not the ones 0-3, you know.
Au moins, c'est pas ceux qui finissent le week-end 0-3. Ils arrivent à avoir une victoire ici et c'est ce qui compte. C'était un week-end qui mettait beaucoup la pression forcément avec le fait qu'il y avait un nouveau mid laner qui devait intégrer. Moi, j'ai envie de savoir ce que ça change pour lui parce que son copain humanoïde n'est plus là. On sait qu'ils étaient très contents tous les deux. J'aimerais bien savoir à quel point c'est lui qui est responsable des good vibes maintenant pour l'équipe parce qu'on sait que Vitality, c'est une équipe qui est un peu crazy, un peu folle. Donc, je veux savoir si maintenant c'est la responsabilité de Karzi justement de faire en sorte que l'équipe se passe bien. I know that your work wife is gone now. I want to know, are you responsible for the good vibes and the craziness at Vitality? Or is the whole team just taking care of that?
It's just me, you know, I'm the clown of the team. Okay. I need to make them happy, then they can perform.
Okay. C'est le clown de l'équipe, ça change pas. On a vu une interview de Karzi récemment où il disait que tout comme Showmaker, finalement, c'est le genre de joueur qui aime bien ce genre d'ambiance, arriver dans une arène qui va être hostile, que le fait de se faire huer, c'est pas forcément quelque chose qui le déstabilise. Donc j'aimerais lui poser la question sur son ressenti. Ah, attendez un peu quand même. Et savoir à quel point c'était une expérience intéressante justement de jouer dans ce genre de conditions. I think you know where this is going. I was talking about the fact that you said in an interview recently that you don't mind getting booed. You don't mind this kind of atmosphere like Showmaker. It's the kind of things that actually you enjoy. Tell me about this weekend playing in front of this arena, even with a hostile crowd.
I mean, it was nice. I enjoyed it. It's just energy, you know, and the energy is being transferred.
L'énergie est transférée ici. Faites du bruit pour Karzi quand même, s'il vous plaît. Qui sauve leur week-end ici. Thank you so much for joining me for the interview. On va se retrouver d'ici une vingtaine de minutes pour le deuxième BO. Ça sera le dernier BO de ce week-end. Vous l'attendez. Ils vont arriver sur stand d'ici peu de temps. G2 contre K-Corp. À tout de suite.
He likes it. Everybody likes the booing, so the KC fans are never going to stop doing it. But we've got Fleshy here to talk about this victory. Congratulations. What a crazy series, man.
Thank you. We like the saison, like after last 2 days, finally. Yeah, I mean, not much to say. I think we just played better, to be honest. Like, it was not much. I mean, after first game, when we see that we got kind of, I can say that outdrafted.
Sure.
And we got outplayed in game as well, and we were a bit maybe more scared than we should be. And we just kind of changed into second game, back to the roots, Lucian Medio, and give Karzi more responsibility maybe.
Do you feel like this meta now is a bit harder for you guys because the support role can be so crazy, like you can pick the Camille and just completely ignore bot lane and not really playing towards Karzi's strengths? I mean, he's a good Ziggs, of course, but just not really letting him be the carry and you and Linz just walking around. Do you like that meta, or do you feel like it's hard for you guys to adapt to it?
I mean, I think it's fine. Karzi is kind of a guy that adapts as well. Like, he's good at playing with low resource and then just 1v1 as well. He's happy to do that. It's just that need to figure out, and I think we just need to have more time. We didn't scrim too much before season starts, and we had a new mid laner, of course. So just need to adapt and be better at communication as well, just not gameplay.
And speaking of your new mid laner, like the outside looking in, it feels quite weird, right? Because you guys had a really good spring split. Of course, the playoffs was underwhelming, but still, I think a lot of people became fans of you guys, and it was such a fun roster to watch. And Karzi and Humanoid seemed to have such a nice, tight-knit bond, and there was a lot of content as well. Can you walk me through, like, why did you guys end up making a change?
I mean, it was feeling really good when we were winning, of course, but it's only regular season, and our plan, our goal is not to just win regular splits on be first seed, you know. And if you get 0-6 in both playoffs and something is wrong, it was just a lot of things that like it adds up by the time. When we were winning, we didn't see much mistakes maybe from ourselves. Maybe it was that. Maybe it was the mental issue that we were giving up so fast. Maybe. I mean, at the end, it's coaches' decisions and it's organization decisions. Not much to say for me. I just need to adapt and play the best game I can.
What do you think about the coaching decision of adding someone who just flames you, right? Like, we all saw the screenshots. What's up with that? You made up?
I mean, yeah.
I mean, in his defense, I've also had a lot of like teammates that flame me in solo queue, and then we joined up afterwards.
I mean, in solo queue, I mean, most of the time everybody flames everyone, and everybody is so nice outside, you know, outside game. But with Fiesta, I mean, it's our meme as well. He loves every time. I mean, I guess we fought right now, like before, so we are better now. Instead of fighting later. So yeah, that's just a funny moment for me.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. He's also integrating, of course. A shout out to Linsas, our Kia player of the series. Jack, good. You say good. He gets a lot of flack, right, Linsas, often from the community. So yeah, tell me a little bit about him in this game. I mean, especially with this like jungle needs to be a head meta kinda. He had a lot of responsibility, of course, as a jungler, and like last 2 days he couldn't do this much maybe. I mean, we didn't play the best, of course, as a team, but he wasn't that good as well. So, I mean, today he did, and he communicated really good as well. So yeah, that was it. Yeah, congratulations. I'm glad you guys got a win on the board so that maybe you'll get invited to another road trip now that you got a win.
Yeah, we need to win first, yeah.
Let's hope so. Awesome. Thank you so much, Fleshy. We're going to kick it over to a quick break. But when we come back, of course, it is the main attraction of this whole weekend, G2 versus KC. We'll be right back with that.
Slowly, guys, slowly.
I flash. Slow.
No flash, Aaron. Shut no flash.
And Georgian, he's just bird. He's just the bird. He's flapping his wings. Just a bird. Okay, no flash. Jarvan, no flash. Okay,
I'm looking.
Just keep.
I get ult. Get go.
No flash, Nevia.
10k right now.
Kaiser's getting bombed. She will die. No flash. She has to zone. Yeah, she's edge.
No flash, Red top.
Wow, let's kill the
Yes, first LE7, baby.
Let's kill the Shen as well.
Let's go, finally. We are not losers.
Welcome to the European League of Legends Championship Series.
Damn it. Hey, Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
The whole room was howling.
Howling? Oh. That's not howling, buddy. That's...
Did you steal the LEC trophy? Okay, you can close it.
sure if we get it. I'll go. No, it's good, guys. It's good. Yeah, forward. He will die. All good.
Side of it. Flash away from Yike. Flash away from Broken Blade, but Kaliz begins to open up. And Hero's entrance becomes only an exit. And he's leaving in a coffin. KC with beautiful team fighting.
Okay, I go deep. Nice guy. This is up, guys.
Yeah, we'll keep it up like this.
Yeah.
No, Yahoo overextended. Yeah, no. I don't think there's any escape. Summer takes it. Chucks an orb at him. Cat's low on mana. Spirit rushes forward. Foxfire needs an auto. The rocket belts it up. Cat's tanks down across the way towards the bottom side. Didn't use the ultimate or the flash, but he's going to lose away.
Sorry, I know. He's fine. He's good. Yeah, he's good. It's good. I'm killing everyone. Look, that's a meta, my dude. Let's go! No. Let's go, guys!
I can kill him. Ignite goes down to dance, Boost West step away. Blitz trying to step forward, flash away. Sullivan, the final shot from the gym, finds enough to take the kill.
I can fight. If you can spin me. Yes. 4 seconds W. Yeah. I be. W. Yeah. Good shit, guys. Look out. Surprise! Of course it was. You guys say, feel, we want to challenge. Looks insane! Give me that. Only. Wait. Go.
Hey, they might Nasus, by the way, just saying.
I was thinking about it. Just look at it.
Let's go.
Line, bro.
Wait for the shield. Stacks. Yeah, it's fun. Flashes. Look for the trader onto Kaliz. Needs to walk away from the piercing arrow. Charging forward now. Broken Blade underneath the tower. Wu-Tang getting on Summer. From downtown claims the kill. G2 are your spring split champions!
Absolute cinema. That's what it is every time these two teams meet on the Rift. These were the spring finals, but similar things, of course, happened when they met in the finals. Before that, 5-game spectaculars. They're going head-to-head, the two best teams in Europe right now with equal great moments in the international season, be it at MSI, be it at EWC. Wow, I am so hyped for this match in this arena, Jack.
And it's so needed as a palate cleanser, because we just watched some suboptimal League of Legends, but I am confident that G2 versus KC will deliver, because we've seen it deliver time and time again.
Exactly, we saw those two finals time and time again have all been about that grit and resilience, because I feel like there were times where KC were the favorite going into the series as the series went on, but G2 time, they were just bringing it back, and I feel like today, I just want 3 games, regardless of who wins. My bet is on KC, but regardless, I want... Spoiler alert! But with this arena, it being fully packed like this, I just want 3 games in the crowd to be either sad or extremely happy.
We see the head-to-head there for G2 and KC. It's that KC needed a little time to ramp up, right? They had those different iterations of the roster, but they really grew into the powerhouse that we know and love today. And when it comes to playing at their road trips, the game is rigged in their favor. They never lose here, Jack.
I mean, it's no wonder the KC fans are so loud in their support for KC and so loud in their distaste for every other team in this arena. And I can't imagine how difficult it can be for G2, especially if you make a bad play, if you fall behind, and you just can't even hear your teammates with how loud the cheering is from the crowd. And I think that will be the difference maker if it were to be KC that takes it today.
What do you think has been for KC in their rise to being this top contender in Europe now that is so etching ever closer? Yeah, is that what it is?
I think we can both agree with
Yeah, I can agree with it. Yehu, I feel like we were building him up slowly and slowly as this guy who shines at lands, but now it's not even about lands. I feel like overall, his last, I would say 20, 30 games, I feel like this meta fits him like a glove. I feel like it is control mages that he's bringing, the Casio, the Syndra, the Orianna. He has excellent performances on them, and he's one of the only players as well who has the pocket pick Annie that I feel like not a lot of people are bringing it out. So when I look at him, when I look at KC, I feel like he's one of the main catalysts when it comes to their rise.
And I think it's been really cool because when Yehu joined the league, it felt like, oh, it's a generic Korean. He's going to be like, yeah, he's going to be fine, but nothing more than that. But he's just grown so much as he's entered the league and gotten so much better with time. And I think with today's matchup, if he beats Caps, you could argue that he's the best mid laner in Europe.
Yeah, I've just watched JoJo's Anivia, so I would tend to agree with you.
And I would even say that he brings a lot of the energy that Caps has. That little smile that he has all the time. I feel like that's Caps' strongest trait. The fact he can smile through it all. But when I look at Yehu, every single time he has interviews, every time he's in front of this crowd and he pops off with his catchphrases at this point because he brings them out time and time again. I feel like he has great energy for the series.
Yeah, I love the voice comms coming out of KC. Same for G2. There were some videos on social media about G2 making their way, I don't know where this morning, and the KC fans were kind of standing next to them, shouting at them a little bit. Caps with a smile as big as ever. And why wouldn't you be? He's the GOAT of Europe, so can you really give the edge to Yehu? What about Caps this event so far?
I mean, Caps has been really good as well. I think he had the one lock game where it was like the start and he looked kind of rough.
Hey, that was that if he perks in it himself.
And then up against Fiesta, he had a really, really good Ari game where it just felt like it was a Caps masterclass. He had it bad, like it feels like such a Caps classic to be like kind of rough in the early game, but then he just gets the ball rolling and the snowball just builds and builds and builds. Had 25 Magi stacks and was just killing everybody, and that feels like classic Caps. I don't think he'll be able to replicate that today because that was up against Vitality, that was up against Fiesta, who, especially in the last 2 days, today was a little bit better, but he was willing to go a little bit too far every single time. And I do think that Yehu will play that containing role. I could see him on the Annie, on the Galio, try to kind of hold Caps down, and that would be kind of the win con for KC, is just don't let Caps be unleashed, and then you can win on the rest of the map.
It really feels like so much is riding on this particular match, and I know both of them have won their previous 2 matches, Oduamne, but it's almost like it doesn't matter if you don't win this one, right? For G2, we said it before, Perks at the helm, first really big test. KC not being able to get that scalp of G2. There's so much riding on this.
Think about it. It's such a momentum swinger for both of these teams because you get to kick out week 1 with arguably your biggest rivals. On the side of G2, there were a lot of doubts. You have Perks, first time ever coaching. Will he manage to do it? Coming out to the win against KC in their hometown would mean a lot. And on the side of KC, they have this aura of invincibility. We said it before, 7-0 at the road trips. So I feel like there's a lot weighing in on this matchup.
You guys already spoiled it. You did. In terms of prediction, we have, I thought we were going to go to the game in a second, but we have a little bit of delay, so you actually have a little bit more time to motivate your predictions. We'll start with you because you already spilled the beans.
Yeah, I'm going for KC. I always went for KC, and I always lost when I bet on KC versus G2. I just felt like in the past when Skewmond was becoming Yike's daddy, it just happened way too often. I feel like Yike is just chipping away a little bit at this aura of invincibility from Skewmond. He's growing more and more in his role, and I feel like now he has enough supporting characters on the side of Kalis, which I feel like he's also performing quite well this event, and on the side of Yike, bringing out the Kiana and having a lot more individual confidence. So I feel like if it's not now, then I'm never betting on KC ever again.
Okay, I see you.
I think it's KC as well. I feel bad that we're both thinking KC, but I just feel like when you look at the series that has been played thus far, KC showed a much better showing against MKOI than G2 did. Like, there was a few things that could have went differently in G2 versus MKOI, and MKOI would have taken it. While KC, they've looked better throughout this weekend, and I think they will continue to do so.
Okay, I'm with you. I think KC is going to take it here in their own house because this time it is personal. Can they jump over that hurdle that is the bastion of G2 esports? Let's find out.
Yo, what's up everyone? We're outside of the arena ahead of the KC G2 game. We're gonna talk to some fans. Come on. First off, amazing cosplay. You look absolutely radiant, all of you do. Who do we think is gonna win today?
Obviously G2.
Okay, how many games?
I'd say 3, because like for the plots, you know, we need some entertainment.
Now we found the other side of the rift, guy. Who do we think is gonna win today?
KC.
Okay, how much? What's the scoreline?
2-0, big stomp.
2-0, big stomp. I love the confidence. Can you guys turn? I want to see who you're repping today. Kalist, Kana, and you're just repping the team. It's fine. It's fine. All good. Thank you, guys. We got some drums from KC, but there's also some drums for G2. You wanna do it? I found some T1 fans actually. They're everywhere. Girls, thank you so much. What do you think ahead of today, KC or G2?
G2! And G2 too.
Big Caps is here. He's a bit too tall for actual Caps, but that's a question for later. Guys, what is the expectation from the game today?
2-1.
2-1?
One couldn't game for G2.
Who's gonna carry?
Caps.
Caps, there you go. Love to hear it. Thank you, guys. It's been a weekend of absolute domination from KC here in their house at the Adidas Arena all weekend. They're undefeated during the whole year of road trips that they did for the LEC. Today is KC versus G2. They're here for revenge. After winter, after spring, can they do it and stay undefeated in their house? Le Blue One, est-ce que vous êtes chaud? Let's end it!
Mesdames et messieurs, la dernière rencontre de ces 3 jours exceptionnels. Les 2 équipes à abattre, celle qui domine l'Europe. Mais à la fin, il ne peut en rester qu'une. Les premiers entrés dans l'arène. Ils visent la place en haut du LEC, être maître de l'Europe. Les G2. Et bien sûr, sur la top lane, Broken Blade. Dans la jungle, Scumo. Sur la mid lane, Caps. Au poste d'Adekari, Otsama. Et bien sûr, à ses côtés, au poste de support, la Brave. Il s'avance parmi vous dans la foule. Allez, mesdames et messieurs, du bruit pour les G2. Et maintenant, leurs adversaires du jour. Et ils n'ont pas perdu un seul Nexus du week-end. Ils visent le score parfait. Ils se présentent devant vous en cette dernière journée de roadshow. Et bien sûr, sur la top lane, Kana. Dans la jungle, Yeti. Sur la mid lane, Yahoo. À ses côtés, à la décarie, et enfin au poste de support, Fusion. Mesdames et messieurs, pour le dernier KC versus G2. I've subbed in for Dracos as his voice is beginning to leave him, and no surprises with how loud the crowd has been here.
I mean, it's absolutely crazy in here. I feel like I'm standing in the midst of a Roman Colosseum. The moment KC walked onto that driveway, they just took all the energy and siphoned it into themselves.
Oh, it's been incredible. I love BB as well, walking out, like throwing the faces, putting his fingers on his nose.
I love it, I love it.
Great flag there as well, representing the KC players. As we get ready for draft, I think we'll see quite different drafts to Series 1 of the day. Series 1 felt very like, we want to play 80 carries, let's play some 80 carries. Maybe we'll see some
different gameplay as well.
I mean, you can only hope. You can only hope, let's be honest. It's, now we get the real meat and potatoes of the day, of the weekend as well.
I like the peas, I like the gravy, but the meat and potatoes is really the shining star.
It's true. It's true. Let's get into draft in just a moment's time. These two teams currently vying to see who's going to end the week at the top of the LEC table, and I think in most people's estimations now as well, the top two teams in the LEC.
Yeah, we used to have this clear top three in LEC. Throughout this year we had G2, KC and MKOI, and it really feels like after these standout international performances, I feel like G2 and KC has kinda elevated themselves above and left MKOI a little bit in the dirt.
Agreed.
So it's super, super exciting to now see them play each other so early in the season as well. It's a new meta, it's a fresh drafting pattern, and it's gonna come down to who has the best read.
So G2 with right to first selection decided they want to be on blue side. KC chose second pick. Not something we see too often, although at MSI some teams were picking blue side, likely for the easier access towards the Baron pit. They're going to ban away the Casio and the Nocturne alongside the Poppy for G2. Lock and Oriana taken away by KC.
Yeah, I mean, lock ban makes sense. Caps didn't have the greatest lock
Evo nas, konačno. Vidjeli smo dosta raspoloženoga Bibija.
Also a very powerful pick. We saw it the other game in MKOI versus Vitality. Didn't have the best performance, but with the meta so full of these mages, Jarvan is just almost guaranteed to find some value.
Yeah, as soon as there's low mobility on the enemy team, you love to be playing the Jarvan. Lee Sin is often seen as an answer to it. Also one of the best junglers on the patch. Camille still up. Don't really want to be the first team to pick Camille unless you can ban away the...
Naravno da hoćeš. Samo instalo Camille i ništa te ne zanima.
So dangerous, so picking up the Camille on the third pick on the red side is really the jackpot. So we kind of want to see if G2 want to break that. You can either blind the Shen or the Leona here if you want to deny that pick, or if you're feeling really bold, you can take the Camille away yourself, as they have secured Victor for Yehu. We've seen this pick usually be Victor or Casio, our true red side in the first game, and since Casio is banned, they have opted for the Victor, a champion that both Kalist and Yehu likes to play.
Exactly, can still go down towards the bottom side. We'll see if we stick towards the AD carries or whether we have those mages in bot lane as we've seen through a few of the other series this week. G2 now having that thought session. It's like, oh, do we want to pick the Camille? No, instead we'll just pick Camille's counter the Leona, meaning the KC are unlikely to get it themselves.
I mean, if we recognize it, they do it too. They realize that Camille on free is so dangerous. So by blind picking the Leona, you block that completely. Now that does mean that you can get counterpicked in the Leona. You've just blind picked your support. But KC, Jace is open. Their top winner name is Kim Kana. They're gonna lock that.
Exactly, they'll have the Jace for top lane and can ban out the Yorick, which is the most often seen counter for it.
I will say, I did see yesterday though that they played Jace AD carry over in the LCS.
That they did. Berserker, I want to say, brought that one out.
Lyon Gaming, another really strong team as we've seen internationally. So not gonna lock in it for Kana, but when you have Kana on your team, you kind of want to give him the Jace.
Yeah, and often you ban out the Olaf and the Yorick as your two bans. If you're going to do that, to make sure that you just get to continually push in that lane, get a lot of pressure down. You're also not at risk of something like a Nocturne because jungler's already picked for G2. There is the risk of something like a Rise, but then you need a heavy physical damage top laner if you're G2.
Yes, I would assume to see the Shen ban as we saw here, and then now you have the option. You can either try to target
Syndra Leona možda bude isto solidan kombo.
Things that come to mind is the Rel, is the Alistar, things that do well into Leona in isolation. You could also ban a Camille if you think the champion is really strong, but I think it makes more sense to try to target out those somewhat good answers into Leona.
Interesting to see KC not go for the Yorick ban, instead just deciding they want to get rid of the Ezreal. Does open that up for G2. They're now thinking about, as you say, whether they want to get rid of that Camille. Still looking for bot sides. Bot laners, in fact, for both these teams, unless the Syndra is flexed for Hard Summer and bot to G2.
But I think if you ban an AD or a mid, you're kind of just throwing a ban away because you don't know where that victory is going anyway. So it makes so much more sense just to ban a support. But I'm going to hold that thought because they just banned Ziggs, which makes, to me, not a lot of sense, but I think maybe it's just such a strong mage in the bot lane, gives so much more push, because that is something that we've seen sometimes lacking when you have these mage comps. It's so difficult to get these objectives down. That 6 is
good siege as well with the satchel, right? If you ever get close to a tower and it's low, you just immediately satchel it. Usually that's what you have an AD carry for. They rattle out a few shots at the turret and take it down. KC looking towards their support.
Perks, da, Perks Aura farmuje. Razmišljuje kako da da napravi neku njegovu stvari, bio u fazonu naočare za sunce. Na stage-u.
We've seen it so many times for our pro play, whether it's Rel, Nautilus, Alistar, Leona. They're basically here to do the same thing. They want to engage, they want to pick people off with their CC, and I don't think the bot lane matchup is gonna be the defining factor of this game. It's most likely gonna be decided around that mid, around that jungle, where the fights will take shape.
Ahri is going to be the lock for G2, so they will be putting caps on that. Syndra will be going bot in the hands of Hans Summer. We've already seen him bring it out once this week.
Speaking of things we've seen, also the Cassandra for Broken Blade had a pretty good Cassandra game against the Jace of Naknako the other day. Matchup that Jace is slightly winning, but Cassandra, of course, is just there to fortify, bolts to the top lane, and just scale up.
It seems like KC are looking towards following up on this dive that they have with the Lee Sin and with the Rel in the form of a Kai'Sa.
Si sočio šta. I loćek Santari botlane, što... Okej. Kalis na Sylasu, možda. Jace su igrali na botu također.
Silas bot, could be Victor bot, could be Victor mid, could be Silas bot. We have no idea. Silas into Ahri is a super nice ult to take though, getting the spirit dash resets going off, dashing around, just adds more dashes to an already dashy champion.
And also you have the Solar Flare to steal, you have the Cataclysm to steal, you have the Unleashed Power not as good, and the All Out not as good, but still...
He's eating pretty good, it's a pretty fine steak.
He's having a pretty nice time. Yeah, who will be on that Silas mid lane. So, we have physical damage on top jungle for KC and then magic damage all the way down through mid. Very similar for G2. They don't have a lot of physical damage though, it's only the Jarvan.
You know, there are many places you could gauge your eyes upon this game, but it's gonna come down to mid.
Yeah.
In this day and age, you have caps on Ahri versus Yehu on Silas.
Silas je samo mnogo bolji u matchupu.
Junglers are going mid. That will be the battlefield of this game, and it's such a snowballing matchup. Suddenly when Silas can't dash in and trade aggressively into Ahri, he's just slowly falling behind. And just for good measure, we have a pause.
Yeah, the crowd is quite loud, unsurprisingly, and players are requesting some adjustments to their headphones to make sure they can hear the game, which is something I've been doing while we've been talking as well. So no surprises at all that they need a couple of moments just to make sure that they can hear. It's the loudest the crowd has been throughout this weekend. And maybe we just give them a moment, actually. Man, French crowds are something else.
I mean,
French crowds are something else.
It's just magical, and the stage is really being set right now. This means so much for KC, who has always been shut down by G2 in the end. They did get that final 2025 winter, But since then, G2 really has had the upper hand whenever these teams meet.
Yeah, last two finals, G2 favored a reverse sweep in spring finals as well. Can't forget that.
That wound is still open.
Oh, it's going to be open for a while until KC managed to pick up a win. And as much as, you know, it's week one of the LEC Summer Split, we have a long way still to go. We'll see all these teams play through the rest of it. Coming out of week one, having taken down the other top team, having taken down MKOI, having taken down Vitality, it's just a massive feather in your cap going through the rest of the split.
It is. I mean, it's crazy. You sometimes forget that it's week one, with how hyped the games are, how much it means for everyone, and how much passion you see here on this arena. Is it still just a game one?
This isn't even a game one. This is like the
Pre-game one.
A few audio adjustments obviously needing to be made. I want to talk a little bit about Caps on this army, though. We had an incredible performance against did fall down in the early game, but ended up going 15-2, getting almost 5 solo kills, I believe, in that game alone.
Many pages.
Moramo onoga, pogledamo u stvari da čujemo šta će publika, znači kako će publika reagovati na ako Casey krene da gubi. Ali ovo su čekali bukvalno cijel vikend igre protiv G2-a, tako da... Sve mi je najsmešnije, ne znam da ste gledali kad su ulazili u arenu. I publika klasično, ulazi G2, publika sva kao bu. I viš Bibija koji ih troluje, a Caps koji onako sa full smeškom ide kroz publiku i maše svima.
Vitality series for KC felt like they were settling in. There were some turbulent times. In the game game 2, they ended up falling a little bit behind. Kazi started to get fed. Naka was pretty fed on the Kasante, but they were able to fight back. Their team fighting continues to impress. And Kalist as well has continued to impress. I think MSI was bad for Kalist. He had a very poor performance, but after EWC, and now the first couple of days of LEC Summer, he's really stepped up again.
I mean, Kalist really feels like he's finally kind of developing in that way that we expected him to in the beginning. This was the prince that was promised for KC. And for a time there, it felt like he came out so strong, won the split in his first ever split. But then we didn't see that much from him that year. But now he's really feels like he's starting to lead the team, push his own opinions more, and have such a strong impact on the game.
And we have to see if that continues. Like, we have a couple of weeks of data to go off, right? That's all we're...
Da, Caps je u fazonu, ja došao, čao ljudi, oni svi kao buua Caps, on u fazonu, hello guys, nice to see you.
Everything is getting sorted, but the players have asked for a couple of moments because the noise in here is deafening to say the least.
A onda i pored toga što je on takav, oni i dalje su u fazonu kao buua. Mislim, Fakera su buovali, bilo je baš komentaris na Twitteru kao realno Fakera ćeš buješ.
Than actual visual of it. Like when I played against Casio top, for example, I feel like I heard her cue, the little circle on the ground you need to dodge, before I actually saw it. So definitely depends from person to person what is faster, your eyes or your ears.
Uvek su uši brže. Mislim, za većinu ljudi.
Travels further, faster if you're wearing headphones. The sound is automatically right next to your ears, right? I play much better wearing headphones than I do not wearing headphones.
That's true. I mean, I think so too. I think I'm the same.
Maybe, I mean, there's also probably a psychological effect of I'm more locked in when I have my headphones in.
The headphones means game time.
Yes, exactly, for sure. It does look like we have all of our audios adjusted. We are ready to get into game 1 of this best of 3 between KC and G2 to see who gets to crown themselves the Kings of Paris. Who is the top dog going into week 2 of the LEC? Let's go on to Summoner's Rift.
Oh, baby, I'm excited. I'm so excited. We've been waiting all weekend for the showdown between these two teams. It's going to be such a bloody game. I want to reiterate, I think mid lane is going to be everything. In this Ari versus Silas matchup, I think back to that game where where Faker played against Trophy Worlds, when he made that play where he just took the ult and just all in.
Skimon gonna hold damage on Yike. Yeah, who was waiting around the corner here. Skimon puts down the ward. They're just trying to force Yike away a little bit.
I mean, that's a big chunk of Yike's HP. He might have to adjust his pathing. Still will start Raptors.
Busio forced, he's lost about 200 HP or so, nothing major. Kana is poking his head in to see if he can put some damage down onto BB as he walks around and gets a couple of autos. So damage traded across the way. Yikes starting without the pot means that he is a little bit lower on his jungle clear.
That he is, Labrov.
Na botu malo 3-2. Kalist je mnogo lepo igrao Viktora. I prethodni put. To ti kažem. Ja ne pijem kafu, pijem Green Mix, što je u stvari turbo goated sa kreatinom. Ali zeleni mix ima ono asparagus, spanać, svašta nešto, ono ima 1.000.001 neki. Jer generalno mislim da kao ne jedem dovoljno povrća, iako se trudim da jedem relativno zdravo i onda mi to dobro dođe. Super Green, mi se zove tako nešto. Odlična stvar.
Back to bot, Scatter the Weak comes out onto Kalist.
It's all about push. It's all about push. I wonder if we'll see these supports unleashed on the map after the first reset. Often supports open mid anyway, even before we had this new supports are just everywhere on the map sort of playstyle. I'm wondering, you say it's all about mid. I have to agree. After the first clears, wouldn't be surprised at all if we see jungle support just going towards mid lane, trying to get Caps ahead, trying to get Yehu ahead, because it is so important to get these mobile mid laners out on the map. As the Zen play comes down, Kalist is going to get stunned up.
Nice
Crash
trade.
Down as well. It's a great trade. Kalist exhausted, maybe a little bit too much. Does burn the flash. Still has the teleport, so if he wants to reset after this wave, he can get back in.
Charm comes out of mid there on the Yehu as well. Really good trading from G2 here in the early game. I just love the patience on Hansama, the way he's piloting.
He leveled up, he leveled up! He dashes back in, Kana! The minions, will it be enough? Kana not expecting the level up.
Oh, he got minion blocked.
BB had the flash, didn't go for it. Labrov tries to get the Zenith Blade, but doesn't connect onto Kalist. Gravity Field goes down. In the end, Labrov unable to find purchase in the fight.
And Broken Blade is so mischievous, not just in-game, but out-of-game as well with the walkout. He knew he was hitting 4 on that minion. Just dares Kana to dive him, gets the flash out, and now, suddenly, BB gets double cloth armor, has the flash advantage. This Jace matchup is not going to be as one-sided as it has been.
Interesting, Busio actually stayed around here. Fake to recall and stayed in that bottom bush. Hansama is respecting it. He also cancelled his recall to catch this wave that's coming in. I was wondering if Hansama would recall then TP to this wave to try and get the counter push onto Kalist. But Busio was spotted on that wall that Hans had in the bush.
I mean, staying is all nice and fine as long as you don't get dove.
Yeah, exactly.
He needs to be a little bit careful, don't get hit by too many lasers. Maybe he's looking for a specific kind of buy. Maybe he wants the Fated Ashes. Maybe he wants a Lost Chapter. Tries to squeeze as much gold as he can before his first TP.
And that's why Labrov, after opening mid, immediately was like, I'm coming down towards the bottom side. Let's make sure that Hansama is safe, that he can catch this wave without too much peril. And he's going to do exactly that. Hans not using the TP, though. Next wave is not a cannon, but if he can stay around for a cannon wave, it would actually make it a little bit easier for him. He's just going to back off this. Shouldn't be too much of a cost.
I just got a flashback from Hansama.
Napeta partija za sad, dosta napeta partija za sad.
I was in a team with him 2020, where he would pick up a minion of the last wave, walk up in the wave and just recall. And so the next wave that would come, he would leave one of the minions from the prior wave, and it would be a 7-minion wave against the 6-minion wave, and they would just push into him.
Yeah, you can get it to sack towards you pretty nicely. Hansama actually 4-1 all time on this Syndra.
Yeah, I remember his Syndra was really good when I played with him. I forgot about it completely, but it's actually one of his older mages that he has liked to play.
Very comfortable on the pick. 5 minutes in, no first blood yet, as Labrov is still in the bottom side. That was Skumon backing towards this bush. Placed the ward down, and Yike and Busio were spotted out. Kalist has no flash here. Zenith Blade, almost clips the heels of that Victor. Yehu goes in with the Absconder ducked. Caps with a good charm stops him in his tracks. Spirit Rush stolen away. Caps has one of his own. It will just be an exchange of those ultimates in mid.
Yeah, it's just going to be an ult trade. I think Yehu's still playing very well, very aggressive in this lane. Caps' mana is running a little bit low. Might need some assistance to get a wave push out, unless he can get it with his last 2 Spirit Rushes.
We'll see if he can. Hansama trading with Kalist again. Gravity Field down. He's stunned up by it. Labrov just wants to get this minion wave shoved in.
You see the CS in the bot side. Hansama has 55. Kalist probably going to pick up a few of these, but small lead brewing for the G2 bot lane.
And it's ever so slight. Everything in this game so far is ever so slight. There's a small lead for Kana, a small lead for Skumon, a very small lead for Caps. But we're still within 200 gold, within touching distance as we get towards that 6-minute mark. Skumon here will be able to get the first respawn of the Crabs.
I've heard that it's more important than the Nexus by some junglers. They're very vocal about the importance.
Blabber has taught us that. Learned it from Kanavi as well. As the charm is going to land. Yahoo eats that. And with Lebrov going in, it's going to be much ado about nothing.
You're going to end up being a little bit careful there. Tiania on the mid.
Not Kanavi.
Yeah. But this is kind of where you're a little bit scared if you're G2, because no ult on Caps. Yeah, ult is coming back up, and if Labrovius shows himself mid, he can pick up the solar flare, and suddenly Caps is the one in danger, so the mid lane 3v3 2v2 has to be respected, as Busio has snuck up behind Hansama.
Shattering strike with the stun, it's a crash down, it's to stop, it's just tempo play, right? That Hans can't recall easily, Busio gets the stun, but...
It's being a nuisance, if anything. Which I think is a very important skill to have in League of Legends.
Especially as a support, because you do have a little bit more time to be the thorn in your opponent's side than other roles. Don't have to focus on CSing, so you just walk up, you ignite someone, make them use their barrier. If they don't, their recall stop for a few seconds. Yeah, it's quite a nice play overall.
Being annoying in-game has a lot of implications, I think.
Right, so let's talk about the next couple of minutes, right? Because it's been a very even early game. We haven't seen the supports around on the map much. We do have a Drake, and we have 3 Grubs. Are we expecting just a standard trade between the two?
I think I'm expecting a play mid first. I think both right now mid lane is very even. Both mid lanes are contesting push and the waves are not really going in a direction. And I think the moment Skumon is done with his second full clear or third full clear, he is gonna try to show up mid and try to impact this matchup, because as I said, whoever gets ahead first in his mid matchup is the one that's gonna run away with the game.
There's the stolen solar flare. Caps does have the Spirit Rush backup though, so he has that tool in his arsenal to escape the power of the sun. Busio coming from the side as well.
Be really careful with the flash shattering strike from Busio. It could be lethal if that connects onto Caps.
Looking. Oh, there's the charm. Shattering strike does go wide. Wave will begin to push in, but Busio's here to match it. Level 5s on both the supports for a possible grub fight, but already Skumon's taken one of them. He should be able to get the second. We see then KC reacting and saying, okay, let's move up Kalist from the bottom side. Let's try and secure this bot side river and perhaps look for a dragon. They decide against going for the neutral, but they might do it now that Yike has finished his blue buff.
It's just going to be a trade. Maybe Skumon has the time to walk down here afterwards. He just finished the grubs. But then again, he could just recall, take the tempo advantage, open up from base, and then he has an additional play.
He could look top.
He is looking top. Kana flash is back up.
He's got no TP. So if this wave is not a good spot for him, there's the all-out. Skumon's going to come across. There's the flash early, and Skumon can get him range for a flag and drag. Kana is so... Charm comes out from Caps as Yahoo.
Caps je fajnovićen, čak i da nije pogodio kripa, bio bi cancelan od strane Charma.
It's not easy to hit the third Q because it's just so telegraphed, so really well aimed by Broken Blade, catches Kana off guard, then you Skumon was topside and Kana just didn't play far back enough to respect that potential gank, and he gets punished for it.
It's just a bit over ego, and now Broken Blade has almost a 700 gold lead in the top lane. He's neutralized this Jace really well. Later on, of course, Jace will still do a ton of damage if he can land poke on Syndra, on Ahri, but the rest of the team, he's actually not going to poke down too quickly.
Yeah, I mean, this matchup is really annoying for the Jace, because you kind of need to rush the Swifties boots to kind of go out of this Tofu strike chain, but that means you delay your first big armor pen item so much. You're not going to get that U-Moose or Voltaic, whatever you're buying, very fast. So the Gesandte just kind of becomes immovable because you're forced to put 1,000 of your gold onto nice shoes.
Zenith played onto Kalist. Gravity Field coming down. Busio needs one more minion to get to level 6. Kalist does eat the force of Will. Hansama trying to step up. Exhaust as well onto that Victor. Lebrov flashes through the daybreak. Flash forward from Hansama! Oh, not quite enough with the unleashed power.
But the Comet didn't connect. If the Comet connected onto Kalist, he would actually perish.
Kill. No.
And has also, once again, the Swifties shoots. Oh, that laser went the wrong direction. He's gonna Death Storm this way.
Yeah, puts the Arcane Storm down, clears it out. Should be fine.
Arcane Storm, very nice. They corrected me, but you said
man, they all changed. Like Chaos Ray is now Hextech Ray. Chaos Storm is now Arcane Storm. You had the whole Arcane crossover.
I really should settle on aim, but
I mean, rat-a-tat-tat has been spray and pray and rat-a-tat-tat.
Alles Funke in many such cases.
The classics.
Busio wants to be annoying, but Hansama's going to get his recall off.
And Lebrov doesn't mind being annoyed. He's the punching bag for annoyances from the enemy team.
Yeah.
Very happy to stand there. Blackfire Torch now completed for Hansama. Sundered Sky as well on Skumond. On the other side, we only have the Sundered Sky as of yet. The small gold lead that Hansama has accrued means that he was able to complete his first item before Kalist.
I want to see if they can re-attack this top here. You see already Hansama opening behind Broken Blade. Kana doesn't have flash. Skumond is walking behind. I think Busio might be a little bit late, but they are not unaware that this might happen.
Yeah, so many things coming out from KC realizing that this was a possibility. Kana backs off. Hansama up here as well means that they will lose a couple of plates to the tower.
Yeah, this is a play you can do when you have free grubs, because you open up here and you hit it so fast. Hansama's probably going to TP back bot the moment that Kalist crashes this wave.
That's the only TP they have. Sometimes you do see the Cassante TP across. Hex Flash, Lebrov decides...
Now it's a bit awkward for G2. You kind of need to commit to getting this tower. You want to really get a fight here.
They'll go in solar flare. There's the charm. Yike doesn't have...
Trebao je da čeka da konektuje Q, ali mislim da je Yike vjerovatno mrtav svejedno. Ćemo da imamo. Da, Caps ima reset. Prodaju Skumunda, 1 za 1.
KC will find a 1-for-1, and all the meanwhile, Kalist has just been farming plates in the bot side.
But I think G2's happy with this. Their only play here was to find a fight of any means. Now, KC has left the top lane tower. KC has traded 1-for-1. Sure, Kalist is getting gold on both, but G2 will get that first tower, and they will get the fight they were looking for.
Mislim, G2 malo po malo uzima neki lead.
The fact they were able to take that first turret, next Drake up in 90 seconds time. Let's have another look at this, because initially it looks like a lot of the stuff just misses Yike.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like G2 are throwing everything just to kill Yike. It looks like it's a little bit overkill. The solar flare, the cataclysm, the spirit rushes, but it's once again the urgency. They need to find the fight here. They are losing bot plates by the minute. If they don't find a fight here, they are just losing out on resources. So they are quite happy just trading 1-for-1 despite all the things committed onto Yike.
Yeah, and because of it, they now have this 1,500 gold lead. Broken Blade has already finished his Iceborne Gauntlet. Next Drake really... It's possible G2 will contest. They do have 3 grubs, so if they can find a way to push through another lane, they don't really have to contest it, because it's only second dragon. But you can't push through top, which would usually be the cross map that you're looking for.
Yeah, let's see if Caps can get his TP back up in time here and get his recall off to get a Malignance. Right now he's staying here isolated against Kana. Doesn't have his first item quite yet, neither does Kana, of course. So he really needs to get a base up, and then maybe he'll be able to TP down there for the fight.
I mean, Kana's pretty happy that he's dealing with a squishy mage in mid, in top lane now, rather than have to deal with Cassante.
He's cruising right now in his matchup.
And part of that is smart allocation by KC. They said, well, Broken Blade has plated steel caps, an Iceborne Gauntlet, and a Doran's Helm. Let's put him into someone that does magic damage.
Yes and no, because Yehu is also quite nullified. Despite the fact that he has armor, I don't think Yehu can actually contest Broken Blade with all his base stats that he has.
Sure. But I don't think Kana could contest Broken Blade at all.
Absolutely not.
Which is the lesser of two evils for Kana, right?
It's a strong Cassante. What are we going to do about him?
Yeah.
Okay, Kana, you deal with him. I just remember all my mid laners in the past when they were playing Silas against Cassante, they would always get solo killed by him by side bin, because Silas as a champion can't do anything against Cassante.
Yeah, you need to be close range, and Cassante's like, cool, I'll play with you here. That's very fun for me. Is KC gave up priority around the dragon, which means that G2 will get their first of the game. We'll have a slow soul if we do get to soul in this game.
Let's see if there's a cross map here for KC. You see Yike hovering around top. Busio might be opening up here.
I think they're waiting for Busio to come across. Yike, obviously, usually a jungler, as Yehu trades with Broken Blade. All out goes Yehu, counter all out from Broken Blade, TP behind, and now Yehu is in very, very deep. Tries to get the damage down, has to flash away. Broken Blade flashes, but Yehu dodged him in the bush, and Yehu gets it! A great solo kill. Kana trying to come in from the side as well. The heal from Yehu! He's a King Slayer, and he's killing Caps in the bot side. Kana comes across, and Caps will fall. The might of the hammer sends him home.
And I said all my mid laners got solo killed by Gesante on side is silenced, but Yehu is not one of those. He is right now styling on the best mid laner in Europe. What a play by him, clutches it out and secures 2.
Ne mogu dodati oni Viktora tu.
Massive for KC. Absolutely. Yehu is now 700 gold ahead, has shown that into BB, with both of them having their summoners and their ultimates up, he can win that out. Kana then gets a ton of plate spot side. You get Rift Herald alongside it. This is a monumental swing for the men in blue.
I mean, it's huge. Absolutely huge. Words can't describe how much this does for the KC momentum right now. They can snowball this into many more such kills. You see here already. Kalista is TPing behind Kana on the side there, but they do have vision. Actually, no, the pink just got replaced in Tribush. They had a pink there only 5 seconds ago, but it got replaced.
Blade puts the vision down on the Phalite and will spot Kalista as he walks out of the Tribush. He can just back away. Let's have another look at this, because it does look like BB should win.
Yeah, the problem is that BB uses W offensively, and suddenly when you don't have the Pathmaker of Gesante, Silas can E forward into you. You really need to match the abduct with the Pathmaker, and if you don't do that, Yehu
this sidestep. He goes in the bush, fog of war, dashes back. Beautiful from Yehu.
That was absolute kino by Yehu, and the fact that he gets away with it, dodges
the charm, Kingslayer for the heal. Oh, that like Yehu was a problem on KC for a lot of the time he's been there.
Yeah.
But the last, as Odo said on the desk, the last 20 to 30 games, he has absolutely begun to excel.
Yeah, I mean, the final test in Europe is Caps, and he's passing that test with flying colors so far in this series. What a play.
Evens out the goal between the two teams as well. Next Drake's still 2.5 minutes away. We'll see what lane assignments we have. It's Caps going up towards the top lane. He does love to do that. He's going to push that out. Who's going to answer it? Because there's no teleports for KC right now, and they're all actually below the midpoint of the map.
Yeah, I think they're just going to ignore it, try to get some vision in the bot side here before the Dragon. Try to help Yehu play as aggressive as he wants.
It feels like a long time before the Dragon to be forcing this many people down. You can see Kana now is going to answer it, but Caps, he doesn't have enough vision to really safely step up, but he does have a couple of wards, so he should be able to get one plate from the Crystalline Overgrowth, grabs it, and now that Kana's here, he can back away. So a little bit of gold for G2, didn't lose too much for Caps being in that side lane.
Yeah, I'm unsure if they were not tracking Caps' TP timing there. If Caps is pushing that top wave with TP advantage over Kana, I can see them being very cautious of that. Might be one of the reasons why they were over allocating people in the bot lane. But we said before, this game is going to be all about those mid laners. It's a very snowballing matchup. And currently the man with the snowball is Yehu. I want to see how he rolls this to victory.
He's at risk. He's at a big risk right here. No flash, no seekers. Underneath this tower, 4 members of G2 are here. Busio trying to come in quickly enough. The chainmail laces on Yehu will give him that shield. It's just going to be the tower for G2. They decide against the dive. The risk of a cataclysm from Yehu too great, but G2 do get the turret. This is going to be answered by Kana pushing in the top side.
Yeah, this is what a 1-3 versus a 4-1 setup looks like. KC is rocking the 1-3-1, and that means one of your players on the side ends has to play a little bit more safe. Meanwhile, G2 with a 4-1 means that all 5 players can play as aggressive as they want, but you are missing out a little bit on a farm on one of those lanes.
Yeah. Still very even between these two teams. Now we get to that Drake. We have a Rift Herald that was used. Casey took it. Casey took it, but I didn't see it used. Maybe it was used top.
Could be used mid as well. I think there's only one play.
There's only one play on mid. Maybe they used it mid. Apologies for missing that whenever that was used. But mid would make the most sense. So no Rift Herald for Casey to use here. 30 seconds on the Drake. Busio on the flank. Labrov, why is it?
Didn't check the push. Busio
hasn't actually checked the push. This is a great flank for Busio.
Look at how Sama, he is the target. There we are, the Magnus Sword.
O, ajmo da vidimo. Ode Han Sama, ode Leona, ma da.
That's why you gotta be diligent. You need to check your flanks. Was your support in your jungle just recently? You need to make sure it's not there anymore before, or it wasn't there anymore before you walk into the river. Busio cheats the tempo, stays behind in the jungle of G2, and finds what might be a game-winning flank.
It's possible. We still have a lot of game to go. It's only second Drake for KC, but it's a sign, hopefully, for KC of things to come. And there's just no answer to this.
I mean, with the cataclysm from Yehu, it's just so easy when your support ends up in that position. You see how Sama insta-flashes out, but the magnet storm of Busio pulls him back in, and he ends up falling.
the storm that is Kalist.
Just no way you can answer that. It's too quick, too sudden, too unexpected. Caps was still recalling on the top side. Skumond as well was starting his razor beaks. Like, G2 were not as 5, and KC read them like a book. Second Drake of the game over to them. 1,000 gold lead now as well. Kalist 2-0 on this victor, now has 2 items with the Blackfire Torch and the Rocket Belt complete alongside a blasting one. That's pretty much the gold lead that he's accrued. And now for G2, you're the one having to look for an answer. You're the one having to say, well, how do we deal with Yehu in a side?
Mislim, u teoriji Silas bi u nekom trenutku trebao da opadne kao heroj, Neskelo je toliko dobro odnosno na većinu ostalih, ali...
You need to try to force his flash, so Jarvan's Cataclysm has some use. Either try to get Canos flash or Kallista's flash, because right now they are playing in your face on the mid wave. You have a Jarvan. This is a Jarvan that you first picked, but we have not yet.
Bolje su Asusa uzeli kad smo kod toga.
In favor of G2. So that is really what you need to try to use. You have your tools, but how you use them depends on you.
And sometimes the first time you use them is just to get these summoners out. You have 4 flashes available for KC. The only one not available is Busios, because he used that just to take down 2 of your players a few moments ago. Now they're going to fight over this top side scuttle. Mid lane push for KC. This should go down to a couple of autos. Well, it's not quite close enough, but look at the damage on the Hunt. He's already down to half. Broken Blade is trading with Busio. Skumon flags and drags away. BB gets the Q3. Looking for those Antofos, but isn't going to go forward with them. Dashes to Caps. You just can't get close enough right now. G2 going to try and trade the fact they lost their tower for some mid-pressure of their own. Yike dashes in. Pathmaker out from Broken Blade. Again, it's another flank from KC. It's Hans Summer. It's caught in the Cataclysm. Broken Blade's already killed off Busio.
Mislim, to ti je ko Camille support u suštini.
G2 try and catch up with their bot laner, but they can't get them in time. A good charm will catch out Yehu, but the Kingslayer heals him up. Labrov chased out by Kalist, and G2 are falling apart under the weight of the blue wall.
And it's once again Yehu.
Yike! Underneath the tower, looking for it a little bit too greedy. Still gets it. It's a 4-for-1. Is Yike unwilling to let his mid laner survive as Skumon goes in. That's Jarvan is the king, but the king's dead as well. He's just dead as well. 5-for-1. KC roaring to life.
And I think this game has shown all the 3 pillars of KC. Their individual skill, their creativity, and their team fighting. And here you see the fantastic team fighting of KC. Yehu isolates Hansama on the back line, and Busio sends everything he has to deny G2 the peel from Hansama to make him safe. And at this point, it's just an easy chase. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. So many low health bars. Yike goes even deeper under the tower.
Yeah, that felt a bit personal from Yike.
Yeah, it did.
Arcane Storm onto Labrov as Kalist tries to just tick him down. He gets him with the Hextech Ray. Caps tries to find the charm, but Kalist has got on his dancing shoes. A Spirit Rush away from Caps will mean that he survives. Yeah! Never mind! Never mind! There are 4 mid laners in this game. Caps, Hansama, Yehu, and Kalist, and the best 2 are on KC.
I'm sure you can hear it, but the crowd is absolutely on fire right now. Every single play, it's gotta get into the head of the G2 players. Whenever you make a bad call, a misplay, you hear the entire arena of French
Čovjek isprozivo
fans just cheering on your demise.
I isprozivo je I Kapsa I Hansamu. Nemam ja hate prema KC-u uopšte. Ja ne volim navijače KC-a. U stvari, fun fact, ako pratiš prenos, ja sam rekao da je KC uradio najbolji posao u transfer periodu, da su napravili najbolji tim. Tako da su ti činjenice way off, što bi se reklo. Ja ne volim fanove KC-a, mislim da nisu preterano fini.
Not yet. I mean, he's running, man. I was so sure he was dead. Busio's here, but it's locked down. Shadowing strike. Yike dashes away.
Dobar bi ult.
Busio might pay for this does with his life as well as he's in too deep, and he was trying to keep himself.
And Busio, respect. He ran all the way there to put down the ward. Yeah, I could ward hop out of. Sadly, they both end up going down, but that's a support you want in your team.
Oh yeah, who's going to face check? Use the Oracle Shield of Daybreak for the Suncats, has no Spirit Rush. They'll go back in with the Zenith Blade, but stolen Spirit Rush now from Yahoo means that Labrov needs to walk away. Protected by the rest of G2, he will escape. Drake is up, KC can set their eyes to it when Yike has respawned. Yahoo just wants more. Abscond, abduct your support. Labrov, no protoplasm harness enough to keep him alive.
Yahoo is just putting on a show for every single man here and woman in this arena. Kana finds Skumon, says, your Krugs, my Krugs. It doesn't feel like G2 can even take a step into their own jungle anymore. Everything's just coming up blue.
Mislim, Inspire je trebao da igra u G2. I Busio je trebao da igra u G2. Zamisli. BB Inspired Cups Hans Busio. Brate, mili, vrlo osvajaš. Mislim, ne bukvalno, ali...
They'll be on Soul Point, 26 minutes in. They have a 5,000 gold lead against the reigning champs of the LEC.
And it's a game that started so well for G2. The mid lane and bot lane trades, the gank onto the Jace. But one by one, every single play slowly gave KC more control of the game. And at this point, it's just everything is KC.
So what did G2 do? How do you come back from this position? You do have 2 items on caps. You almost have 3 on Hans Summer. You have some gold, but you are so far in the hole.
G2 needs to find a pick. It has to come from a Caps Charm, a Labrov Solar Flare, a Hansama Scattered the Weak. Someone has to make that first domino, put it down, so the rest of G2 can put it down and all of them just fall over. Because you need to connect that first CC. That's the thing that's lacking right now. You don't have that first step.
But again, how do you do it? That's 5 flashes up, Finn. KC have every tool at their disposal to escape any sort of engage you're going for, and they've moved into this 1-3-1 again, with Yahoo pushing through top. Broken Blade trying to answer him, does have the Force of Nature, so has a little bit more magic resist now. But then someone has to answer Kana, and then someone has to answer Kalist, and there's too many questions for G2 at the moment.
I mean, it's not an easy task at all. You have 2 options, really. Option 1, you completely drop one of your side lanes. You funnel every single player into one of the side lanes and tries to find a brief numbers advantage there. Option number 2, you put up a very shallow pink ward line or control ward line in your own jungle and camp it. Exactly how Caps is. This is one of the control wards that usually is the one that you camp for when you want to come back into a game. Looks like G2 has chosen both of them. They're sending every single player bot right now. Caps is running top, has the TP.
Yeah, there's no one there from KC. KC on a reset at the moment. Rabadon's complete for Kalist. Seekers there for Yahoo as well. Guardian Angel for Yike. 3 items for Kana. KC are absolutely rolling in the dough right now. And with a minute...
Ne znam, iskreno ne znam da li je nezahvalna meta za kočeve.
Just push them in, make sure you're moving into the jungle, you're denying vision, and then when Baron comes up, you can start to force G2 either to answer you or to cede those objectives.
It looks like G2 has made
Da, ali vidi, i oni draftuju i ti draftuješ, mislim. Ja mislim da je u stvari ovo jako dobra i kreativna meta za kočeve. Mislim, imamo nekih očiglednih counter pikova, ono. Jer mislim da kao, uzeli su Xantea, mi bi mogli Rambla. Mislim ti onda ne treba kuć.
Towards Hansama, but top inhibitor tower is going down. G2 really forced there to try and get onto Yahoo, and KC very happily, patiently just say, okay, Jason, we'll get towers.
I mean, this was your one shot, one opportunity, but it turned out to be Momo Spaghetti. As Silas could just take Cap's ult if he walked too far forward. He was never in any real danger there.
Pa mislim, zato što je ovo mu 3. partija kao kuć. Realno gledano, on nema puno iskustva kao coach i očekivano je da draft neće da im bude na ne znam ja kom nivou. Mislim, ma koliko je Perks ono hajpovan kao igrač, ljudi moraju razumeti da je ovo njegov prvi split kao coach.
full of terrors, but
On je
KC said not
početnik.
today. The Lord of Light will guide our way as they are filling that jungle with wards every single time. Busio, ward, recall. He's making sure that they know every single movement.
Tako da sigurno će on imati loših loših draftova. Ne, mislim da to nije ništa. Pogotovo kada pogledaš ovu metu kakva se trenutno nalazi, mislim da njemu treba 2-3 splita iskustva, a ne 7 dana turnira.
Chases Skewmod, and it's an absolute massacre. KC only leave one standing, and that's because he was cowardly and ran away.
G2 is getting ran over by the onslaught of KC members.
Da, Perk skočio G2, da.
They set up the map better, and in this game one, they are just better. What a performance from Carmine Corp.
Ubiše ih, mislim VP, nema šta.
What a display of confidence by KC. Domination. Pure domination. And I think you feel it in G2. The moment a play goes wrong, the moment Yehu got that 1v2 in bot lane, and you hear the crowd erupt, you just feel the air dissolve from your lungs, and you feel like you can't do anything anymore.
They just wind it immediately, and for KC, they rode that wave of momentum all of the way to victory. Started at that third Drake and then never let go of the game, never took their foot off the pedal, never stopped. And for G2, it was just too much. They couldn't answer the 1-3-1. Yehu especially with that bot lane 2v1, absolutely sublime. We're going to hand it over to the analyst desk to break down game one. We're not. We're going to hand it to Sally, who's on stage with
Yike. You're only seen a champion that lives and dies on his mechanics and hurls snowballs. So how did you approach that responsibility in game one?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we had a good draft this game, and I feel like maybe I didn't play the best game, but overall I did like my things, and I feel like we played the map very much better than them, so that was great.
You played it really well. I'm gonna let you take some words with the coach, and we're going into the game 2 right now. I'll let you go. Yeah, that's cool for you. Oui, mesdames et messieurs,
Iskreno, banger angle za stage intervju svakako. Pauzica, 10-15 minuta pa se vraćamo. Game 2.
Jouer la map que et ça s'est vu sur cette game 1, and then let's see what happens on game 2.
Sally, you're better than me. I would have just straight up asked them to flame the other team, because that was one of the biggest stomps I've seen in a KC versus G2 single match absolutely ever. I mean, Odo, they are undefeated when it comes to French arenas, right? That's what is coursing through their veins right now.
I did not expect this. So when I was making my predictions and I was thinking about the arena buff, I did not expect that, because Yehu, this guy was out of control. I felt like the Silas pick was absolutely out of this world and nothing could shut him down.
And talk about aging terribly, all right? We're going to see the replay, but Broken Blade decided to taunt the audience right before the beginning of this game, Jack Spectra, and it was going to be the worst thing he did today.
To be fair, I love the energy that BB brought into it. I think it's good to kind of play into the villain. And BB had a really good early game on this Casanti. He was up against the Jace, which can be a hard matchup, but he still found the kill with the help of Skewmon. But then this play, just Yehu goes for the 1v1 and completely outplays BB and Caps. And it felt like this was really the momentum swing that decided the rest of the game. Because before this, G2 was building up a gold lead in pretty much every lane and just had a really good, stable early game. But once the crowd kicked in, once they started cheering for KC and really giving them that energy, it felt like mechanically KC just played such good League of Legends and were outplaying G2 at every turn.
Although when you're in a position like this, right? So you're a mid laner or you're a top laner or you're whatever, you're getting into a game with all this pressure and then you do this play. Talk to me about how that invigorates you.
Oh, it really does, especially because Broken Blade was setting himself up to be such a huge carry. He was completely out of control. I felt like the chase was completely shut down. But Yehu, when you get to play this matchup, or when I was in this situation where I find someone who's very fed on the enemy team and I do get to take him down, then you see it, you feel it in his gameplay, you feel that this is exactly what you needed to unleash not only yourself, but to give a lot of confidence to all of your teammates, because Kalist finds this 1v2, kills Zaprov. Later on, Caps thinks he can take a swing at the French King. He really thought he could do it, but after this, it was just all that they wrote. Baron in the back, complete snowball.
Yeah, it's crazy. Caps is like, okay, I'm a mid laner, I'm better than Yehu. What? You're not even better than our second mid laner, bro. What are you trying? Absolutely insane. Also, I was thinking, right, we see this matchup of Kalist versus Hansama. We were wondering, are they going to go pound for pound ADCs? I gotta say, Kalist on this Victor. Mwah.
Yeah, I think Kalist took some lessons out of EWC, where DK with Smash played a really, really good Victor into the mages and was consistently able to get a really big lead out of that. And Kalist picking that up. Victor being, I'd say, one of the harder mages to play, especially with the E, getting all the good angles and stuff, but showing a lot of prowess on it, having a great lane, having a great game. And Yehu as well. I think the Silas pick, you mentioned it, Odo, because G2 doesn't have an ADC. They don't have that consistent damage that if a Silas goes a little bit too deep, you have this threat that can just immediately kill him. While in this game, Yehu, once he gets fed, he's so tanky that nobody can really one-shot him, and then G2 doesn't have the sustained damage to kill him, and he has good ultis too, so he can just take over the game.
Exactly. For me, this was just drafting masterclass. If you can bring up the draft soon, that would be amazing, but it felt like KC put out such a great trap because the Camille was left open and they abused the fact that they were red side so well. So if you can take a look at the order right now, they do go for the Javan first pick and then KC responds with the Lee Sin. If you remember in day 1, or was it day 2, when you had stronger jungler with the Camille, that's in G2's mind. They are terrified of that and they say, we need to preemptively lock in this Leona. We're going to take the Syndra, flex it. We're going to put it both because it's strong 1v1 so we can unleash our Leona. But then what happens is that all of a sudden, you have the Silas. Silas loves the fact that it's this 2v2 on mid lane, and it just felt like this whole paranoia that was on the side of G2 that this is the threat that is looming above our heads. We are so damn scared of all these picks. We need to answer them preemptively, but they had no answers because KC just took the game in a completely different direction.
I love it. I love that analysis, really walking into the trap from KC. Also, I was a little bit scared of the Yike on the Lee Sin. I think generally I'm scared on junglers playing Lee Sin, both of these maybe, but he was stellar. Everything was stellar, right? So where do you even start as G2?
That's a good question to ask. I do think like what we saw in the early game was G2's strength.
Yes.
And what we've seen often when G2 face against KC, it feels like G2 just has kind of better laning fundamentals and they can get out of lane with a 1, 2, 3,000 gold lead and then steer the game easily pretty much from there. I do think right now the crowd is doing so much work. Like we've talked about it a lot and it feels nearly redundant to bring it up again, but you see it in a game like this when all it takes is one play to go KC's favor and it feels like the momentum is just dead for G2. There wasn't a single thing that went well for G2 after that Yehu outplay. So I do think that they need a really strong early game team comp that wins lane more than they had this game, because they didn't really have hard winning lanes in the draft. They had equal lanes and then were just playing well, but if they have the hard winning lanes and they shut KC down, the crowd can't do anything.
It's true, but now in this position, Odo, you also as a coach, right? Perks, this is him up in the hellfire of Paris. And like, what do you even prioritize in a moment like this when everything's on fire?
We saw it in game 1 between G2 and MKOI. It was kind of a same situation where I feel like they were set up for failure from the drafting phase and he cracked up a bunch of jokes. So I feel like for this sort of squad, it matters a lot. And I think from their side, I wouldn't be so much on the doomer side when I think that, oh, they just got outplayed, there's no answers and stuff like this. It really felt like it came down to the draft. And when it comes to their approach, I think for the first 15 minutes, I was quite confident on the side of G2. Their map movements were pretty clean. And I think it's as Jack said, you need to reinforce this confidence in your squad that, hey, I'll give you better tools next game. You keep doing what you've been doing because you have been doing very, very good. It's just you didn't have enough firepower.
Yeah, we'd be amiss if we counted G2 out. In every single one of these series, they have fought back in a series, even after a game 1 loss. So I want to see 3 games. We all do. We're going to kick it over to game 2 right after this.
guys, this is your captain speaking. Our first game will be...
Oh, we have a draft. Syndra, no flash.
Yeah. Syndra dead. It's good, it's good.
Come here, Luke.
Do 1 or 2 and 3. Oh, she's dead.
Yahoo, I speed you. Ari's dead.
Holy guy! Nice, you guys smurfing it. Good job, guys. Wow, you played so good.
Welcome to the European League of Legends Championship Series.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
The whole room was howling.
Howling? Oh. That's not howling, buddy. That's...
Did you steal the LEC trophy? Okay, you can close.
after what was an absolute banger of a game one with KC buoyed by their home crowd taking down G2. The question is, will it continue this way, or will G2 be able to bounce back and find a win to take us all the way to Game 3? KC yet to lose a game this weekend.
Yep, they're 5-0. Very comfortable here in the Adidas Arena in Paris. They just look so confident in every single play. And going up against a team like KC in their own arena, when you're even is one thing, but when you have lost that game, when you've heard the crowd erupt for every misplay you had, it gets in your head.
It really does.
And this is really where you have to push through the noise if you're G2. Reset. It's a new game. It's a new start. To be able to build that momentum to come back in the series.
And KC on the blue side after G2 chose second pick will ban away the Lock Vi, taken away by G2. Last time we saw Casio Nocturne Poppy from G2, Lock Oriana Vi being banned away by KC. Wouldn't be surprised at all if we see the Oriana put on the bench again.
Yeah, big thing now with Leona being out due to Fearless is that Camille Prio is increasing by the minute.
It jumps a ton. Poppy banned out really helps Camille as well. The ability to jump in without having to worry about that steadfast presence. I really expect G2 to ban it. Unless they're going to try and answer with the Shen, which is also a possibility.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, you got to trade it for something.
Yeah.
But what can you realistically trade it for? My mind goes to the Oriana.
Yeah, if G2 don't ban Oriana, you leave Oriana up.
Yeah.
KC take one of the two and you get the other. And then you can go Ori Nocturne. Camille Nocturne's still strong though, so...
Yeah, Nocturne is being taken out now.
Okay.
We'll see. If they ban Shen, I think G2 definitely have to ban the Camille. And then maybe you get a free Oriana pick for KC. I think that would be a pretty good deal for them on the blue side.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be really nice for KC if they get that. Especially when G2 have gone for second pick, right?
Yeah, but you can also leave the Camille open, leave the Shen open, just take the trade. You can even first pick the Oriana, even if both are open, if you have to play both sides.
True. And Nivea will be the man from KC.
It makes me think about Rise a little bit, or Castle.
Game 2 polako pred nama. Vidimo šta se ovdje događa.
The glacial storm, the stuns, setting themselves up for something in the mid lane without the Nivea ban. We do not know what yet.
I mean, there's a bunch of possibilities just generally, right? And as we see,
it could be Teemo Mid for all I know.
mean, I'm not sure Teemo.
I mean, I think Teemo Mid is a bad matchup into Nivea. So.
I mean, that is true. That is true. You're too short range.
Yeah.
Your little legs can't get you out of the glacial storm. As the final ban is Rumble, and KC will look towards either the Camille or the Oriana. It's going to be Ori.
Yeah, so we've talked about both Camille and Shen are open available, so you happily just take that trade. Take the Oriana first pick, a very powerful mid laner, especially with Lock being banned. Only real counter answer is that Akali. We'll see if Caps is eyeing that or not, or if it will just be a control mage matchup in the mid lane. But we do expect G2 to take the Camille. But I wouldn't be surprised if there's a Shen in enemy team.
And they might flex it for now. Looks like it is actually going to be Ziggs locked in here for G2. You can still go for the Camille here if you want it. You could also leave the Camille and just answer with Shen on R3.
Yeah, because otherwise you get the same situation from last game, right? Either you get Camille on free with 2 bans, or you get the Shen into Camille matchup. Either way, you're quite happy as G2. Would probably end up mean that you'd have to pick your jungle here. There are still some champions available. There's the Shinshao, Neferi, champions.
Oni su banovali Loka, pikali su Orianu, tako da im je u stvari solidan plan.
Could look towards the Kiana as well if you really wanted to. Okay,
so this is partly blocking the Camille blind, but it's also flex, because Broken Blade has a fantastic Shen. And he really likes that pick into the Ambessa, into Renekton, which are champions that Kana is highly likely to blind. So G2 laying a little trap here. You take the Camille and eat the Shen matchup, or do you ignore the Shen completely and pick something for bot like a Bard? You might end up just getting Camille on free anyway.
I think if you're looking at Kai'Sa here, locked in for Yike, Camille is the obvious answer with it, right? You're going for the all-in. You could go Bard, as you say. Tempered Fate can set up for some dives in with the Killer Instinct and the Void
also
Seeker.
Nico now if you want to. Nico is pretty good into Shen, a good combo with the Kai'Sa. Has that AoE CC setup that Kai'Sa wants to follow up on. Kind of blocks the Shen in lane. Used to be a counter pick to Shen top back in 2020.
Oh, we might be going old school.
This is old school.
Nautilus Kai'Sa, okay.
Kai'Sa not.
It's a very traditional bot lane that just wants to kill the Ziggs.
A very timeless draft from KC.
It really is.
It feels like this draft you could have seen all the way since 2021, 2020 almost. And there is the Akali we talked about, into Rihanna. The only real answer left with the lock being out, with the Navy being banned, is Caps locked. Akali locked in for Caps. We know how good he can be. We know how flashy he is, how clever he is.
Alright, so now we get into a second draft phase with tops and jungles up. Something we don't too often see. Tops obviously are often left for the second phase.
But the jungle is
the weird
Absolutely.
one. So the question is, does either team have a jungle that would really make their composition? As we see the Tifo unveiled from KC here. Is that an Arcane reference? I believe it is, right? Because they go through the tunnels.
You might not be wrong. I feel like you can see the reflection of something.
He's holding a camera, a mirror, taking a photo of himself. Smoke sick. It's a Jinx Arcane reference. There we go.
Very beautiful.
Smoke sick held for him. Okay, so Wukong and Vayne removed by G2 and KC respectively.
Classic ban when you're trying to line pick your top laner. Cringe champion gets taken out. Very nice. Usually sets up one of three champions. It's the Gnar, it's the Renekton, it's the Xante. Knowing Kana, it's probably gonna be the Gnar. You don't want to play Shen into Gnar. You really don't want to give Kana Gnar, but it is up and available. And I think we're definitely gonna see a Gnar here for Kana. We know how good he is on it.
Most likely having to blind top as well, right? So the Gnar would make a lot of sense. Skarner and Wukong taken away by G2. Gnar banned by KC.
That really surprises me.
I mean, I could tell.
I mean, maybe they were scared of G2 picking the Gnar 4. Maybe they really feel like they need a Renekton. Because this is clearly telling me we want to blind pick Renekton, no matter what. But G2 plays Kled.
Ne, mislim da Renekton blind nije dobar call.
Fantastic game. You're running into the G2 trap if you're gonna blind pick Renekton for Kana.
And I like Kled with the comp as well, right? Shen there for the follow-up.
Kana igra toliko cheesy gluposti da li ima potrebe da uzimaš Renekton od svih heroja.
Stand United on top. Now KC looking towards jungle top, as you say.
Could see a Canon again. We saw it from back before. A little bit volatile of a jungle matchup.
Yeah, is that what you want to go here? Do you want to go towards something that aggressive, or do you want something that's going to like try and counter scale a bit more tanky? Fiddlesticks is the hover.
Is still up and available.
Xin Zhao, I think I would like. Renekton's going to be the first pick as they ponder a little bit more.
They set up this Renekton.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, the Kled is available.
Yeah, it's a Kled.
You know the Kled is coming, and you chose this. So bold draft by KC. I mean, Broken Blade could pick something like an Ornn as well if they feel like they lack CC, but Kled is his champion of choice into Renekton, most definitely.
Does look like it might be a Kiana here for Yike. As you say, already played it once this week, had a great performance on it.
Yeah. That supreme display of talent together with a shockwave can be very beautiful. And
there's the Kled.
We knew it, they knew it, and they chose this. So let's see what the BB
They asked for this.
matchup because I'm excited.
Sin Kled je skroz fine ovdje, iskreno.
Whenever G2's playing KC, Kled is on my screen, I'm double excited.
Understandable. It used to be the Kled one trick. Yeah. You're the guy that I learned how Kled works from. So it will be really interesting to see that top lane matchup. Definitely focus there. For KC, it feels like their composition does have some early aggression. The Kai'Sa Nautilus especially. Kiana can do some stuff in the early game, but they really like team fights.
It's very 2019 Worlds.
Yeah.
With the Renekton top, the Kiana jungle, it's giving me a little bit of...
is that what you want to play into G2 who made it to the finals? That's the question you've got to ask yourself. If they put the Nautilus mid, maybe they'd be able to take the win. At G2 on the other side, a little bit more...
all over the place.
Yeah, it's more eccentric, right? You have some dive with an Ethereum in the Kled, with the Shen and the Stand United, the Akali can follow up.
Ja nemam kako s čim da se betujem, tako da mogu samo da navijam.
I mean, I like this draft a lot from both sides. What I will say, G2 very limited amount of CC.
Yes.
Very limited amount of CC.
When I'm talking about satchel charge as a possible form of CC, you are very limited.
I mean, you have Bear Trap on a rope and satchel charge.
And a Shadow Dash, That is literally the entirety of hard CC.
But Medic, death is the best CC in the end.
That is true.
As we see the teams load onto the Rift, it's gonna be a volatile one with a draft like this.
Feels like G2 really just want to be explosive. They're going for a 3-man push towards this bottom side. Busiu's going to step up. He'll spot Labrov. Does Busio hook? He does. Skewon and Hansama immediately pounce out of the bushes. They get the exhaust down to Kaliss. Good double shadow dash for a double taunt. Kaliss might have to flash away from this.
Klasičan level 1 oli, naravno.
Try and force him away.
But Skewon can stay here. He can just take the Raptors now if you want. Really make life difficult for daggers.
You're going to put another one down. The oracles from Lebrov. Another
I Busio out.
Busio takes him down to 200 HP. Yahoo looking for the flank position. His commander side squads are all caps. Chasing in as well. Lebrov looks for the flash, but Yahoo flashes away. Perfectly timed. And now a 3v3 around the Razor Beaks.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is League of Legends. This is modern League of Legends. It's a 4v4 for Raptors.
Stop the recall as well.
Yeah, Casey is suffering from this. Skewon is going to take over the early game now. Starts on the Raptors of Yike. Can easily clear all of the bot side. And unless Canon gets a lot of push in the top side, I think maybe Skewon can even defend his own top side.
And we'll see if he goes for it. He's gone for the red with the Eviscerate over the wall. Should be able to get that. Busio could challenge him if he wants. Yike's going to start on his wolves. He talked a lot about how BB, it was expected that he'd go the Kled in this matchup. Currently on an 11-game winning streak on the Kled. 18-5 on it all time.
Au, fail. Ne ovako, hvala, Zolti, hvala.
This is going to happen.
I mean, as someone that has seen BB's Kled evolve throughout the years, I feel like he has become an absolute master of the champion. All the niche little interactions I see him do that he did not do in the beginning. When he started playing the champion 2023, he had good understanding of the game, but Skewon is caught here.
Skewon eviscerated over this wall to get here. Dredgeline going down, Skewon will get the eviscerate. Kaliss flashes, Skewon gets level 3.
Dobio je trojku, a mislit ćem...
That is absurd!
But Canon has no flash. Kaliss has no flash now.
Kaliss has no flash. Busio still has a flash. Kaliss is going to be level 1 by 3 minutes in the game. Busio forced away.
It's an absolute disaster medic.
It's a massive wave.
Oh, he has TP.
Okay, well, he still has the TP. Caps might die, though. Yike is here! Flash and the audacity to find the kill.
Vraćam do prvog.
I mean, that is what Casey needed. Things were looking very grim in the bot side. Sure, Kaliss has the TP, but he already lost so much farm. But the Yike gets that kill. It's a little bit illegal, but a great solace if you're a KC fan.
A great kill for Yike, and he steals away the Razor Beaks.
He doesn't dismount now, so this is where Kled is really dangerous. Here he can dismount. Canon can't walk up here.
Gets level 4. Scuttle Crab will be taken by Yike. Broken Blade knows his jungler's on the other side, but Lebrov is looking to see what's available up here. How much did Yike steal away? He missed the ward that is on the red. Yike will get the Scuttle Crab and then back away. Lebrov has been spotted on this route, and now he'll spot Yike. And because of that, I expect we'll see both of them back away.
He's just there to cover BB, but...
It's a taunt. Yike has no flash.
Yike is homeless. What is he going to do?
Well,
there's no camps for him to take.
He does have a
Ide u lane, šta radiš? Odeš u lane i kažeš, au šta ću sad, unlucky.
Not many opportunities for him. Skewon actually going down towards bottom side here. Kaliss has no flash, caught of the pack. Kaliss, the eviscerate, the darkened daggers. Kaliss falls as G2 answer on the scoreboard.
Is Skewon gonna look towards the Raptors? No, he needs to recall. He doesn't have the items in his inventory. Yike's coming out with a pickaxe and a longsword. This Kiana is gonna hurt a lot in these fights. She's a little bit behind in camps, but the gold, she's doing completely fine in.
And supports in this meta, like Busio and Lebrov have just been hitting each other for the last 30 seconds.
They feel like the extras in movies, you know?
Exactly. They're just in the background, just punching into each other. It's like, I'll get the vision. Broken Blade still mounted here, very low on effective HP.
Yeah, he has the biscuit MC. He always opts for the biscuits on Kled to really get that extra emergency HP regen. When you dismount, the stronger the lower you are. Can create some clutch moments, but
Yike
he has to be careful.
Will be spotted on this ward.
Yike knows
Blade dismounted currently. Meanwhile in the mid lane, flash hook. The Twilight Shroud in time
No, ode BB. Ne ode, ode, ne! Ja ne mogu da verujem. Jao, kako je Kled odvrtan hero. Jao, kako ne volim tog heroja. Si VP za BB-a. Vrati mi li koliko ne mogu podnesem Kleda, znači, takav je heroj nerealan.
Enough to make a grown man cry, medic. What a beautiful 1v2 by BB on
Lebrov is level 2, but Yahoo has no mana. Okay. Let's take a moment. Let's take stock. G2 2-1 up. Gold basically even between the two teams. The big disparities. Broken Blade is 250 gold ahead. Yahoo has been able to push Caps out in a range into melee matchup and getting an assist means that he's 400 gold ahead. But Hans Summer, because Kaliss was denied so much on the bottom side of the map at level 1 is almost half a grand ahead. Well, he's over half a grand ahead of Calist right now.
Sam is the monarch right now. He's swimming in goal right there, Scrooge McDuck style, completely. But Broken Blade, they knew this Kled was coming. Everyone knew this Kled was coming, but Kana walked right into the trap of G2.
Hey, apparently bear traps work on crocodilians as well.
Yeah, and coaches.
But we'll see, because it's still a very even game.
Very even, yeah. But
the question
is
is
set up for success here.
With the Tiamat ready, it feels like he can, using the auto resets, really just navigate this way very well. Can't it? A bit of a risk because LeBron is still only level 2. Hex Flash into the auto. Yikes here for the chase, and LeBron shadow dashes, gets to the Fog of War. Yikes exhausted, and Skuma's going to try and turn it around. Caps dives in and gets the kill. Hits the Shogun as well onto Yahoo, who does have the shockwave. G2 won't want to overextend this. A perfect execution gets Caps out, but Busio's about to have another hook onto terrain. Reduced cooldown, there's a shockwave. LeBron comes in from the side. Busio has no flash and might not have a life for much longer. Good order with the staggering blows, with a flash in from LeBron is enough to get Skumon his second of the game.
Ga vraća G2 polako.
Game 2 is G2 that's showing up every single play, going their way right now. And the goal lead is just growing and growing and growing.
Yeah, a couple of moments ago, I was like, let's look at the disparities. At the moment, it's a full G2 disparity. Everyone on G2 has a gold lead. Hansama almost 700 gold ahead as well.
Level 7. Calisius hit level 6. Look, they get baited by this level 2 Shen. They really think they can kill him in a one-shot, but the taunt out from LeBron is perfect. It hits the Nautilus. The proc is aftershock. Get really tanky. Chug for all those potions. And Casey just doesn't have the damage to finish him out. And didn't pick up the bush element, so he just was stuck there in the river without stealth.
Mislim da reci da.
It just feels a bit greedy. Maybe they think they can burst him. If the hook lands into Shockwave, maybe that's enough to kill Caps. But at this point, it's so easy for G2 just to come around, get the cleanup. Skumon now even further accelerated, and he can do things like this. Lebrov's still only level 3. He doesn't need more than that right now. He will eventually, but G2 can step in and steal away these camps. They have 1,700 gold.
Mislim, G2 je sad ultio giga ozbiljan momentum.
It really did feel like a Hail Mary from Busio there, hoping to get something back from that play before it's...
Mislim da je jako teško da jednim pikom flexaš 4 heroja. Mislim da je to baš napeto. Ni nemoguće, ali mislim da je baš teško. Jer mislim da postoje, ne postoji toliko pikova koje ti solo kroz counter vinaju game. Kao što je recimo, ne znam, Silas u Malfighta, na primjer.
Broken Blade,
need to be careful here, though.
He needs to walk away. Yeah. Busio's on this side of the map, and Yike is finishing up those last 2 grubs. Lebrov is looking down towards the bottom side. Kalist just used his TP, but it looks like after pushing the wave, he just wants to reset underneath the tower. Is he actually going to go for the full recall? 2 grubs to KC, 1 to G2.
Yeah, now they need to beeline down bot lane to help Kalist. He's still getting suffocated every single wave. He doesn't have backup. Hansama with the range, with the item lead, just hitting this tower every single chance he gets.
He must be getting close to the satchel range as well on this tower. And then Hansama can move across the map, go top, go mid, continue just to chip away at these turret plates. As the satchel is used on Kalist. Fated Ashes from Hansama.
Skumon picked up double take now as well. He's also very accelerated.
He's so strong. But there's a Profane on the other side, so Yike is matching with an item of his own. As both of the junglers are around that bot side. Busio with a hook in. Explosive micro. Oh, Yike steals the Drake! There was vision on it, and Yike, I was like, Skumon's just going to finish it, but Yike jumps across, gets his smite down, and steals away the Drake. That's huge for KC.
I mean, it's just something with Yike's smites. I feel like he's always been this player that is super clutch when it comes to the smite, and once again coming up big, because this is what KC needs. They need something to start building. Denying this dragon from G2 will delay their soul points and give them much needed time to come back into this game. Yeah, really nice smites.
Great play from Yike.
I think it was out of vision. I don't think Skumon saw him come over the wall there.
I mean, quite possibly, yeah, because it was around the top side of it. As you say, the vision in the bush was there, in the pit, so it was there for KC. And it's a good Q smite as well, because your smite at the moment is not doing 1.4k. It's at that 1,000 mark, right? Yeah. At the second level up, so good Q smite. And now we'll see what KC can garner off that, because the jungle still mostly belongs to Skumon. He has been able to push in here quite effectively. Broken Blade has about a 500 gold lead. Yike is answering that. Skewmon looking to steal away this Gromp, and Yike having to back away because Broken Blade has to push in top.
He wants to get some revenge. Wants to get something back after the Dragon was stolen. Yike doesn't have the supreme display of talent, but look at Caps. He's floating up here with the Gunblade.
Caps on his way across. See the chase from the Neferi and the Akali. Kana has the Dominus, has the flash, has the Zabuza's Predator, tries to clear out the way, but here's the chase. The Hounds go in, Kana flashes, dodges away from the Shuriken from Caps, but it won't be enough to survive. Dredge line from Busio is met by thin air, as Skewmon's able to dodge away. Broken Blade brings out the pocket pistol, and will just push out the wave.
Dogodi se, šta da radiš?
You die before that courage bar reaches full. It's no fun for you. We'll back off here, respect the command shot.
Oh, Kalist.
Nice one.
I mean, there's a Mega Inferno Bomb being used by Caps just to clear out the wave before. So Kalist not under too much threat, even though it looked like he was. Yeah, Hansama should be able to just push this wave back out. Needs to be careful because Yike is on this side of the map. He knows his jungler was spending time top. Labrov has waited. Broken Blade could charge forward here. He's already used it as they get the exhaust down onto Yehu. But there's the shadow dash. Busio with a good hook. Skewmon on his way across. The shockwave will pull them both back as Yehu tries to survive, tries to walk out alive, but the bear trap has to be flashed. In the end, Yehu will survive. A good hook from Busio. Caps, though, coming in for a little bit more. The TP's rain down, but Caps has already found a double under the tower. One goes to BB, and KC find Kana coming in too late.
Well, it was a miracle they were going to make it out alive there, but then Caps shows up at their field of view and just seals the deal for G2.
And now Broken Blade has 1,000 gold lead, man. This was predictable, this was expected, but Broken Blade has taken over the game on this claim.
I mean, you gotta think if it's an ego thing by KC, because they know this is coming. But at one point, like, you have to respect BB's Kled at this point. Yeah. He's shown internationally, regionally, how strong he is in his champion. And to give him a matchup like this, I think is straight up disrespectful. Really nice to see BB punishing these Renegade blind pickers with the Kled. Just insane display of mastery of the champion.
Busio just gonna watch as Skewmon does take that Scuttle Crab. Broken Blade needs to remount. There's a Kaiser in the area. The Killer Instinct, a threat for Broken Blade. Caps is by himself down towards the bottom side, and Lavrov is nowhere near this, but does have to stand united importantly, as Busio will be spotted by Skewmon, who sticks around. Next objective still about 80 seconds away. Busio's going to step forward, eats a Darking Dagger and Eviscerate, and Busio's health bar begins to melt.
G2 ih baš tompa ovaj. Mora bude treći game, nema to šta. To se podrazumeva s ove dvije ekipe.
Yeah, Skewmon thinking about using the Hound's Pursuit there, but you don't know who's in that bush. You don't know if it's a bait or not. So
and you can get hooked out of it.
Yeah.
So,
look at
the
this.
best. Again, United. Broken Blade and Lavrov trying to team up on Yehu again, who hasn't got that flash. Good double shockwave, and G2 will just retreat out of the prey. Broken Blade dismounted with the Predator there for the Sun. He's going to try and flash, but Yike's on his way. Broken Blade looking for the remount, but Yike almost takes him down. Does with the second Q, a shadow dash, but Yike's not tanking the tower anymore. Supreme Display of Talent, the Rob still takes him. Kana slicing forward, sped up by the dissonance. And in the end, a 1-for-1 exchange on the top side where Caps continues to push through bots.
A little bit messy there, but crucially BB didn't have the remount because he already remounted recently, so it was on cooldown. But still, it's quite a big shutdown onto BB. Still think KC is quite happy with that. You need to trade, remember. If you're falling behind, you need to play the map, you need to trade sides. So you can at least get some kind of goal, some kind of aggressive position on the map, get some money to make some moves.
And the good thing for KC is with the Dragon coming up soon, they don't actually have to play for it. It won't be second for G2. Have another look at this. Good shockwave.
Yeah, the bear trap in a rope goes wide onto Yehu. Good sidestep, and then G2 doesn't have the damage. But here you see BB can't remount here despite auto-attacking. It's too far away. Now it came back at the end of that play. Otherwise, I think this might look very different.
Mislim, iskreno, Yike se jako dobro snašao, uzet ću obzir koliko je pao behind na početku.
Doesn't hit Lavrov, the red buff
his red buff was on Lavrov, and then Lavrov taunted him, so he walked into tower range.
Yeah, exactly. It's well played by Lavrov to get the kill in the end. Drake does go over to G2. But as we said, because of a good steal from Yike earlier on, it doesn't matter too much, not too consequential at least. As now we see Hansama and Lavrov in the mid lane just trying to get the push out here. Kalist knocked back with a satchel. Busio looking for Dredge line. Spirit's Refuge down from Lavrov means that he won't take too much damage from those auto attacks. Skewmon still looking to see if he can get in from the side, and KC after a dominant game one now a little bit more on the ropes, but whenever they come on one of these road trips, they so often dominate, so often get themselves ahead, yet to lose. this weekend.
I mean, look, G2, they have one thing going for them this game, and that's damage. They are so strong, they have so much money. Every single member of G2 can just do so much damage that it doesn't matter the fact that they don't have any CC. KC, on the other hand, they have CC, they have setup, they have Nautilus hooks, they have Kiana combos, they have a flash stun from Renegade. They still have tools to make things happen. And should they come back, I think slowly but surely G2 will get outscaled this game. So G2 needs to step on the gas here.
Broken Blade looking for the tower right now. Hound's Pursuit going down onto Yehu as well. Gonna get the pullback with the shockwave. Yehu underneath the tower. It's surviving for a long time. LeBron gets into the rift, but the tower's already gone down. And Yehu follows suit. Busio falls low to caps and falls even lower as he goes 6.
Da, G2 ih baš gazi ovdje. Mislim da li imaju neki jugo da se vrate, a problem je što niko na strani KC-a nema dovoljan momentum i to im je dosta veliki problem.
It's an incredible record by KC so far. But this game, G2 is surely gonna put their claws in them and try to finish it out cleanly.
And they have the leads where they need it. Caps is 1,000 gold. Hey, we'll have another look at this. Yehu tries to survive for a long time under this tower, but he just can't get through it.
Yeah, he really tried to find the trade key there on Labrov, but I really like Labrov jumping into the escape car here at the end. He's tanking the tower, taking so much damage. Gives Yehu no chance of a trade kill. And meanwhile, Caps is just tearing it up on Busio. Absolutely murdering him. He's so strong as a Kali. Got the Gumbit really fast now. Looking towards the Shadow Flame.
Now G2 extend their gold lead to almost 5k. It will be 5k with the mid-tier 1 falling. Skumon going in. Fall of the pack used to jump up. Then Supreme Display of Talent only finds a stun onto Labrov, who does still have the Stand United, but everyone is under too much risk. Broken Blade just short of his second item, but G2 are just trying to suffocate KC out of the game. They continually push them back, make sure that the jungle belongs to them, and don't really allow KC many opportunities to find picks.
It's a slow game though. You said it earlier, Medic. It's going to be a late soul point for both teams. Still one Drake to one Drake.
Shockwave onto BB as he's dismounted, and he doesn't get back on Skull in time. Good play from KC. The dissonance with the movement speed, the slice forward, and then the Shockwave waiting to catch out BB.
Very, very greedy by BB to stay around when he's dismounted, but can you blame him? This is what
TP
Kled
behind
does to
Caps.
you. Yeah,
This is nice from KC. They've looked for a couple of picks and they have a great flank. Well. Caps flashes, Yike is here, and they'll just chase him down. Two huge shutdowns for KC in the matter of seconds.
Boga mi KC i na BB-a i na Capsa.
KC is outscaling them this game. They have so much CC. Damage to boot.
I guess they outscale.
Sure, they can maybe kill one of them, but in the end,
AD carry vsno AD carry, ali koliko Kalist može da uradi, nemam pojma.
they need their time to grow, and eventually G2 is going to run out of damage to deal with them.
Yeah, and the goal lead goes down from 5k to 2.5. Yehu TPing out, not aware of where G2 were on the map. No one was threatening him, but he doesn't know that. I don't really blame him for using that summoner. Next Drake up in a minute's time. We also have Baron coming up in a minute. Both teams have relatively good Baron damage, I mean, especially for KC, if they do decide to do it as soon as Kalist gets a couple of items under his belt.
Yeah, first Dragon is coming up here though in 40 seconds. G2 will put down the roots in the bot side river. Try to get control over that. Try to hit some bouncing bombs when KC walks in.
Yike comes across, gets the smite fight. Wins that one out. Has his second item as well. And a serrated dirt. Yike actually ahead in gold over Skumon after that big shutdown that he managed to acquire on Caps. And G2 will just deny vision around this bottom side river.
BB's playing far up here top though. Seems like Yike is looping around bot. I feel like he needs to, or he tries to make a play. Maybe a little pick onto Caps, but it's so difficult to make a pick onto Nakali.
Skumon also looking to see if he can land a dagger or two. Broken Blade's flank with a charge is something KC have to be really aware of.
Yes.
Currently in the fog of war, the risk is if you do go in and you try and get onto Hansama or Caps or Skumon and they dash out, you then have a Kled just charging into your backline.
Yeah, I think I'd bet you're paying for a stealer for Yike, but yeah, KC will leave the scene of the crime. didn't really get a cross map on this dragon. They just ended up looking at G2 taking this dragon. So,
I mean, they looked for Caps on bottom side, but Caps respected it as Kana goes in. They've made this play a couple of times. Hey, I'll protect you, Kana, and then we chuck in the shockwave to follow up, but Caps doing enough damage to Kana there that he can't really stand up.
Fantastic spacing by Caps. Kana can't really get the Ruthless Predator onto him. Hides in the shroud, and the moment he hits the minion, just goes in for the big damage. Now G2 is gonna shift all their attention towards the top side. Caps is very comfortable here on the side lane, just pushing at bot with a TP. You're gonna see Labrov here try to walk deep, hover around Broken Blade, make sure he can push out that top wave and plant all those wards deep in the KC jungle.
It feels like a tricky one again, kind of for both teams. Like KC are happy just to sit and scale, so if this is the status quo for the next 4 minutes before the next break, they'll be good with that, right? For G2, you've already taken tier 2 in top. Tier 2 mid is...
Mislim, G2 šalje Zig između mida i bota i samo traže agresiju. Dobro od Kalista da je došao ovdje, bar da 3-1-1, ovo je fajn.
With a kill of her own, 1-for-1 on the bot side.
I'm so surprised Caps died there. I thought that would be a clean pick onto Yehu, but so much damage coming out from KC, from both Yehu and Kalist. I think the Void Seeker hit him there at the end and just burst all those plasma stacks. Broken Blade jousting forward.
The air trap doesn't hit the man with an anchor, unfortunately. So can't go for any more. I think part of it is as well, Caps has gone for damage. Shadow Flame, Hextech Gunblade. If he had a Seekers in there, very sure he doesn't die.
Yeah, both teams had the same idea, attack the side end, but the Shockwave into the Prey Seeker, oh, it's very nice by Kalista. And then the Auto comes in right before Labrov was able to put down the sword and shield onto him.
Yeah, really nicely done by Kalista to answer that quickly. Gets himself ahead in terms of gold, and you look at those golds, like Labrov is 1,000 gold ahead, Caps is 1,000 gold, and Broken Blade is 1,000 gold ahead. But Summer's lead that he had in the early game hasn't really amounted to much. Skumon's fallen behind in terms of total gold, at least in the game. KC have answered this early pressure from G2 really well. Caps now does have the Seekers, so a little bit safer pushing on a side lane. G2 have total control of this top side, and because of that, they're the ones that are going to call for Baron. BB will be spotted by that ward as he walks around, though, so KC know that this is going on. Kalista's backing, needs to stop that recall. They're going to TP in the Renegade as Kana's going to join the fight.
But look at Yike, 3 items on Yike. He's the richest man in this game. His ult is going to be massive here.
Baron at 4k. Yike looking for the Supreme Slayer talent. Doesn't land a stun onto anyone. Baron down low. Yike looking for the smite, but he doesn't get it. Exhausted immediately as he goes in. Labrov looking for the taunt as he dives into the back line. But Kana's distracting the rest of G2. Skumon flashes away, eviscerates across the wall. Kana can't get across either as G2...
Ok, stvarno G2 ne smemo da... Mislim, ovaj fight potencijalno možda i košta gejma. A možda i košta i seriju, uz obzira već gubi 1-0.
Broken Blade coming back out, does have to charge. A Mega Inferno Bomb coming up in 5 seconds time as well. G2, if they really want to, could look for a force.
Could try to chase this. Labrov will have Stand United when it spawns. Caps has the teleport available.
Mega Inferno Bomb just used to play the wave in mid.
They could rejoin this fight if they want to, but G2 did end up getting the Baron. But that could have been very, very dangerous if the Supreme Display of Talent actually connected with someone.
Yeah, it was a good call from G2.
Uzeli su Barona, izgubili su tempo za pola.
Kalist did reset, but then TP back in, but wasn't able to get there quickly enough to really put out the DPS. Now G2 with the Baron for the next 2 minutes. We have to see how much they can get out of this, because currently that Baron power play reads negative 50 gold.
Yeah, so let's look at his play. Here, Yike has 3 items, and it's set up for success, but he kind of whips the Supreme Display of Talents, flashes in, misses the smite, and I think it's a little bit of an awkward position here. KC still ends up winning this fight afterwards, despite that's the start.
Oh, that Shockwave pulled Skumon back as he was going for Kalist in the middle of the Hound Pursuit. That was really nice.
Yeah, I don't know if that was intentional or not, but that was beautiful.
I mean, it worked.
Yeah,
it worked.
That was absolutely beautiful. Now, let's see what G2 can do with this. Flash forced up by Hansama by the Shockwave. They're going to try to get at least
gonna be
a tower.
Hansama can use the satchel on it, and there we go. Tower goes down. Broken Blade answering Kana on towards the top side. I don't think Kana wins this. Stevax Black Cleaver against Black Cleaver. Titanic Hydra. And the nice charge with the Stand United. Bear trap on the rope doesn't hit. The charge forward, but Kana slices just in time. Broken Blade still trying to close the gap with the Killer Instinct of Edward for Kalista. Could go in. A TP as well from G2. They're trying to force everyone into this. Skumon coming from the side as well. Mega Inferno Bomb. Kana won't do enough damage. Broken Blade low. Skumon dives onto Kalista, who dives onto the backline and just dies for it! Kalist way too deep. The killer instinct did not live up to his name.
He took the scenic route to the fountain. I don't know. I thought that was a very awkward attempt by G2 because all of KC were so fast to respond, but I didn't realize that all of G2 responded as well.
Yeah.
Caps.
Mislim, Kalist je ovdje samo rekao, ajmo u treći game, ima puno publike, ja to poštujem, tako da to je legitimno skroz.
But it looks like he was gonna run out there. But it's actually Kalist that jumps into the backline and kind of takes all the threat from G2 and aggro them.
Let's have another look at it.
Let's just look at it.
Okay, so I understand it.
I see it.
Mega Inferno Bomb and Hound's Pursuit kills you there anyway. You do have flash. Perhaps you could have pulled the wolf across the wall as the Drake goes over to G2. They're on Soul Point now.
Yeah, I don't know if he had flash or not, could flash the wall, but that was definitely... he was in a pinch and he tried to outplay it.
Understandable. Yeah. Understandable when you look back at the play. And now the gold lead swing in G2's favor. As they get the Soul, they get the Drake, they get the Baron, but the Baron's now expired and still only 3k ahead. 3 items on Kalist, almost 3 for Yehu, his Shadow Flame just over the horizon.
BB has been a target of a lot of cases attempts on side lane right now.
I'm shocked. The fact that Clegg got massively ahead and then they tried to kill him on repeat.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, he has a very big HP bar, so it can be a little bit menacing. It's a tall task to kill the Clegg.
That is true. That is true.
And he has a charge to run away, but they are trying to just get any sort of opportunity they can, because if the game just keeps playing out like this, it feels like G2 is just going to try to secure the soul point for themselves.
I mean, they'll look for the soul. KC is still in a strong enough position to fight it. You look across items, it's like Yehu has slightly more items than Caps currently. Yeah. So I think Caps is probably sitting on a bit of gold. Skewmond and Yika equal. Kano and Broken Blade slightly in BB's favor. AD carries, bot laners are equal, and supports are pretty much equal, although Busio is about half an item behind, we'll say, with the Locket.
Yeah, Yike really needs to get his last Whisper right now, because with all those levels on G2, the base armors are so high.
Yeah.
He's sitting with 3 lethality items, and before he gets last Whisper, Cyril does. It will be hard.
Ma to dogovorit ćemo se.
Agreed. We have a bit of a stalemate for now. This is expected. We have a minute and a half before the Baron. The teams tend to slow it down here. You can't really find an easy fight to force, and if you do go far enough to force a fight, often you're overextended.
Okay, they're just gonna recall.
Just gonna reset. Skewmon will pick up the wave.
It's so difficult to attack Skewmon because Skewmon walks up alone, and there is a Shen ult, a 6 TP, a Kled TP, and then a Kana TP. In theory, all of G2 can TP to his dogs and Shen can ult on him.
Exactly. Currently no TP available for Caps and Hansama, but they will be up soon. Yehu is missing his 2. And we'll have to see how G2 decide to pressure towards this blue side jungle to get vision. At the moment, everyone's on the bottom side. With Baron up in 45 seconds, I think they're just making sure that BB can walk out here safely, contest that mid wave, as the hook's gonna land. Depth charge down as well, Supreme decides to onto the Broth. Protoplasm Harness gonna
Protoplasm Harness, najjači item u igrici, on je živ, što je najcenije od svega.
Just absolutely melts through Yehu. Kana tries to get away with the Serix, a big heal on him as well, but in the end he can't fight this 2v1. Skewmon goes unstoppable as KC pull the trigger and it backfires.
KC throw everything onto Labrov Shen, but it's just a Shen. The best thing he has is a taunt, and they end up standing there, not being able to kill him in time and get collapsed on Caps. Insta flash down. We're gonna rewatch this again.
Da gledamo naći item u igrici, odlično. 7 ulta, svi su ga pogodili. Na liku se aktivirao item on živ.
And Casey's running away. Kana, you are just left to die. That's a sad crocodile. Many tears.
And it's just before the Baron as well, which means G2 will get their second of the game. They have 90 seconds before the Soul, and they have all of that time to push in these waves. They took a tower in mid as well. Now the goal lead extends to 5.6k. I don't think this road trip is ending after this game. I feel we're going to 3.
I think we're going to 3 as well, Medic, and it just proves the point that death is the best CC. You don't need to draft any CC if you're just going to kill your opponents on repeat.
I mean,
15 kills for G2 so far.
I think G2 would have liked a little bit more CC, man. Maybe. This game they've been a bit of a struggle. as they now move into that 1-3-1 we talked about in the last game. Caps and Pled separated on other sides. LeBron, the target, supreme display of talent doesn't hit him. There's a shockwave killer instant combo, beautiful! Beautiful from Kalista and Yahoo.
Oh, that's poetry right there. What a beautiful combo, but now Yike in danger.
Yike needs to get out. He's gonna burn, burn, burn. And Skumon and Hansama team up to take the kill. A 1-for-1 exchange on other sides of the map. G2 are just denying vision because they know their soul is up in 20.
They just need to wait. G2 just needs to hold the line, be patient. That dragon is yours if you just wait for it. KC's only chance right now is finding a fight.
Ori splita. Yahoo.
Yeah, not going to be able to for now. 20 seconds on Yike is a long time. Yahoo is pushing through top to try and get himself a little bit of an objective bounty. He'll get the plates in here down in mid for G2. Now they can begin to back away and look towards that mountain Drake. There's a couple of wards for KC, but let's have another look at this.
Just enjoy it. Just enjoy it. What a display of synergy and talent. That's a supreme display of talent right there. Not Keanu. That was absolutely gorgeous by the KC mid-AD.
It really was, and they do find a pick, but then they get picked on the other side of the map, and now G2 pick up a mountain soul. And it's going to be even harder, obviously, for KC to win it out from here. The shielding on the soul means your burst windows aren't as strong. The shockwave killer instant combo probably doesn't kill Caps immediately, and then he has the Zhonyas, he can dash away.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. Unless Yike lands a massive ult with the Serpent's Fang, removes all those shields immediately. Definitely will be a thorn in the side of KC. As Baron is spawning in 3.5 minutes, G2 still needs to play the game, still needs to set up.
Što nema protobel tam?
Time to scale up, get some items. Yahoo soon getting his void staff. Kalist just hits 4 items. Kana getting his depth stance.
Yike ima interesantne iteme isto. Samo što je Skum onda 18, a Yike je 15, što je dosta veliki problem u fajtovima. Bar da Keanu uzme 16, bilo bi dosta jača.
Exactly when he wants it.
Yeah,
when it is mounted.
From Kalista as well. He's gone for a verdant barrier here on the Kai'Sa, getting himself that spell shield to avoid the initial engages. Skumon pushing through mid. No Baron buff left for G2, but that top lane tower, inhibitor one, already down to almost a plate. A satchel will kill it if Hansama can step far enough forward. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Yahoo's trying to deal with Broken Blade, but he's not going to be able to. The shockwave!
Broken Blade is ignoring him, hitting the enemy in his face. He brings out medieval tactics.
Da li imaju damage oni? Kalist mora nekako nešto da uradi, ali ne vidim šta može da radi. O, ajmo da vidimo. Lepo od Kalista, samo što sad nema damage-a, follow-upo je ovo. Forsirao je Shen ult za svoj ulti i Skumon je... A Busio nije teo da ulta, što je interesantno. Što da ne, možda bi mogli da stavimo nagradu mod na dan, ali onda taj mod na dan možda pobanuje sve, što malo nije dobro.
KC throwing their ult at G2, but in the end they got so many towers. They got 2 inhibitors, 1 is open on bot. Feels like this game is going to come to a close soon. Baron spawning in 2 minutes.
It still feels like it could go either way. Like G2, if you look at the scoreboard, should win. Yeah. Like 6,000 gold ahead, Mountain Soul. They can set up around this next Baron. 2 inhibitors down. G2 should win this. But there are these moments from KC.
I mean, it's just the CC. CC is such a powerful tool, and to draft without any regards to it could be detrimental. We saw MKoi do a similar thing with Neferi jungle. Karma support ends up being quite difficult to start a fight, but they play well.
Gets the stun onto Skumon. KC looking for a collapse. A killer instinct in from Kalist. The Hound's pursuit going out. The call of the pack, in fact, from Skumon as he jumps up. The damage from Kalist not enough to get through Skarl. And now KC needs to back away because top is pushed and mid is pushed. A TP out from Kalist. There's no CC. He can do that safely. As G2 look to collapse around. Labrov. Shadow dash. Could go in here. Hansama coming in from the side as well. There's a shadow dash running onto Yike. Hound's pursued as well, but the dead charge and Supreme display of talent will stun them in their tracks.
Ok, dogodi se, nekad se zabode. Kalist mora krenuti da radi damage pre nego što mu pomre ceo frontline i to se nije dogodilo. A šta ćemo levo sa Kapsom što je letao na Kalista, to ništa. Mada je svako 3-0 i... Kako ima ult, 5-man shockwave možda spašava game. Samo ne vidim u kom svijetu oni zagrle 5-man loptu, ali... Gledaj kako se podijeli dok ne pogodi 5-man shock. Gleda. Oj, Labrov, chill bro, chill. Dobro, 1-1. Gledamo Game 3.
Let it be known that Broken Blade Kled is a threat. Broken Blade Kled is to be respected, and KC, he flew a little bit too close to the sun with this one.
He really did. What a performance all round though. What a series this has been. Back and forth, ebb and flow. The G2 fans now in loud voice, but it's a tenth at most of the stadium cheering them on. KC silenced in their home here in the Adidas Arena here in Paris. The question will be, will we continue as a library or will we have a rave?
Yeah, the atmosphere really quieted down throughout this game. They had some eruptions here and there, but right now we're going to hear from Skumont together with Lore, who's standing down there on the stage.
Célie, mais Skumont quand même, qui prennent la game ici. Et je veux savoir ce qui a rendu justement cette partie difficile dans la fin de partie pour vous. Avec G2, vous dominiez beaucoup, mais finalement ça a pris pas mal de temps.
Ouais, honnêtement, je pense juste qu'on s'est pas trop attendu sur certains timings. On avait vraiment le contrôle sur la game. Et malheureusement, juste on a fait quelques petites erreurs deep. La Casa a pris des kills. Et ouais, ils avaient juste des bons champions pour punish, mais finalement, on a bien joué.
Skumont, je vais te laisser rejoindre le reste de ta team avant cette prochaine game. And for the international viewers watching, he says that they were not on point with what to do in the late game. The Kaisa is the one who made the game difficult. But for now, we're gonna go to game 3. G2 comes back. Let's see what happens next.
Thank you so much, Lore. Actually, that is really, really poignant because Jack Spector was just telling me that the Kaisa, despite KC losing the game, was the thing that kept hanging on and actually played the game out correctly.
Yeah, Kaliz played really well because when you're behind, you're not going to win a 5v5, right? An equal numbers fight is going to be really difficult. So he always went to the side lane, using the ultimate for Kaisa to build so much range that he could always join the fight and create that numbers advantage on his side. And that's what made it hard for G2 because you saw BB getting caught, you saw Caps getting caught, and normally it feels like that's just silly mistakes, but it was really the Kaisa that enabled that to buy so much time for KC.
And it's huge credit to Kaliz for recognizing how he needs to play from behind, and also for the team as a whole for slowing the game down, trying to find those opportunities. Ultimately, they're way too far behind, but with a look like that and a slightly closer game, they probably could have made a comeback.
Yeah, I saw where Finn or where Medic was coming from, and he said, oh, this could turn on a dime. And I think this is when you watch series against teams that can be evenly matched, where you get that feeling. But Odo, tell me how G2 got so far ahead, because it was the complete opposite of game 1.
We saw it, if we think back at the previous series already, it was Skumont. Whenever he gets an early game lead, he puts the pressure on Yike, and we saw it. The level 1 happened. It put him extremely far ahead. Yike was forced to match him at every single point. And as an added bonus, we saw that Kaliz ended up being extremely far behind and he was forced to come back into this game. So already you have a stronger level on. The Kiana is completely useless. You have a Shen, you have a Nafiri, extremely fast clearing jungler. And what you want to do here is not even to just invade to get ahead in the jungle, is you need to invade here to get the control, because from this point on you will see where Yike goes even if this invade fails. Caps gets a bunch of minions on mid lane, forces Yehu through this annoying chokehold, and then after this, it's just a full-on 3v3. Nautilus is already chunked, and Yike has to forfeit this because, again, just the 3v3 doesn't have any sort of raw power.
Yeah, and Jack, it wasn't just that Kaisa got set behind, but also, all of a sudden, Lebrov now has the ability to influence the map wherever the heck he wants.
Yeah, I think Lebrov was really nice on the map on the Shen, using the Stan United to help his team. But really the highlight player, if we were to point at individuals, it's going to be Broken Blade. I mean, it's on the Kled, right? He was just doing so much work. And I feel like Casey kind of walked into the trap with the Renekton blind pick. We've seen BB play it into the Renekton. He seems so comfortable in this matchup. He outplays the 1v2. He's like 19-5 now on the Kled of all time. Just, he's a guy that I don't think you ever want to give him a good Kled game. And they gave him a really damn good Kled game, and you saw what happened.
Listen, my top laner brain, every time I see this matchup, I'm thinking, it's impossible. How is he gonna make it happen? Time and time again, it starts feeling like this Kled versus Renekton matchup is just BB favored no matter what he plays, because the Kled had a phenomenal game. The flank all the way to bot lane, boops Orianna in the head, half HP gone, just like that. And it felt like this was the final Hail Mary that KC had.
And really, it feels like Skumon and Broken Blade in so many of these fights are just the thing that stops KC from ever having an angle back. Oh, your creative Kaisa angle, point and click ultimate. Oh, your creative backline dive, Broken Blade is right on top of you. Long range flanks, everything working out in their favor. The top side did so well in this game. And credit to BB, building those individual advantages makes it that much easier to pull off those dives each and every time.
Stats tidbit is now tied with Doinby for most Kled wins of all time. The most in pro play. I love that stat, but kind of like to contextualize this, Odo or Jack, right? To get to this level of efficiency with a pocket pick right at the end of the day, that is just what is so impressive to me, because it means you gotta tank a few losses, you gotta tank a lot of matchups, you gotta make it all happen. And I'm really surprised every time I see it.
It just speaks to the confidence of this player, because Kled, we keep calling it a pocket pick, but at this point,
no, it's not.
How many more games will he need to give us until other players start picking it? Because it's not at the point where we had Finn, when he was the Kled OG OTP, where it was just, you know, it was just wonky, it was just a cheese pick.
Sucked, yeah.
But right now, it's just, it's consistently good. The fact that a pocket pick of the volatility of Kled is so damn consistent in BB's hands just shows that he's actually really good at a champ, and maybe others should pick it up as well.
And how niche does your top lane pick have to be when a mid laner is the person who has the most games on it? That was right? Like, how weird. Because Kled has been around for so long, but it's so infrequently good. And most of the time we pick it, it's like some young upstart, like Finn or whoever, and they get one game on it, and then it's back to tank duty, buddy. But BB does feel like the exception to the rule, the guy who is pushing this forward, and maybe this is a pick that everyone needs to be adopting, because BB is so consistently using it.
I think the growth is really cool, because last year when he played a lot of the Kled into the Scion, I feel like it wasn't that impactful.
Yeah.
I remember, especially like Finn had a lot of criticism for it. This year, BB has been playing some fantastic League of Legends. He had the best series of his career up against T1 at MSI. And I just feel like in general, when you're looking at BB, it's kind of like wine. He just gets better with age, and he's just improving as time goes on. And the Kled pick is kind of his pick. The fact that that is reaching a higher and higher level shows that him as a player is being elevated as well.
Let's calm down a little bit. Okay, what have we said about Broken Blade forever? Well. Yeah, he's aged well, but what have we always said about Broken Blade? When he gets to play the funny stuff, he's the GOAT. When he doesn't, it gets rough. So when we come into this game 3, I don't want people to be like, oh, he's absolutely.
He was very good at just That's not a funny
I'm just saying, but the context for the glazing is important. You don't want people to think he can get it any time of day. He needs to be playing the right stuff if he wants to get that kind of attention.
Yeah, well, I've seen them play KC a lot, and I've seen them come on top on a lot of games. In the top lane, I'm just going to say it. I don't know if it's going to be the case in this next game. The jungle, we touched on it already, right? So different. Obviously, that goes for any jungler. Get a good start, get a good game, obviously. But yikes, Kiana is also very, very good. But the difference to me is, like, how are they going to enable either or in game 3, right, Jack?
I think it comes down to the jungle. Like, when we saw last time they faced off each other, it was the Nasus, it was the Kane, it was Skumon taking over the game. And in this game as well, with the level 1 that you touched on, Odo, it set Yike behind so much in tempo. And I do think that when Yike falls behind, he's kind of a shell of himself. I feel like he really needs to have the lanes be comfortable, him be comfortable, and that's when he gets unleashed. And Skumon is a very similar player, wants to full clear, wants to have a comfortable game with not too much variance. So if Skumon has that great early game, I think he runs away with it.
I mean, volatility is the biggest weakness, I think, of both of these players. You're going to a game 3, a ton of pressure for KC in their own house, for G2 trying to do their best for this tiny contingent of fans who have been cheering as loud as they can the entire day. It's the most pressure that's going to be on these junglers since they played at EWC or MSI.
We were unanimous in our KC predictions. Any flip-floppers in the house?
I still think KC 2-1. I really like their resilience in this game, how they tried to come back. 2-1.
I said at the beginning, I will not flip-flop. If they don't win now, they will never win. I'm sticking to my guns. KC 2-1.
I can't doubt the fans. They've been cheering all day. Medic's almost blown his voice out. I've blown my voice out. The fans are still going. They are literally unstoppable. If anything is going to get KC across the line, it's going to be them.
Yahoo! I agree with you. I think KC is going to take it 2-1, but I think it's going to be the best game of League we've seen all weekend. We'll be right back, ever, with that deciding game between KC and G2.
You look like KC Jamiroquai.
Welcome to the European League of Legends Championship Series.
Brother, let me try.
Wait.
Brother, let us break this instead. Brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
Ah, a new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
In your best man speech, you said my wife is funnier than me.
That's factually correct.
Okay.
We're in range.
It's fine, man. It's fine. Relax. I've got this. I have years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, but it's gonna.
It's very hard. And there we go. Look at that. What are you so worried about?
Oh,
Okay, well, he still has the TP. Caps might die, though. Yeti is here! Flash and the audacity to find the kill in mid.
Nice, guys. Yummy. Nice. Can go. I'll go anyway. Okay. Is that to me? No, they have to go. No. Attack on him. Up in the air. I'll get back. Nice. Now we're back, baby.
Previous player Tanner doesn't hit him. There's a shockwave killer instant combo. Beautiful! Beautiful from Kallistan Yahoo!
Good job, guys. Should get it to the
okay? Just take it slow, please, okay, for next one?
And here we go. The last game in the Adidas Arena, the last game here in Paris, and what a game it is shaping up to be. KC had right of first selection, they took second pick. G2 are going to be on the blue side. Let's see where we hit with the bans, because we were talking it through. There's still quite a few powerful picks available.
Yeah, I mean, the picks that come to mind are the Camille, the Lock, the Nivea, the Casio. I think those are the main ones to me that I'm looking at.
I evo nas nazad. Game broj 3, partija koja odlučuje sve, G2 i KC. Za sada šarni draft i Tade Carrije, Syndra, Victor, Ziggs, Kajsa očigledno. Tako da ćemo vidjeti šta će biti pikano na botu i da li će to opet biti magevi.
This weekend, not even just this series, they really don't want to see that champion picked. And now G2 with their final ban. Could look towards the Anivia, that's something that's snuck through so far. Could look towards the Casio, the Vi is already taken away.
Yeah. Especially jungler's getting pretty pinched here. The things we're looking at now is like Wukong, Pantheon, I think could be Angus. You could go for Rumble, obviously taken away from Kana, is one of his comfort picks, has had so many good performances on the Rumble throughout his time in the LEC. So what is it going to be? G2 is going to be the Camille, or is it going to be the Casio or the Nivea?
It feels like Camille is solid, right? You have a Shen and a Leona already removed from the pool, but it's going to be a Nivea instead. Can be played top, of course. We've seen it from Broken Play before.
Yeah, there it is. I mean, one team gets a Nivea, one team gets Camille, Casio. Feels like a little bit of a robbery from KC so far, trading up. Now, obviously, G2 can choose to answer into Camille and can choose whichever jungler they want. I think dropping jungle right now is very dangerous, considering how pinched the position already is.
Especially when you want physical damage, often from your jungle, you need some extra.
Mislim da je KC trunko bolje prošao, Nivea možda bude decent u Casio do duše.
But it looks like G2 are going to try and solidify their bottom lane. It's going to be the Lucian here for Hansama. We've already seen him bring it out once this weekend.
We did see a fantastic Lucian Milio performance earlier today by Vitality Carsey and Vitality Fleshy.
This would
Tarek
be spicy.
is being hovered. I'm not gonna be a hover guy, but it's locked in.
Tarek.
Super exciting. Tarek, obviously very scrappy, kind of enchanter melee support. It's really
Interesantno.
good the team engages into you, which. Guess what? Camille wants to do. I will say Tarek is going to have to run after Camille on the map. Camille is going to run around the map, and Tarek is going to have to predict where she's going to go to match it. Because if Tarek is there when she goes, it's all good. But
if
Camille
he's not,
has such a long range of engage. She can just jump over multiple walls and be there before Tarek even stands next to his carry.
First Tarek of summer season. We've seen two of them this year in major regions. One from Mickey and one from Elio over in the LCP. It's the fifth time that Tarek has been locked in for LeBron across his career as well. 3-1.
Mislim da su znali da će htjeti da igraju Lucijana, možda ima još nekog deškira ako hoće da igraju, pa samo u fazonu daj da da pobanujemo sve. Da banujemo tu popi koji će nam smetati ko dešava.
Going for the anti-dive so early. KC could just draft a long-range comp, a poke comp that doesn't really commit. Sure, you have the Camille, but you don't need to draft 4 other commit champions. With the Caitlyn, I think that's what we're aiming for. Has so many options, because Tarek, if you do not go in straight into him...
Samo ne znam što je s Tarikom, iskreno. Nisam najsigurniji.
Because then you can Bastion and get the dazzle on someone going
like
in.
a Master Yi jungle.
Oh, Master Yi jungle. I was thinking Nocturne, but that is banned away. So Master Yi jungle. Xinsha would do a similar thing.
Yeah,
and
Wukong still up and available. Neither team has picked their junglers. With so many jungle bans, you're going to have to dig deep into the pool.
Could be that neither team's picked their top laners as well. This Anivia can go in the hands of Caps, can be flexed, of course, for Broken Blade. So where are G2 going to go with their final ban? They got rid of the Vayne, trying to shore up that top side.
I'm suspecting that Nivea goes into the Casio. Not very good lane matchup, but just having that control, when she gets that Catalyst, she can just really control the mid lane, deny Casio from moving around.
I'm really feeling Sion from G2.
Oh, I absolutely agree,
Vayne bans with a Tarek there as well. You're going to have an impenetrable front line.
Yeah, Sion definitely is a good shout. Seems quite likely. Trundle. I mean, the other champion you could go for is Gnar if you want to blind. The problem is if you blind Sion, you run into a Gnar from Kana quite easily. And that is
how much you mind that.
I mean, it's not a fantastic matchup. Double up with that it's Kana or Gnar.
True.
I think maybe you should reconsider picking the Scion and maybe just go for a Nivea top. We'll have to see where G2 ends up going. The jungle pick is that one that's up in the air. Wukong is picked from Yike.
Yeah,
fantastic
where are
champion.
you going to go if you're G2? You could go AP, you could go tank, but Skarner's already gone.
You could go Maokai if you want to, an old classic. Or it's the Olaf.
Okay.
That is
again,
a classic.
We can't be sure if it's jungle or top. Likely top lane. We don't see as much Olaf jungle these days.
Yeah, into Wukong it's a fine matchup. You can kind of reset your Ragnarok on his clone.
Mislim, u teoriji Olaf Tarik mogu da budu jako interesantan kombo. To možda bude turbo fun kombo.
A lot of flexibility.
And I love the circles. You have the Tarik circle, you got the Anivia circle, you got the Galio
expanding
circle.
blue circles. With the smallest one being a Tarik Q, then Anivia R, and then the Galio R. We'll see where Kana takes this. Looks like it's an Anivia top line pick. It's not super fun to play. Nor into that. Jace is still
banned. It was played in game one.
I'm trolling. Yone has been played before by Kana into the Anivia, and it's locked in. It's a volatile matchup, not an easy champion to play.
Not something we see too often from Kana either. It obviously has it in his wheelhouse. We have seen it before, but he hasn't got a huge amount of games on it. In fact, only 3 in his entire career. Last time we saw it was twice in playoffs. In fact, he's only played it this year.
Yeah.
Kana Yone, interessanto.
Pick into Anivia. He's had good success so far throughout the year, and I want to see what it does with this, because very volatile team come from KC. You have a lot of high agency champions with the Camille, with the Yone, with the Wukong. Meanwhile, G2, a brick wall. Hansama on the Lucian, Caps on the Galio that would peel, and just Broken Blade and Scuman that would create havoc in the backline and front line of KC. It's gonna be tough to navigate these team fights for KC, but I want to see how they manage the early game first.
Let's have a moment for the crowd here. The last time we're going to hear them this year here in Paris.
Da ne, istina, neće biti ništa u Parizu. Do sljedeće godine, verovatno. Poslije ako napraviš neki road trip, ko će ga znati.
G2 to taking that championship, but have fallen short at the final hurdle. This game does not equate to that. This is not a title match. This is not even playoffs, but it feels like it. 10,000 voices behind the boys in blue, and those 5 in red on the other side of the stage trying to silence them again.
We'll see what the plan is for KC in this early game. Busio already hovering around mid. Kalist gets the ward. And I'll tell you straight up, Medic, I do not know how the Tarik-Camille matchup goes.
No idea, man. No clue whatsoever.
It's quite tricky to react to the Camille hookshot with your Tarik stun, because you can just walk to the left after she lands. You need to be really precise on the timing. It's not like another CC champion where you can just match it.
I guess the argument is if you Bastion Hansama, so you put your W on him, you then have 2 angles of dazzling.
One of them should hit.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
And if you do it when she jumps to the wall, perhaps it's enough time for you to find it. First push will come out, and it'll be Kalist and Busio getting it. Yehu here behind the wave, gonna force Caps away.
Anche Hu može da basicuje doziđu Huova ili Eova da smara Galija, matchup je fine. Da, Galio postaje jako tanky u jednom trenutku, ali Casio također dobija dovoljno damage da prođe kroz tankove.
Hansama running the bow into the Doran's Blade of Kalist, so Hansama a little bit squishier in that lane.
I mean, the Doran's Blade is something we see less and less of these days. Most people are opting in for the gold efficiency of the bow or the helmet, even in top lane. Caps taking a lot of damage in this lane.
Flash Frost into a Frostbite, that's a lot of damage onto Kana as well. It's the risk of a range into melee. We talk about it every time it comes up. Dazzle Flash onto Kalist, he has exhaust, but he's exhausted. Hansama going in, first blood, G2! Just strike first, G2! Punished the Camille by just diving in together.
Fantastic aggression showed by the G2 bot lane, did not hesitate or waver a second. The moment they hit at level 2, they knew that they were winning that all in so well. Whether this is a practice 2v2 matchup or anything. They were so committed, but
no flashes, no summoners, no heal. Hansama's going to get healed up a little bit by
a lot of healing.
Needs those couple of auto attacks. Good flash from Busio. The dazzle only connects onto the clone, and Hans is down. Lebrov leaves him for dust as KC.
To je klasičan botlane.
And I'll tell you this, Medic, the crowd love that play. As Caps tries to see us a little bit under tower here.
I mean, the only problem for KC off that play is Yike is delayed, right? You can see Skumon's actually finished his clear, now has a longsword and a ruby crystal, and is running out towards this bot side scuttle because he knows Yike has only done 4 camps. Yike currently finishing up his blue buff, but Skumon will be there first with a damage advantage.
Absolutely. And Skumon will try to secure double crab for himself. Might be difficult for Yike. His blue buff still up and available is level 3. To level 4 of Skumon.
I mean, Skumon could even just look for the invade.
He's just gonna go in there.
Busio is top side. He's looking for Broken Blade. Will at least try and get his flash away. Lebrov is here with Skumon.
Yeah, Broken Blade respects this. It's gonna be huge for G2.
Yeah, Yike comes across. The Undertow's gonna land. Yike does still have flash and has a blast cone, but with the Undertow landing again, Skumon gets on the right side of the blast cone. He's gonna chase him down. The Viking wants blood. Yike flashes under the tower. The wall comes in, but Broken Blade's gonna get egged. He's already used the flash, and Kana, with his soul unbound, sends Broken Blades to the afterlife. The dive, Kalist flashes away, puts a snapshot down, and Lebrov just survives, doesn't get hit by that last
look at Skumon, it's coming behind there.
Oh, the Undertow. The Undertow looking to send you to the underworld, as you say, top TP in from Broken Blade.
Kome Kalist daje kill, to je pitanje. Sim pokušava da outplaya, da je 3-1 za 1. Ali ništa od toga.
Skumon takes 2 tower shots, a third. Not enough. The shield coming out from the vicious strikes in the end.
Even the crowd thought he would die there. They were erupting as that last tower shot came. And I don't blame Broken Blade for dying there, because the Camille coming top when Yike is in so much danger of getting invaded, leaving Kalist is not a common play. Busio sacking the bot side to make that play happen on the Broken Blade, putting all his trust into Kana to translate it into something more.
But you look at the goal leads for KC. Top, mid, jungle, all ahead. Busio ahead. Only Hansama has an individual lead for G2. It's a 400 goal lead for KC, and as you say, Raptors alongside it. Yike making up for the fact that he'd lost double scuttle.
Ki zalagovalo na sekund, trebalo bi da bude okej.
And overall, it's a good start for KC. A bit messy here and there. Kalista's died twice. That's not ideal at all. Yeah. But the rest of the map is getting ahead.
Falling behind as the Caitlyn is very, very annoying because you lose that control. The Caitlyn is all about control, and the moment you lose it, it's really hard to regain it. Against a champion like Lucian, Lucian really wants to dash constantly, being aggressive. And with Lebrov by his side, I think Hansama is feeling himself a little bit.
Understandable. Starlight's touch comes out, heals him up. Good peeled over Peacemaker out from Kalist. Busio in the vicinity.
And Skumon is back in Yike's jungle. He's just living here now. He put down a camp by the Grump. He's eating the frogs.
Gobbling up those toads, man. Yeah. Hansama taking a tower shot that he didn't need to. Starlight's touch heals him up a little bit. They should be able to get at least most of this first plate. Another Starlight's touch. You don't know, when Tarek auto attacks, he gets that heal back up quicker. Yeah. You want to get those extra couple of auto attacks in. It looks like it's just going to be a Drake for Skumon after stealing away the Gromp. A couple of pings coming out on the blue side jungle of G2 from G2 saying there's a possibility Yike has gone in and stolen this Gromp and these wolves, so Broken Blade be a little bit cautious.
Yeah. And Neve is quite comfortable playing the weak side though. She can really manage the wave however she wants. Yeah. She can even wall off her own wave if she wants the wave to come into her. So she has a lot of tools to be completely left alone. And it's also why you see Skumon walk into the enemy bot side at every given moment that he can. Just to put pressure on Kalist.
Dazzle short. Carling though. I mean, Kalist is able to sidestep it enough that he doesn't take too much of a chunk of his HP. Yeah. Looks like Hansama just does want to reset. There's the invade from like we were talking about could materialize, and it has as he goes in for that Gromp.
Broken Blade has the catalyst though. I think it'll be quite...
A Legend zavisi. Ako hoćeš ti dam lak komp s kojim možeš se klajmaš, igraj shield komp sa onim Gustavom Frost Mageom što ti uzmi mu augment da bude tank i samo ga stavi da ne umre, stićeš do... Ono, sklirat ćeš bukvalno cijelu igricu. E sad, Endless ne znam ni ja iskreno, to je već problematično.
protein and their vitamins from other sources. This is the I'm having cucumber sandwiches sort of vegan, you know, as Busio underneath the tower. Flash dazzle, LeBron doesn't connect as Busio is able to hookshot wall dive away.
Have to run quite hard.
Summer flashes, it puts the exhaust down. Starlight's touch for a little bit extra damage on the light slinger. Undertow out as well. Busio's flash about to come off cooldown, but it's too little too late as Hans Sama secures his second.
And there's a growing threat in the bot lane, and his name is Hans Sama. Now 900 gold up on Kalis at only 7 minutes into the game. And we've seen him play a few majors, but we know how good he can be on these 80 carries.
I think the question that comes up in my mind now is relatively even start between the two teams. We see Kano ahead on this Yone. You've got good dive threat from KC with the Yone, with the Wukong, with the Camille. Is having just a big Lucian enough for G2? Do they have enough tools to protect Hansama with the Cosmic Radiance, with Caps coming in with the Hero's Entrance, to actually allow Hansama to survive?
Ja mislim da je Olaf također veliki problem. Oni pričaju sve o Hansami, okej, ali iskreno i Olaf je poprilično problematičan. Neću lagati.
For Kalista in his fights because he doesn't have any peel against the Olaf.
Yeah.
The Olaf is going to run straight at him, and sure, if Kana is hitting the Olaf, I think he needs to be a little bit mindful of it. He can't just go straight for Kalist. But if they're slacking on the peeling department at any given moment, Scumanus is going to run over Kalist in every team fight.
Makes sense. Lucio hovering around the back here so he can hookshot wall dive forward if Hans Summer, so he uses his relentless pursuit aggressively. Still leads for Kana and for Yike and for Yehu and for Busio. Slight for Yike and Busio, sub 100 gold, but Yehu has developed quite an advantage in this mid lane. To be expected in the Cassio into Galio matchup. Galio's much more trying to survive.
To Mato ne sem da radim.
Than be able to get too much push, especially when you're going tank first as Caps is.
To ne sem da radim nikako. To je tehnički plaćanje za gledalce što je u teoriji botovanje, zar ne?
Fate Seal comes out, does still have the egg. Broken Blade walking away. There's the egg as the Flash Rush doesn't connect. But Kana needs to be cautious on this. Goes in with another Mortal Seal. But in the end won't have the damage crystallized down. He'll use the Q3 again to get away. Caps trading in the picture-in-picture, but Scumon there. I don't think KC want to go too much deeper. Busio has the Hexagon to Maidum as they look for Yehu. LeBron and Hansama coming in to join the party. Dazzle flashed away by Yehu as he slithers his way out. But Busio has no escape. Did have the flash, decided not to utilize it. As G2 find their fourth kill of the game.
And Medic, you must be in agony seeing Camille do so poorly in this early game. I know you really love that champion, and I think this is kind of the issue with Camille. In the end, she's a double-edged sword. You're gonna have games where early doesn't go as you want, and she doesn't really scale very well unless you are an extremely creative player. You really need to find those specific angles to find impact if you don't have a strong landing phase.
I mean, Busio's first win on the Camille was this weekend.
Yeah.
Samo kroz betovanja. Smišit ćemo. Možda i dodamo, ko zna. Ali ne mora tako, mora neko indirektno, znaš. Mislim, šta će sad biti na Fortuni, mada ne znam da li ti smiješ da učestvuješ, pošto si deo ekipe. U stvari, popričao siguran ti ne smiješ da učestvuješ.
And he cannot escape the clutches of the KC bot lane.
It's a good play by Kalis, staying in the bush. Caps expected him to recall, and they would reassign the lanes, but old-fashioned tempo trap together with Busio moving over there gets Caps on the bottom side of the map.
Big kill for Kalis as well. Goes back, gets himself the, what are they called? Grievous boots?
The glutinous greaves.
Gluttonous greaves, thank you.
The gluten-free shoes.
Left my brain for a second there. And the Hex Optics. Hansama will use the fact that there was a tempo trap, so Kalis then had to reset to get himself more damage on this tower. Should pick up the plate. Yeah, gets the extra 110 out of that in the end. Drake is up, G2 got the first. We'll see if they can force for the second.
Yeah, let's see what G2 wants to do here. You could look to invade, but Busio is not here.
Oh, did you see that? So Broken Blade walls off the minion wave. The minions walk around. Busio has to step back. And now Kana is going in. No wave is to take storm out. It's incredibly awkward as the face seal doesn't connect either. Hexagon to Maidum. This dive has gone all kinds of wrong for KC. Broken Blade plays it perfectly, and this dive going kind of wrong for G2 as well.
Oh my God.
Yike will die, the ace in the hole, blocked by LeBron as everyone misses everything. Scumon and Yehu trying to get away here as Hans Summer's now on the wrong side of this wall.
Nisam siguran, moguće.
Caps is going, and his Caps coming to the fight. He has a hero's entrance. He's not needed.
They're gonna leave it. In the end, Labrov trying to predict Kalist's flash. Ends up looking a little bit silly. Yike did end up dying, so it's a 1-0 in favor of G2, but those are two very messy dives at the same time.
Yeah, that was very messy.
Yeah.
Neither of the dives worked, but someone still dived, I guess. And Skumond has a 400 gold lead now on the solo for the experimental hex plate complete. The dragon is still up, and it looks like KC are making a beeline for it.
So let's see what happened to Yike here. He's trying to run down there to save Kalist, but Kalist doesn't end up needing saving, and it's Yike who ends up dying here. Warrior Trickster kites into towards Yehu, but
Ali Labrov.
Olaf doesn't care.
Ne mogu, čovjek je gledao previše TikTok montaža, vete 100%.
Unstoppable, by the way. It's a miracle that Kalist survives this, because I mean he should by all means be dead.
I mean, so should BB, let's be honest, right? Like, they both played it well, but in the end...
Brat mu je upalio TikTok support montaže da vidi šta da radi ovaj game.
It's very important, being able to stall out that salt point.
Well, Skumond's just going to chase this. Has Ragnarok, uses it early. Petrifying goes to the hero's entrance as well as Yike realizes he cannot help here. Backs away. The edge of the taunt still catches.
Da, on je očekivao će dođe Flash, samo što Flash nije došao i onda je izgledalo malo diskutabilno, u najmanju ruku.
With a good trap, Killis answers with one back. Busio still looking to see if he can find this engage because Kanon's on his way and has that fate sealed. Hexagon made him onto Skumond, Ignite down as well. The taunt out from Caps to try and separate the squad. Lebrov here with a dazzle, doesn't land. Fate sealed, Caps almost dies. Dashes back in with a Justin punch. Come on, Tarek, back up for Yike. Tarek, can you survive? Can Lebrov live through this? The answer is a resounding no as the crowd tells you what they think.
And this is what we expected from this game. It's a scrappy display of skills. Busio, for me, the MVP of that fight. He played it so well. Spacing back and forward, and G2 bit off a little bit more than they can chew. They thought they could get Yike as well, but when the Ragnarok is out, the Olaf is burnable. He cannot go so deep.
Credit to Kalist as well. We didn't quite see it, but he got a 1-for-1 in a 2v1 in mid lane with a good snap trap. Hans Summer still 700 gold ahead, but Carter is equally far ahead in the top side.
Yes, let's see what happened mid-air.
So they go in with a dazzle, good stun, culling. Kalist, the trap is down, and Hans steps into it. Too delicious, that cupcake.
I mean, it was a beautiful cupcake. I don't blame him. Here, Skumond. It's an easy kill onto Yehu, but it's after this kill onto Yehu where Skumond turns his head towards Yike. Caps connects the taunt there, makes them believe that they can kill him. But the moment he flashes out, they have committed a little bit too far. And I want you to look at Busio at this moment. The way he navigates this scenario is just exquisite. You're gonna see him wait until Kana is just in range and dance back and forward. Dodge, perfectly spacing out the Galio taunt, baits Caps in, and ends up securing 2 more kills for KC.
And then the Mega Blast Cone brings Yike into the midst of the action, and above. Unfortunately for him, Tarek can't survive through this, and he doesn't have the help of his jungler who's just across the wall. Riftel picked up for G2. Very even game, 1,000 gold lead for KC. Most of that sitting on Kana's shoulders, but Yehu also has an advantage, as does Busio, who's got that Sundered Sky complete. I love the Knight's Vow from Lebrov, an underutilized item in my estimations. Caps dodges with the Justice Punch, gets away from Mortal Steel, and now that Hexagon ultimatum's a little bit too deep.
Komentari se nešto Jankos, mnogo sam se smio. Kaže, baš je lepo od Riota što su vratili Go for Roll, samo nisam očekivao ćemo to gledati na LED stage-u. I što je najjače, upravo je. Upravo je, vrate, trolaju haos.
Takes a little driving lesson towards that top tower. Lebrov caught out, has to flash. The taunt from Cap still lands onto Yike. Culling in the mid lane, trying to force Kalist back. Does exactly that, but doesn't have the damage stick. Yehu defending well in top lane after the Rift Hold charges in. They don't get too much more out of that tier 2 tower.
Let's see, can Caps hold this tower? Cannot wants to hotstack it once.
I mean, he's going to take a couple of auto attacks from the tower here. Down to about a third.
Big chunk. In the end, well defended by G2 on the cross map. Well put Herald top. KC doesn't really end up getting anything from that player. Meanwhile, G2 getting a nice gold influx for their top jungle.
Jeste, to je činjenica, nema šta.
We're eating so good here in France.
The KC crowd has not stopped chanting since KC got back into the game. There was a bit of silence at the start when Hans Sommer was getting ahead, but a couple of plays have got KC back into this. Even Steven, 70 minutes in, a Drake apiece. The only difference really, the fact that KC have 3 grubs.
Yeah, for me, the player to watch in this game is gonna be Skumond. On this OLAP, historically, always does so well into Yike. Now an Angry Viking with a Tarek next to him, I don't really see KC's comp having an answer to it. They really need to try to kite out his Ragnarok, and if they can't do that, someone is going down for sure. At least one person.
For the moment, G2 are setting up around this bot side to look to try and take the tower, but Kana, with his Blade of the Ruin King complete, is a massive deal to deal with. Very difficult, very tricky. As you say, I think Skumon, when it comes to team fights, can be really impactful, but KC have a lot of good pick tools. If they're looking for these small...
Rio ti Go for World je jedan jako stari turnir. U suštini. Koji se igrao jako davno. I Riot ga je u suštini vratio. Samo za neke zemlje, ali da, to sam recimo ja igrao u moje vreme baš puno. Ali to je bio ono mislim da kažeš kao amaterski turnir, nije bio profesionalni turnir, bio je poluprofi turnir. Iako su nekad igrali Fnatic i ne znam ni LoL and Lions, Meteor Makers i razni.
Viking will not be stopped by that. Kalist does manage to stop him though. A flash away from Skumon. Meanwhile, the tower on the bot side is going to fall to Kana's unrelenting pressure.
Yeah, Yike was spinning, but ends up getting out there. Skumon will get the crab in the end. Maybe that was the plan all along. The crab is stronger than the Nexus.
Yeah, using your flash for a crab is something we've seen a few times.
Yeah, it's a textbook play for every jungler to have.
Hans Sommer at 2 items, as is Kalist, who, even though he's almost 1,000 gold behind, has been able to keep up in terms of CS and in terms of effective items. The tower in the mid lane still stands, as does the one in bot for KC.
Yeah, QSS picked up for Canon now. I think he's going to do something cheeky with that. Try to ignore some of the CC from either Labrov or Broken Blade.
Je za Kurekinu ne znam, to nisam siguran iskreno.
And it gives you MR, because you really don't want to buy Mercs on your own. You really want those Berserker Greaves. So by buying QSS, you screw a little bit of MR, can deal with that CC. I think it's a clever pickup. Let's see how he uses it.
20 seconds on the Baron. A sneak would be possible for either of these teams. They both have the damage for it, but you've got to set up vision around it. Caps and who are battling out in the top side. As Broken Blade's caught out in the Hex Gold and made him. Yike's on his way across, but the Mega Blast Cone is going to get Broken Blade across the wall. Ragnarok out as well from Skumon as he looks for the chase, but he can't auto too much longer because Yehu is on the flank. Yike going low. LeBron and Hans Sommer in with the culling. Skumon able to escape, and KC, they thought they found the trap, but they're the ones that tried to gobble up the cheese. G2 now looking for Yehu, who with a noxious blast had to flash. Petrifying gaze, the dazzle doesn't connect, but Hans Sommer untouched, unperturbed as Yehu tries to get away, but a flash will follow him. Kalist now in the midst of G2 is spelled where he stands, and just as I talked about the Baron, it feels like G2 have it on their mind.
And KC sends everything, kitchen sink, microwave, bread toaster, everything gets sent into killing Broken Blade and Skumon, but Skumon is unstoppable. Broken Blade has the egg, and G2 ends up collapsing before anyone goes down. It's a fantastic punish by G2.
Microwave Blade Toaster.
Great response, and they will be rewarded with the Baron buff.
And the 2,000 gold lead is Busio.
No.
Did not need to be there. Just didn't.
Ubiš ih.
Maybe he was thinking it would be delayed enough that Yike could jump across the wall.
To na kraju izgleda kao da Lucian se probija kao jedan od malo AD carrya koji džene radi.
I think they thought initially they should go on Anivia, but then she has eggs, so they changed their mind. And here Yehu, he's just caught way too far behind enemy lines. And Asama flashing forward secures the kill.
Oh, Kana stepping forward here, Broken Blade with the crystallize. Mortal Steel will land the knockup.
Iako sam popričao siguran da vjerojatno ima dosta stvari koje radi u Luciana, ali interesantno kako u Lecu pogotovo izgleda popričao dobar.
Definitely very bougie this game. This Lucian is eating like a king. In goes Busio.
to get in, but Broken Blade will fall. Meanwhile, they'll get on the Ragnarok. Yike going in with the Cyclone. The Dazzle still finds the stun. Yehu can't get in range.
No i radi, mislim, nije da ne radi kao pogledaš.
Only the Anivia, the sent to the Spirit Realm.
Radi jako dobro.
The Scuttlecraft will get it with a smite. There's TP wards behind and TP up for Kana in 6 seconds. G2 don't really have a way out of this situation.
Yeah, Caps has ultimate. He could come in here, but you need to fight your way out.
LeBron has 1-2. Cosmic Radiance could be massive. Busio tries to step forward. Cold, almost taken down. Kana now dashing out. There's the culling from Hansama. Cosmic Radiance as well, but not much time is coming out from KC as they look for the Dazzle. LeBron flashes forward. Skew on and Hansama able to back away with the Hero's Angels coming in from Caps. But yeah, who takes down LeBron? Hansama on the retreat. Caps trying to protect him. Caps is gonna fall. KC have bitten back in game 3.
And it's a hot pursuit by KC.
I ono G2 ovo. Imaju frivini, samo odluče malo da ga bacaju.
They wanted even more and ran them all the way down to bot lane. G2, they're trying to run for the river.
Imaju Drake-a, tek je 2-2 u zmajevima, tako da ovo odužuje partiju samo. Ovo baš odužuje partiju.
And G2 tried to fight their way out of it. But in the end, we're gonna rewatch this. Broken Blade goes down. Busio, E, flash, E catches him on the angle. And now as they're running away, Olaf does not want to run away. He wants to run in. G2 makes a run towards bot lane, takes the grab.
It's these wards from earlier that really begin to separate it for G2. They try and get out. Great ward from Busio. This is a superb culling from Hansama as well. Just gets those final couple of shots in.
And Caps is a little bit too late because they're running away from his ult range. They're kiting into the area that is KC's base. So Caps can't get the ult. He runs in, doesn't manage to have a big impact in his fights. Hansama thankfully runs away with his life and doesn't give over a 1k bounty.
It's the same with the Cosmic Radiance. It comes down because Busio jumps over the wall, but then KC don't actually follow up. They wait it out, then they put the damage down. Really nicely done from KC overall. Still a big lead for G2, but it all sits on Hansama's shoulders, and Kalist is now at 3 items.
I mean, he is the man of the moment. Hansama is the man to watch. If he lives, KC
Što najjače ramišam i ja sad šta je...
on the radar. Flank from Yike, flank from Busio, Kana from the sideline.
Si kapiram da možda igraš Kasiju na botu u njega? Možda igraš Midževe u njega?
24 minutes into the game, the only thing uneven is the goal difference as the undertow comes out from Skumon, but with Yehu here, the chase...
Ne znam kakvi su AP matchupi na botu, to je pitanje. Ne, Popo, ovo je, mislim, užas u smislu baš i Fiesta.
Nowhere near as monumental as it was, only 500 gold now, but Yehu does have about a K. The important thing for G2 is Caps being behind actually doesn't matter too much. He's got the Imperial mandate, and he's already in a position where he can do everything he needs to in a fight. After this, maybe a little bit of AP, but much more likely tankiness for him to try and survive if a fight goes long.
Yeah, I mean, Cap's job is literally just press R on Hansama the moment they go into him. Hansama is the star of this game, the man to watch. BB trying to catch a wave here. He needs to be a little bit careful. Busio can still get on him. Egg up and available, but you don't want to lose it for no reason. Caps pushing out top. Sama recalling. That will most likely be a Lord Dominic's.
Ne bi ja verujem ja i dalje u evropske sposobnosti da baci game. Pitao sam neke ljude, nisam stigao još Lexu, trebam kreni IBL za to. Ću ga pitati uživo. Ali neke ljude koje sam pitao, niko mi ništa pametno nije rekao. Svi su bili u fazonu ono, da bukvalno su mi rekli kao da znaju kako da se dobija to, svi bi već imali to, ako me razumeš. Nimo da samo guraš ono, da guraš u marketing. Što kao... Sam znao ja manje više. Tako da ništa korisno nisam dobio od informacija, nažalost.
Wants to clear those camps, so LeBron is going to put a shallow line of wards, recall, then when Scuman is done with his camps, they're going to walk in and try to get a little bit deeper vision, and slowly take more space in the jungle of KC.
Yehu wondering if he can step forward. I asked production to check. Night's Vow has mitigated 1,500 damage this game.
It's less than I expected, to be honest.
It's also, I think Hans hasn't really been touched too much, I'll be honest. It's still like substantial, it still matters, but it's not quite as much as you would think. Maybe it will go up, it will go up. because either Hanzama's going to take some more damage and some is going to be mitigated, but it will definitely go up in team fights if he is the target that KC are diving onto.
Yeah, in the end, Hanzama hasn't died because like they just went on him. He's died because he stepped into traps on the tower and such. So has done its job.
Credit to him as well, positioning well mostly in these fights. So he had the play in mid, as you say, but when it comes to the actual battle, he's able to step behind that front line. Dazzle, Caps flashes for it. Looks for Kalis, but he uses the 90 caliber net.
Kalis reads the play very well. Responds before Caps flashes. Ends up getting to safety because that will spell his doom if that Dazzle connects. Kana pushing out top here is still not responsible. You don't really want to put Caps into Kana. It's a very hard lane for the Galio at this point. He's just going to be able to get plates and plates and plates by the minute.
You're just winds of warming the wave and then hoping that Kana doesn't go on you.
Yeah.
As Hanzama goes in with the coming, Kalist with a good 90 caliber net as well. Does eat some of it. Hanzama flashes. Kalist has to flash away. Broken Blade flashes, gets in!
Opa.
With a glacial storm! He brings down Kalist, who it seemed like he got out of dodge.
G2 could go Baron here. They're pinging the Baron. Caps is catching the top wave. They're going to walk as a 4-man and start this. KC does not have the ready carry.
Yeah, Caps has to make sure that Kana doesn't have a good flank position here because a good fate sealed could spell disaster for G2. Yike can also get into the back of the pit. There's only one ward around it as LeBron tries to act as a bouncer, but they're going for the Drake instead.
Yeah, look at G2 BB. He is marking Kana. Make sure he can't get into it.
I šta će Drake uzeti za... za Barona. Što je bukvalno samo utešna nagrada.
If they don't snowball with this Baron, this is actually a net winner for KC. Getting this dragon, securing Salt Point, could be the decider if G2 doesn't play well with his Baron buff.
Yeah, gotta snowball it, gotta take as many of these towers as possible, and the inhibitor line will be hard to clear through. You've got Miasma, not a huge amount of easy wave players. Kind of steps up, he knew this was happening. There were a couple of things coming out on towards that bush, has to use the Fate Seal to get away. This will be a tower in the top lane for G2. They push their advantage with the Baron buff. The wave clear on KC, not the most substantial, and it's short range as well.
Yeah, I mean, without Fate Seals, you can't dive anymore, but they're going with Skumon.
Skumon, Ragnarok jumps onto Yehu, tries to get those autos down to keep the Ragnarok rolling. Ace in the hole gets through, but Skumon survives. The rest of G2 were backing away from the top side. Caps now the one who's caught. Hexagona made him go down. He's waiting for that blast code. Uses the taunt, but the Justice Punch only finds him guilty. G2 now need to retreat because KC can continue to collapse. A good flash from above into the crystallites. Yehu dies! Broken Blade finds him. And now Yike only has Busio for support. Kana's pushing through mid.
Broken Blade wants to chase this. It's going to be a slow shit. Scuman is here with an axe, but Yike popcorns away from it. What is done by Labrov. Catches Yehu at the tail end of that fight. Caps ends up going down, but it's a 1-for-1 for G2. But still, KC holding on.
Boga mi da, drže se. Neće tako lako da padnu u Parizu.
Caps tries to get in the way. Skumon manages to escape. This Hexagon ultimatum is what changes it. Because Caps gets to the blast cone, but if you pop it now, you're just going straight up.
And there's no counterbit to it. But look at the stun by Labrov. The presence of mind to find this in this moment, and they crystallize the boots. What a beauty.
Yehu was blind, but Labrov was not. And now the Baron, only a minute left on it. Inhibitor towers are 3 plates, 4 plates, 5 plates, not really chipped away at, as we've only had that one tier 2 in the top side. So when you talked about consequential advantage from that Baron, it's KC that actually won out.
I mean, right now, KC is very happy. KC is very happy with his outcome of that Baron.
Yep, 40 seconds left.
One more wave on this Baron to try to crack this bot lane tower.
What do KC have? Well, they've got a flash on Busio, and in 6 seconds he'll have his Hexagon made. Here comes the push.
It's going to be crystallized and cooling. Those are your tools, but they're going on Caps.
Yike goes for Caps. No flash on him. Does have the Seeker's Justice Punch. The Inhibitor tower will be forfeit as G2 do crack through the base. Caps still walking away. A Cyclone gets the slow. Another Justice Punch into the taunt will slow down Yike as he can't catch onto Caps. And meanwhile, G2 continue to push in. A great Justice Punch. He has the Seekers. He doesn't use it.
Look at the base, medic. Look at the base.
Now in town.
Završavaju, ja mislim da ga imaju. Kehu, što on radi u Olafa? Olaf tarik ulti, gledao. Mora tajmira ultija, ne sme da ulti jer će ovaj da gubije s sekirom. Ne mogu sad da završi, istaknem Baron. Teško će svi preko zida, bacili su deševe. TP iza za flank. Kjahu. Nemaju ulti od Tarika. Zato je Busio useless, znači... I šta, Ego je Shanive, ne možeš da završiš. Dobar ult od Kjahua, bije Han Samu. Han Sama je živ. Han Sama je živ. Han Sama je živ. Han Sama nije živ. Uuuu! Trap. Headshot. Nije morao da kua. Ovo nije game i dalje moraju da se drže, ali...
Fantastic punish and a masterful TP by Yehu. The fact that Casio comes from behind, splits up G2 in this fight, and you see Hasama trying to navigate it, getting healed, but it's the petrifying gaze here by Yehu just flips him, that creates the space for KC to walk forward. Delusion got stunned, Delusion cannot shoot you anymore, and it's Kalist. He makes the most out of that space and ends up wiping the floor with all of G2.
That mortal steel just clipping the edge of Hansama, and Kalist sends a headshot through his skull. KC, we have their soul up in 17. What more could you want here in Paris?
But you have Kingston. If you get this mid push right now, they could just set up all their traps in bot side, and G2's gonna walk into that.
The risk is you go for Soul and G2 just push through mid.
Look at them, they're trying to push down mid right now.
There's only one Nexus tower remaining. Kalist will headshot the Canon minion. In terms of summoners, only Kalist has his flash for KC.
Yehu on the sideline right now. He has secured a good flank for himself. He needs to create angles in his team fights. Hansama has no flash.
Kana looking to flank as well. There's the culling. Busio at half HP. The Soul, the target. Broken Blade trying to come in as Caps is caught by Kana. Kalist stand up though, has the flash, but he's dead before he can get away.
Ok, Hansama je mrtav. Bibi je mrtav do duše. Kjahu ne može ništa, neki, ovo je game, mislim. Ok, možda nije game. Možda nije game, nema veva. A, ima gema, 40 sekundi. Ok, nemaju game.
Let's have another look at it.
Look at
Kalist dies immediately.
Yes, Kalist gets caught here by Broken Lid, but Hansama doesn't get the Taricles. He barely walks out of it. Ends up falling to the Cyclone. If that Taricle connects onto Hansama, he can pump out so much more damage. But in the end, it's just Skumond as the solo damage dealer from G2, and he can't burst through the health bars of KC. It's a full team wipe. No, Caps manages to get out.
Caps
it's
escapes.
The Soul, it's the Baron, and suddenly the winds of victory is flowing behind KC on this day.
The only problem for KC, they have won the last two fights, but apart from Soul, they haven't got a huge amount out of it. They have 2.5 minutes on this Baron to start to push towards the G2 side of the map. Because everything so far has been defensive, has been on the back foot. They are landing jabs. What they need to do is now step forward and hit a haymaker.
I mean, the problem is it feels like G2's ran out of damage. Hansama only has 2 guns. He cannot shoot all of KC at the same time. Caps, he's playing Peel. Broken Blade is playing Control. And Skumon, his items, they don't really scale as well. You don't have the damage. You just run through Yehu or Kalist. It's all on Hansama. He needs to be the man that shuts down this onslaught of KC.
KC undefeated on their road trips. They have not lost a single series when they have been in
Francuzi, stvarno imaju nevjerovatnu podršku publike. Samo da ne flamaju toliko navijači KC-a bilo bi super. Kao, meni je mnogo gas koliko podržavaju svoje.
If Hansama is untouched in the fight, you will burn through KC. You have enough damage, in my mind at least, from Hansama
assuming he's protected.
Yeah, the problem is the range right now. Calist, Hex Optics, rapid fire cannon. Caitlyn does so much damage and she's so hard to reach for the team comp of G2. You need a flank from
Kakva partija, čovječ. Legitimno baš zabavan game.
You need a pick. You need a crystallize. You need something to catch Casey off guard.
And the pick will be set up around the Elder. 3 minutes away, Baron expiring in 50 seconds. Busio tries to step forward, he has enough escape tools, but G2 can't go for more. LeBron met with a hilt-over Peacemaker, and I feel that damage means war. LeBron, squishy because he's a support, but still at 3 items. Has not gone the Thimble Winter route, or the Diadem has just sat on that tier the entire game. Broken Blade looking for the flash frost into Busio, doesn't quite land it. Hans Summer relentlessly pursuing KC, but so far yet to find his prey.
Broken Blade on this Anivia needs to create space for his carry. He needs to catch people off guard.
Kana, Mortal Steel doesn't connect. Kana will just snap back to it. His soul returns to his body.
I think we can all take a deep breath right now, Medic. It's 2 minutes.
There's no air in this room, man. It's electric.
It's
all the oxygen is
suffocating.
Sucked out by these fans.
I can't imagine how G2 is feeling right now. With all the noise going against him, it feels like the world is against him right now on this stage.
A i dovoljno kasno u gameu Lucionov nedostatak range-a također postaje poprilično veliki problem.
We'll see this ping pong of waves probably for about another minute or so. It's Elder, the game-ending buff. In a game that should have ended a couple of times, you have to feel. G2 now try to wrest control out of KC's hands. They'll do it with Kana on the reset. Kana 5 items, or 4.5 with a quick QSS. Can go Mercurial Scimitar next. Broken Blade sitting at 4 as well. Hansama, Dazzle, Boost.
Još mora se pazi, on nestaje.
You see the damage from Hansama. He is looking for something. He needs to find something. He needs to play aggressively, proactively, and look to get these chunks to make it a little bit awkward in the setup of KC, make it a little bit difficult to walk in and control this mid wave.
The problem for KC at the moment is bot is pushed in and mid is getting pushed in by Caps, so they don't have an easy avenue actually towards the Drake. There is a singular ward behind that Dragon Pit for KC, so they could TP someone in there. They want to take the fight. We still got 40 seconds before the Elder. But KC will need to find a way to gain control of this as Hans dashes forward again. Ace in the hole doesn't really do too much damage to Caps.
Yeti is looking for a flanker from the top side.
KC decides mid lane is the way to get control around here. Busio still looking for that flank. Broken Blade stepping forward, has the crystallize. Inhibitor tower will melt very quickly, and they have a Canon minion here. If Yike tanks it, Caps comes across the Windsor wall.
Čuo sam da je Canon minion.
Needs to get in front, Warrior Trickster to do so, and that Inhibitor tower is going to melt under the power of Calist's Canon. He takes the one.
But G2 need to hold their position here. They need to make sure Caps can catch this, but Kana catches him out.
Kana uses the QSS, Justice Punch, stopwatch.
Oh, stopwatch the E damage.
Goes back with the Soul Unbound. Meanwhile, towards the top side, Broken Blade caught out with the Hexagon. TP coming in as well with the Flash Force onto Busio. There's a stopwatch from Broken Blade. He's going to have the egg. Gets the Cyclone out as Hans Summer jumps onto Calist. Needs to dash.
Calist mora da umre ovdje. Da.
And KC left no way to carry to his own devices.
Rip. Nije rip. Jeste. Kako flash ulti je full. Guardian je apa, Kalist je mrtav. Nekako oni dobiju bez Kalista. Može Kana sam da iznese ovo. Ne bi trebao da može sam da iznese Kana. Kana? Nisam mislio će moći iznese ovaj fight. Jajke Kana mogu da uzmu Eldera sad. Ja sam mislio gube čime Kalist pao, iskreno.
Top lane inhibitor tower fell to minions. The inhibitor is shortly to follow as well. Kana's going to come across. 7 seconds on Calist. That inhib likely to fall to G2's minion wave. KC will get the Elder. They'll wait for the respawns of Calist. Maybe Yehu as well. They still have 7 seconds. Is Calist there in time on the top side to save that inhibitor? It looks like it. KC get the Elder, win the fight, but how damn close is this game?
Let's rewatch this fight, Medic. Broken Blade tries to find the pick onto Busio, but he ends up being engaged on and starts to fight. Never mind, we don't have time for that. We're gonna look
Busio
at
looking
the
to
drive air setup.
Justice punch out, Kana going in, the dazzle comes out, but on the back line is LeBron who always gets taken out, the Elder as well, so good here for KC.
Sad je s Elderom malo druga priča. Sad je s Elderom druga priča.
G2 now in the dirt and Baron, KC's opportunity.
I mean, G2 can't contest this, they have Elder buff and Chemtech Soul. You need to try to stall this out. Elder still up and available for 1 minute and 45 seconds. KC, your timer starts now. You need to try to make the most out of
I sad nemam pojma kako se braniš protiv ovoga, protiv Barona i Eldera u ovom dijelu partije.
42 minutes. 6 Dragons, 7 with the Elder, 2 Barons. And now the question is, can G2 defend? How quickly the tables have turned here in Paris. You can hear the songs resounding amongst the KC fans. They feel this is pretty much done for. They're dotting the I's and crossing the T's, but G2 are still holding on to that sliver of hope. That oh so precious thing that somehow they can find a fight to turn this around. The Elder halfway expired. The Baron remains for 2 minutes. The waves will crash in synergy from KC. But Kana steps back and G2 are able to clear out mid.
No, mislim da oni ne mogu da defaju.
You see Kalist, he can't wait for Elder to time out. They want to end this game and they want to do it now, Medic.
The waves aren't in the best spot. The super minion is dying in the mid lane. KC don't have a minion wave here to work with. The single might won't be enough, but Kana is going to take the top lane and hit with the tower because G2 all had to back and defend the Nexus.
Broken Blade's wave clear here is invaluable.
8 in the hole, Skewmon blocks it. Kana goes in with Immortal Steel. Fate sealed onto the backline as well. This is the engage that they need. Cosmic Radiance coming down. It hits all 5. Cap surviving gets the Thor, but Cap goes down. He was in the stopwatch of Cosmic Radiance and yet in the next...
Nema, ne može ni Gal, ne može tenka. Kalist još jedan basic i to je kill na... Nije kill na Skewmon, nije krito, evat. Nebitno je, nema šanse. Da, GG's. Mora. KC mora da pobedi u Parizu. To je jednostavno jedina stvar koja ima smisla. A to je da KC uzme pobedu u Parizu, ništa drugo. Lepa partija, nema šta. Mislim, ovo je bio derbi nedelje i mislim da je ispunio očekivanja. 2-1, ali legitimno, jako fan. 2-1. Francuzi preuzbuđeni. Bilo bi ludnica u stvari da ovo bude i finale. Ali vidjet ćemo svakako. Ima još dosta. Sljedeći program, ljudi moji, kao što je Mata napisao, jeste EBL u utorak. Tako da imat ćemo dan pauze, nakon toga se vraćamo sa EBL-om utorak, sreda, četvrtak, nakon toga petak, subota, nedjelja i ponedeljak. Će biti leca, tako da dosta i sporta, dosta programa, ostavljamo intervju da čila, nakon toga vidimo se na EBL-u. Tako ljudi moji, veliki post, Patreon i večeras, Patreon Game Night, to jest, pardon, Patreon Movie Night. A se vidimo sutra na streamu.
During this game 3. First, I want to talk about the bot lane matchup because Tariq is not an answer that we've seen against Camille. How did they play around this in lane? And how did they manage to get the victory in the end? Tellement d'allers-retours pendant cette game, absolument incroyable de votre part. Dans un premier temps, j'ai envie que tu me parles de Tariq, qui est un match-up qu'on n'a pas vu mais qu'on attendait contre Camille. À quel point est-ce que ça a influencé la phase de lane? Et qu'est-ce qui a fait la différence sur cette série, sur cette game au global, pour que vous la gagniez?
Déjà pour parler du bot match-up, on s'attendait pas vraiment au Tariq, donc c'était un bon chase play de leur part. Après on s'attendait à peu près à ce que ça allait faire en lane, mais je m'attendais pas forcément à me faire one-shot comme ça à level 2. Donc ça a rendu un petit peu mon pick un peu plus compliqué, parce que quand je veux jouer Caitlyn, j'aime bien ma poke, jouer au range, etc. Et avec Lucian, bah, ça fait un très bon combo, il pouvait toujours me dash in et me stun, et du coup c'était un peu compliqué l'early game. Surtout qu'ils ont beaucoup du coup forcé sur la bot lane vu qu'ils gagnaient le 3v3. Mais sinon ouais, c'est passé beaucoup de choses cette game, il y a eu beaucoup de back and forth, mais je pense qu'on a surtout été beaucoup poussé par le public pour pas les décevoir.
He says that they didn't see the Tariq pick coming, and it made the laning phase really difficult for him, especially because he had to play from the back foot with his Caitlyn, with Lucian going forward, with the stun connecting and everything. But what made the difference in the end was, of course, this amazing audience here at Adidas Arena pushing them and helping them get the victory in the end. And I do want to follow up on what Yike said yesterday, because Yike, even before the game, said, this time around, we're gonna get them. This time around, we're gonna get the revenge. I saw social media and people called him a mad man, thinking that he was completely delusional, but he knew that they could believe in themselves this time around against G2. Hier, Yike avait annoncé la victoire. Il a dit cette fois-ci, ça sera la bonne, cette fois-ci, on va réussir à prendre l'ascendant sur G2. Tout le monde l'a traité de fou, l'a traité de d'élu quand je regardais les réseaux sociaux. Et au final, il savait, il avait raison. Plus que la confiance, qu'est-ce qui vous a donné l'assurance que cette fois-ci, ça serait différent? En dehors du public, évidemment, dont tu as parlé.
Si on compte pas le public, je pense que c'est le parcours récent. Je pense qu'on a enchaîné beaucoup de games à vraiment très très haut niveau depuis les playoffs du Spring. On a enchaîné playoffs du Spring, MSI et WC. Je pense qu'on a fait une bonne perf à la WC. Du coup, à partir de là, on a pris vraiment beaucoup de confiance. Aussi beaucoup de games contre des top équipes en termes de scrim et de connaissances. Du coup, on était vraiment confiants là-dessus. Et je pense qu'aujourd'hui, on avait vraiment les clés en main. Et je pense que, tu vois, typiquement, la game 2, on s'est fait un peu de cheese play et on est passé vite derrière. C'était compliqué. Mais sinon, je pense qu'on avait une bonne draft et des bonnes clés. Mais sinon, je pense qu'en général, l'équipe a vraiment beaucoup plus pris en confiance.
He is talking about the fact that the team made a lot of recent progress, the quality of scrims that they had, the quality of opponents that they had, the fact that they regained confidence also in some matchups that they've played recently, and talking about this second game, the fact that despite the cheese, they managed to have the right way to approach this game, and the way they've been connected and clicking together recently is what gave them the confidence that today was going to be different. Now I want to follow up on a statement that has been following Calist on social media ever since he said it in an interview. Top 10 AD carry in the world. I want to know if if he wants to reevaluate that statement, and after the recent performances that he had recently, how he feels about the progress that he made and what he proved to the international stage. Je pense que tout le monde a compris de quoi je voulais parler et que tu l'as compris aussi, évidemment. Top 10, c'est pas 10e, je pense, après ce que tu as réussi à faire récemment. Plus que réévaluer cette quote de ta part, qu'est-ce que tu penses que tu as prouvé personnellement, justement, après avoir dit ça?
Je pense que personnellement, j'ai prouvé que juste je pouvais être un très bon AD carry et juste en me focusant sur moi et vraiment en essayant de vraiment juste être beaucoup plus fort individuellement, de vraiment jouer beaucoup plus pour moi, pour mes ressources, pour mes manières de jouer en teamfight, ce genre de choses, au lieu de trop aider l'équipe. Bien évidemment, j'aide toujours l'équipe, que ce soit dans la communication ou dans le gameplay, surtout via la méta, mais surtout principalement juste beaucoup plus me focus sur soi, que ce soit individuel, review et ce genre de choses.
He says that he's mostly focusing a bit more on individual performance, still serving the team, but being a bit more of a selfless AD carry, focused on his performance, on his playstyle, and on the resources he needs to help and carry the team and the games as well. And that's what makes the fact that he stood by this statement. Tu penses que top 10, top 5? On les revoit comment les performances après ce que tu as fait à l'EWC? Je sais pas, vous en pensez quoi?
Écoute, moi je sais pas, hein. Personnellement j'ai beaucoup de confiance. J'ai confiance en mes capacités et après le rating, c'est... Les gens disent ce qu'ils veulent.
People think people think whatever they want to think, but he thinks that he gained a lot of confidence, and that's what matters after making a statement like this. My last question would be for the fans, for the amazing fans that we had here over the weekend at the Adidas Arena. Le Blue Wall, vous avez été absolument sensationnel. Une fois de plus, répondu présent, donnez de la voix pour soutenir votre équipe qui, une fois de plus, est invaincue à la maison. Vous restez invaincus à la maison ici devant votre public. Comme d'habitude, Calis, qu'est-ce que tu veux leur dire?
Comme d'habitude, un grand merci à toutes les personnes dans cette salle qui viennent nous supporter tous les jours. C'était vraiment un plaisir de jouer sur cette scène avec vous tous les 3 jours. Un grand merci aussi à toutes les personnes sur les streams, les réseaux sociaux qui nous soutiennent. Et juste, c'est que le début. Nous, on vise les Worlds. Donc un grand merci et continuez de nous soutenir.
Merci Caliste, bravo pour ce week-end. Merci au Blue Wall, merci aux fans, merci à Carmine Corp de nous avoir accueillis. Et pour terminer ce week-end, j'aimerais inviter Célie à me rejoindre.
Merci infiniment Laure pour ton accueil, merci pour ce week-end formidable que nous avons vécu en ta compagnie. Est-ce qu'on peut faire du bruit pour la figure de l'e-sport? Merci infiniment Laure pour cette soirée encore une fois et pour ces interviews et ces insides.
Merci à
Je te laisse aller rejoindre
So a big thank you from Sally to the French crowd, but specifically to Laure because we won't be seeing her on this big stage for a little while and she's getting a warm thank you.
Mais surtout le CEO de lieu, Kameto!
And of course now the CEO is asked to join the stage after a wonderful event. Sally wants to give everyone, including the CEO, a wonderful goodbye, as well as the KC team that has played so well.
C'est à la Adidas Arena que Carmine Corp a été invaincu. Kameto, quelle émotion.
Il y a du monde là. Wow. Venez.
Kameto saying there's so many people.
J'ai tellement de monde à remercier là, déjà il y en a beaucoup en face de moi. Je voulais remercier Tréton, Hiro, Noah, Célie, Laure, OTP, la production, tous nos sponsors.
Thanking Hiro, Tréton, OTP, the production, everybody, the sponsors, everybody that made this possible.
Dans un événement, à chaque fois je suis très bien reçu. Il y a 6000 personnes debout devant, c'est incroyable comment vous faites vivre la passion d'e-sport. T'es très inspirant. Bravo pour tout ce que tu fais et tu fais vraiment vivre League of Champions en France.
Trayton always saying thank you so much for inviting me. It's always a pleasure here, the bastion of esports in France.
Les gars, il est timide. Du bruit pour Hiro.
He's a little bit timid, Hiro, but he's gonna try.
Moi, je sais pas ce que je fais là, mais merci Kevin pour l'invite. T'es un monstre. Et j'ai kiffé, les gars, j'ai kiffé casser les games avec vous. Les gars, vous avez une énergie, mais de dingue, on s'en rend même pas compte. On ne s'entend même pas en casque. Genre, c'est dingue.
He says it's crazy, so much energy. Thank you for inviting me. I don't know what's going on.
Merci.
C'est dingue, effectivement.
Ouais, c'est une dinguerie. Franchement, je vois tout le monde est impliqué. À chaque fois, ça choque la terre, même qui ne connaît pas l'e-sport, parce que maintenant en e-sport, on commence à être connu. Et bah, encore une fois, merci, j'ai rien d'autre à vous dire. À chaque fois, j'ai peur avant un événement, je me dis, ah mais les gens ils sont fatigués, il y a eu beaucoup d'événements. Est-ce qu'ils vont être là? Est-ce qu'ils vont donner de la voix? Je douterai plus jamais de vous les gars, désolé.
He's saying every time I'm scared, are they gonna come? Are they gonna show up? Are they gonna show up for me? And they do every single time. It's crazy, and they're taking notice of it, of this esports thing also in the whole world.
Surtout, c'est toi qui te choque, le Blue Wall.
Ouais, je sais, moi je suis un mec normal, je suis comme vous à la base. On a tous le même rêve maintenant. Et grâce à cette équipe de fous, on va peut-être le réaliser cette année.
He says I might be up here, but I'm with you. This is our dream. This is our crazy team.
Après la phase difficile qu'il y a eu au MSI, je vous propose une petite photo de famille tous ensemble, si ça vous va.
So please, a little photo with the players and applause. They've been fighting so much at MSI, traveling a lot, giving you a show.
Du bruit pour l'équipe LEC de la Carmine Corp.
one final bow for the crowd, for KC. Another undefeated road trip.
Et nous, en attendant, nous nous disons à la prochaine.
Oh, Sally saying it's all about our dream, that dream, the search for worlds, the search for those victories, the amazing time here on stage, and a big thank you one more time to absolutely everybody. Yeah, Sally smurfed it, everybody smurfed it, the production, the players. One more time. Boom, they got a photo, nice. Kameto, he's arranging the photos, he's arranging, yeah, everything really, what a CEO. And the blue wall has been here the entire weekend, as I'm here with Odo and with Jack. Yeah, it's definitely a treat to see. I have not had the pleasure of being at a KC road trip, and they've converted me.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it's their story, and we're just living in it, especially this weekend, and especially this series and that last game.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think you can write a better ending.
No. Yeah, exactly. That last game, it feels like in any other